and it's people say, "Oh, well, this is all about." Well, I mean, this is about manipulation of the mind of people that are gullible. So, yeah, all of this is related. So,
but it's also about how when you pin white people as being the evil of the world, right? The younger people are manipulated to think that if you don't go out there and support this movement, then you're a racist. So they're trying to kind of prove themselves. I'm not a racist. I support my black brothers and sisters, and I think that's why you see majority of them, because for the most part, the black people don't care.
I believe that might have been true in 1955.
We just gotta admit that BLM hasn't done crap.
Good, because what do they want to do? They want to upend society. They've already said they want to take the nuclear family apart.
Oh, well, they've raised millions and millions of dollars. So I mean, they have done something.
Their leader bought a ranch, a $1.4 million ranch in the 98% white neighborhood. It's
I've heard on that point though. I've heard this talking point, and like there's a clear difference between Black Lives Matter, like the LLC or whatever, and that person who's associated with that, and the actual just social movement. You know what I mean? Like I think that there's a clear distinction there.
What if there's a clear distinction between the social movement, which is just like these people that are in the social movement, do they believe what they see on the news?
Probably.
I mean, is there?
Yeah. I mean, if they believed what they saw on the news, I don't think that they would be, protesting. Because why would the news tell them things that would cause unrest?
The news literally told everyone that it's okay to go out and protest during the lockdowns.
No, but I mean, before
what news outlet are we talking about?
Well, I mean, all the center left to left wing news. But I mean, that's all a false dichotomy anyway. The question is, what are the goals of BLM? I always like to figure out what people's goals are.
Black people
doing what?
No, I said that their goals is sure not about black people, like bettering black lives or whatever.
Yeah, because I read their manifesto, and I don't understand what their goals are. I mean, I do, but I have to feign this because I obviously do.
We have 3 new ones that was just VC verified. Hunter's dad is one of them, and Peter Griffin, the one that got muted for making whatever noises he was making. And then there was another one. I don't remember. I don't remember who the other one was.
I accidentally unmuted and made a noise. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, just try to keep yourself unless you're ready.
Like I said, it was my vocal cords.
Yeah, well,
okay.
Just keep
Bro, what are you doing with your voice? What are you doing with your voice?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? Come on, man.
It's a vocal cord disease.
What is it called?
That's what I was
what is it called?
About some kind of nasal thing or whatever.
Okay, some people have speech impediments. Y'all need to be sensitive.
Wait, I'm asking
That's really disrespectful.
Hold on.
What is it
You want me to
called?
use jazz hands? You want me to use jazz hands from now on?
Well, we can just talk to him about everything and see.
Sorry.
Well, yeah, that's a good one. What's the name of the disease? That's a good question, Lou.
It's my vocal nodes.
Vocal nodes.
Is that the name of it?
Nodules, not nodes. I'm tired.
Vocal nodules. Okay.
Is it your vocal?
I hope you feel better, man.
Thank you.
That I don't know him, but I can actually say that that's at least a thing I've heard of. Like when especially people that sing or something.
But wouldn't he know
if it's
like if you had polyps, you would know to call it polyps. I've never had a polyp, but I know what polyps are.
A polyp is something that comes in your ass, right?
No, those are in your throat too. If you're a singer, like the singer of AC/DC had throat polyps. They're from straining. That's why you get them in both places.
I thought we were talking about like anal polyps.
No,
we're not talking about
want...
anal polyps, dude.
Traps are gay, dude. Come on.
Oh, Fago was the other one. I couldn't remember who the third one was.
Hello.
Hello. So are you all three like friends, buddies?
They're all sus.
No, I don't know any of them.
No,
Oh, okay.
no, I do not know Fago. I'm from Florida. I don't know where Fago is from.
Yeah, I'm from up north, so.
Like North Carolina North, or like North Dakota North, like that side.
Look.
I'm
if you're talking to a Floridian, everything is the North.
I mean,
Yeah, no. Except for like more Florida.
Except the coast, where all the Jews from New York live. Yeah, I'm from Florida. Y'all have a lot of snowbirds down there this year?
Yeah. Thing I gotta say, God bless Ron DeSantis.
I love Ron DeSantis.
DeSantis 2024, man.
2028.
2032. No, we don't want a kingdom.
We don't?
Ooh.
Speak for yourself.
DeSantis kingdom. We shall name Florida the capital. Not
Yes.
Florida.
Look, if we
Miami.
named Florida the new capital, I'd be happy because I'm only 2 hours north. I'm in Savannah.
Shee. How do you feel about Georgia flipping blue?
How do I feel about what?
Georgia flipping blue.
Georgia, sure it did. Yeah, every single outside of Atlanta and Fulton, every single county's red. Just about.
There are 10 people in each of those counties.
No, there's not. Hold on. No, here's the thing. Georgia only flipped blue for the presidential election. Every
I'm from
single other
Georgia.
election, it's gone red.
Like the
Every
Senate,
single one.
like the Senate.
Every
The
down
Senate.
ballot is red in Georgia. Every single one.
Why was it blue?
I'm from Georgia. My mother wants to move to Florida, though.
Move.
How many
stay.
people have you
Red.
met from Georgia though that claims to be blue?
2 people.
I don't know anyone from Georgia.
From Pensacola, so like I'm from North Florida, so I'm pretty close to Georgia.
Yeah, you're in Leonard Skinner County.
I straight up live in Georgia.
Like on the Highway 10.
No.
Yeah, I know
I
Highway
live,
10.
I live about 30 minutes from Atlanta.
Ooh, yo, you're from suburbs, eh?
Atlanta
Yeah,
is garbage.
It
Flip
is.
it, bro. You got to flip the suburbs back, bro.
Yeah, ever since they voted the left in Savannah, they shut down this Atlanta underground. Too many people are getting shot and stabbed.
Let them.
Georgia and Florida both are flat and level, though. I know that much.
I know that too.
Yeah, Florida's a bit below sea. Depends on where you go.
But
Florida's
it's
so
still
flat it sinks.
Yep.
See what? Sea level.
Florida, you
So,
fall
are
into a sinkhole
you-
and get eaten by alligators?
No, I'm from. Yeah, I'm not from that kind of Florida. Yeah, I actually am from that kind of Florida, but I'm not from the coast.
kind of
Bit up.
Florida.
Yeah, Pensacola is a coastal town, so like, of course you're gonna see alligators, but like, not you. You're not gonna see them like that, bro.
I've seen an alligator.
Gee, I've been to Everglades. Everglades is kind of nice.
So, if you've got any questions in regards to the topic,
Yes. How would a solar system work under the Flat Earth Society? Not society, a Flat Earth system.
What's the topic?
The what?
No, I'm just asking something about like
Repeat
flat
that.
Earth in general. Like, how would like a solar system like work?
What's the solar system? Can you explain it?
Solar system is the sun and the nine orbiting entities.
Orbiting entities. Are they like superheroes? Like one is Thor.
They're pieces of land.
Uh,
Yeah.
so where
Hunter's
do they
dad.
exist? Do they exist in a vacuum?
Yeah, space is technically like a vacuum, but according to science, but like
But
they
space
do
doesn't even
technically-
exist.
Hold on. So you've got all these planets that are floating around each other millions of miles apart in a vacuum.
Yeah, it sounds a bit sus.
So how
Like, how
can
does
you
that
validate that? Like in order for you to say it's
oh.
anything but just orbs in the sky that we see and we don't know what they are, in order for you to say anything but that, you have to imagine everything else is true because there's no way for you to validate that, is there?
Yeah. No, like my question was like, how do we get night and day?
Localization of light.
Okay.
When it's day, the sun's out.
I talked to Truth Pavelis in the verified VC, and I told them, I said I got a couple of friends who are into it, but like I haven't really looked into it myself. But they mentioned something to me about the 7 crystal balls. Is that like anything?
I have no clue.
7 crystal balls. This looks like a George Lucas script writing
What?
competition.
So I have another question. Like, what's your opinion on like the the moon landing in 1969, and like all space missions?
Let me ask you this: what was the thickness of the walls of the LEM, of the lunar module in 1969?
Well, I didn't hear you correctly.
Well, it was 1/32 of an inch, and it was aluminum, not steel. All right. So now, what
That's sus, bro.
they flew through was purported to be a 10 to the negative 17 tour. That's a pressure difference of about 1 trillion. That's what they're talking about when they say vacuum. So you live in about 14.7 psi where we exist. They would be flying through a 0.00000000001 psi.
That's a lot of zeros.
That's a magnitude. Yeah,
That is a lot of zeros.
It's over 1 trillion. All right, so it's magnitudes of force. In order to create a vacuum, just half that vacuum on Earth, you need 8-foot thick concrete walls with an aluminum wrapping to hermetically seal it. And it takes 3 days to depressurize it.
So the space is a vacuum?
So, well, here's
We
the
don't-
question. If
I'm
it takes,
confused.
in order to resist that magnitude of force, you need 8-foot thick concrete walls with aluminum wrapping to hermetically seal it. How did they fly in something less thick than a trash can?
But there are current day rockets.
I'm not. That's not what we're talking about right now. Take it one at a time. How could they have gone where they claimed to have gone when it's literally impossible?
I don't know. Maybe they just got lucky.
They just got lucky. Well, good enough for me. Shut it down, y'all.
Maybe the laws of nature stopped applying that day.
So
how about this?
what are your guys' opinion on Kamala Harris?
Kamala Harris. She
weird.
threw a lot of people in jail.
Yay.
She's a top cop, that's for sure.
Man,
She's the ancestor of slave owners and put more black people in jail than any other DA.
Alright.
She is. Her great grandfather, the Jamaican, was a slave owner, slave merchant, actually.
But what about Obama? He's black.
I don't care about Obama.
So okay. So that's the vacuum. That's not to mention the temperature, right? The temperatures they'd have to fly through. Even though now that they even they'll say talk out of one side of their mouth and say that they haven't figured out how to get through the Van Allen radiation belts yet. Although
Do you guys think
they
space
didn't
exists?
discover them apparently until after they allegedly went to the moon and back, and they claim that they can't get through them, but yet.
I have a question. If the Earth is flat, how come we can't dig straight through it?
Because you're already at the bottom.
Oh, okay. Like, how come we dig like 10? How come we can drill for oil and not go into space?
What's the deepest hole on Earth?
Space isn't real. It's just a.
It's the Mariana Trench. The Mariana Trench. I'm not going for hole. Mariana Trench,
Actually, it's
30,000 feet deep.
It's not the deepest hole on Earth. Deepest hole is
Well-
the Akola, super deep at 7.6 miles.
Well, okay, if we're already at the bottom, then how would we how do we just keep going?
What do you mean? Do you keep going? Do you feel movement?
How come
No.
we hit magma if we go too deep?
Hold on.
You don't hit
If the
magma if you
Earth
go
is
too
a-
deep.
Hold on. If the Earth is a sphere, why don't they just dig through it then? Why don't we just have an elevator to China?
Because the core.
Well, you would think that if they know and
Also
they're aware of the
extremely deep.
core, that they've already been down far enough to establish that it's a core, right? So
What's the Curie temperature of iron? It's about 1,200 degrees.
Also, how come when you go up high in a plane, see a small
You don't.
curvature?
You don't.
Yeah, I do.
No, you don't. I've flown over 100 times and across
I
2
did.
oceans.
So
You've never
I
seen
know.
it. All you've seen
I see
is you
small
look through a
curvatures. It's
window.
very weird.
Listen. If you're on a ball that is 24,901 miles in circumference and you're only at 55,000 feet,
Wait, there's not a
you're
circumference.
not
though,
going to
it's flat.
see anything. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson says you would hardly see any curve at 150,000 feet. You're not going to see anything. Your math doesn't match up. What you're seeing is looking through 3 layers of Perspex glass. It's the same stuff that eyeglasses are made out of. Which, by the way, if you're looking outside a plane window and you're seeing curve, but at the same time you're seeing over 700 miles into the distance, you have a huge problem.
Okay, I see.
You have a huge problem.
Well, why can't we reach the edge if the Earth is flat?
What edge?
The edge.
How come we can't?
What edge? Hold on. When did I say an edge?
Okay, then what the hell?
Wait, so you
how's
say
it
the
flat?
Earth is infinite?
What edge? Is there an edge of your universe?
No, the Earth.
I mean,
But is there an edge of your you have a
all do have
heliocentric
an edge,
universe?
though.
Do
I'm
you have an
talking
edge?
about the-
Hold
I'm
on.
The
talking about
Earth is the edge of the Earth.
Hold on, guys. Can you validate the edge of the universe?
No.
No, but we're
No.
talking about a
Why are you
planet.
asking me? Why are you asking me if I can validate what we haven't explored yet?
We don't explore it. There's no edge of the Earth. You just keep going in a
If we
circle.
haven't gone out from a certain area concentric to north, yeah, we
Like-
haven't been there yet.
Then why
What-
doesn't
Go
anyone
east,
do it?
but we
I
go
never
east
said
and
there's
west.
an edge. What are you talking about?
How come we can't
How
what?
come we
what
can't?
happens if we
What?
go around
Are
the
you,
world?
are you going
What-
to try and escape to the future?
What happens if we go around the world? What's happening?
What do you mean around the
what
world?
happened-
Circle.
You
Like,
mean
let's
like
say I-
circumnavigate?
Let's say I already
What about
start-
You mean like
Jaeger's flight
you mean
in
like circum?
What about Chuck
You mean
Yeager's
what
flight?
happens if we circumnavigate? Is
Jaeger
that what
flew
you're
around the
saying?
world, bro.
Sure.
Do you know what
Well, no,
circum means? Do you know what
well, no,
circum
like-
means?
when he's talking, Hunter, can you wait until they're finished and not
Yeah.
speak in a minute while they're speaking?
Hunter's
What is
added some pretty good
circumnavigation?
You sound like Terry from My
What is,
600
what
Pound
is
Love.
circumnavigation?
Yeah, it's Hunter and me. Please.
Yeah, what's circumnavigation? Nothing? I mean, you're asking me questions about things I've never asserted.
Well, then, can you explain it?
Why would I have to explain something that you're asserting?
I only know circumcision.
Well, the thing about the globe is it's only been like the circumnavigation that they've done has only been from east to west. They've never done it north to south because you can't do it north to south, and you can, like, if the north being the center, you can look in the live stream voice text and you can see an example of how you can circumnavigate around the center, the same as if it was superimposed on a ball.
Center of what?
The center.
Hold on.
Center of our
Wait.
Earth.
Hold on, Truth. When you say
I thought the
center,
Earth was flat.
when you say center, yeah, center means middle. You know that, right?
Yes.
Can you point to the
but,
center? Let me ask you something. Let me IQ test you. Can you point to the center of a pizza?
Well, if
You
it's
haven't. Hold on. He hasn't answered yet. Why
yes,
did it take you so long
the pizza.
to answer?
Yes,
Hold
but
on.
The pizza.
I want to
is a
know.
circle.
Hold on. No. I want to know why it took you so long to answer.
A pizza isn't a circle, though, like he said.
But why did it take so long to answer? Why did you have to think about that for so long?
Because that was a dumb question.
Why was it a dumb
It was
question?
kind of a dumb question.
I had to mute.
What the fuck does a pizza have to do with a goddamn circle?
Peter, control your autism. It's okay. Don't worry. I know this is painful.
Hey, that's kind of rude.
Who had the throat polyps from sucking dick? I forget. Who was that? Was that Peter?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead. Who was I talking to?
You were talking to Hunter.
It was Peter. There was Hunter. There was someone else, wasn't there?
Hunter
I'm sorry,
leave?
but what country
Hunter
is
left.
the Earth's
Is that it?
center?
They both kind of like spiraled out of control. Then
No, I'm just asking a question. What country is the Earth's center?
Country.
okay, we'll just have to eeny, meeny, miny, mo this. Which one?
Or even
Hey,
continent?
hey,
Hunter's
check this
dad,
out.
Or we do.
I mean, let me. Somebody said, "Well, a pizza's not a circle."
Peter seemed more
Most
autistic. He might be
pizzas,
more
I mean,
fun
you
to
can
check.
make pizzas in a
All
square
right, Peter,
or
I'm
rectangle.
muting you.
I
You
have
alright?
a question.
You okay?
Does Australia and is Australia the center or is the United States the center
What are you talking about?
of the Earth?
Where does your compass point?
I have a compass.
Where does the compass point?
If you had one, where would you point?
Depends what direction you're.
Okay, so you're not immediately answering north, which tells me you're retarded, right?
Yeah, everybody knows that, man.
Go, do you have a learning disability?
You learn that
One
shit
of
in
you-
kindergarten.
One of you couldn't answer what center meant. The other one doesn't know which way a compass points. Are you guys okay?
Wait, but for when we're
For
talking
all due
about, like,
respect, you seem to be
magnetism-
ignoring the question.
What question was it?
What happens if you go around the Earth?
What do you mean around? You mean like circumnavigate?
Dude, it's not that hard of a question to understand. Like, you're going
Yeah,
around the
that's
Earth.
called circumnavigation. The question
Sure,
is,
you can call
are
it whatever you
talking
want, but
about
you're still going around the
You
Earth.
don't just go
hey,
around.
Like, you're still
Hold on,
going
hold on,
around the Earth.
Hold on,
What do you mean?
Hold on,
Like,
hold on. Hey,
Who is this?
Helio.
I'm going to go ahead and ban him. Who is it? Peter? Okay, bye, Peter.
What?
Yeah.
I'm simply trying to
Bye-bye.
ask it. What?
All right, Peter's gone. So who else wants to know about circumnavigation?
Am I
Anybody?
muted?
Anybody?
I want to. Am I muted? I can't tell.
No,
go
you're
for
not
it,
muted.
Ricky.
Oh,
Go
okay.
for it,
Sorry.
Ricky.
I guess just not necessarily circumnavigation, but on the point of the compass. Isn't it? I'm just trying to ask genuinely. Like, isn't it that with magnetic fields, they have to, like, they sort of create a circular flow, right? So I mean,
No,
if you're using the
magnetic fields
magnetic
create a
north to
toroidal.
represent,
Magnetics create something called a toroid. It's not a
Torus
circle.
field. Makes a
Let me
torus
kind of
field.
clear this up if I can, just a short statement. When you talk about circumnavigation of Earth, you're talking about someone going from east to west or
I
west to
banned him,
east,
Helio.
reaching. No, I get that, but I'm just want to clear something up. Just for the people that are
wait, Helios,
may
why
have
are
the
you
same
so,
question.
from the Polar Express.
Guys, I have one last question before I go.
No.
Hold
What
country is the center of the Earth? It's like a pizza, right? You got
that's not a valid question. It's just dumb. But anyway, so when you're circumnavigating, you're trying to get from one point to the back to the same point by going in a circle, right? That's why it's called circumnavigation. Now, navigation on Earth, ships and airplanes, they go from port to port.
What's
They
on
don't
the other side of the Earth?
Jesus Christ! Would you
Hold on,
shut
Helio, you're wasting your time.
I know. Fuck.
Just hold on. What do you mean? What's on the other side of the Earth? What do you mean?
Like, okay, if it's like a flat disc, right, and we're on the top, or wherever
No one ever
side you want
said
to call
that.
it.
We aren't on a
Or
flat
wherever
disc.
side
Yeah,
you
we
want
aren't
to
on a
call
flat
it. Like
disc.
it could be the.
We
It
aren't
could
on a
be
flat
what,
disc.
Wait, I
We
know
aren't
that.
on
These
a flat
idiots
disc.
think that we think that
We
we're
aren't
the
on a
third
flat
disc
disc.
from the sun
Helio,
and all
I'll
this kind of
gaslight him.
shit.
Let me gaslight him, Helio. We aren't on a flat disc. Who told you
then
that?
what is it then?
What do you mean? What are you asserting that we're on? I never
Well,
made
I
any
assume
assertion.
by flat you mean it's like a disc, right? Like,
No, that's you imagining that. I never said that. Why
well,
are
then
you imagining
what
that?
shape would it be then?
Why are I never asserted a shape? Why are you
Wait, I'm
assuming
So like,
that it has
if
a
it's
shape?
flat, doesn't it have
Why
to be
are
a shape?
you?
Curious,
Why
like,
are you
It has
asserting
to be
that
a shape if
Why
it's
are
flat.
you
If it's 2D,
asserting that it has a shape?
well, if it's 2D, it's a shape.
2D, it's a shape. You mean 3D?
Sure, man.
Well, it is three-dimensional, but like to the top of the mountains, like does that?
Why are you asserting that Earth has a dimension that you must imagine as a shape?
Flat is not a shape; it's an attribute.
Correct.
Minecraft is 3D.
We don't claim a shape.
If you live on a completely flat plane, what's the shape? Tell me. And you know nothing beyond that plane that you exist on. What's the shape? Tell me. Go ahead. Come on, smart guy. Come
Sphere.
on. You gonna answer, or just stutter?
Sphere.
Tiered? What?
I'm sorry you can't understand me
Yeah, I
clearly,
didn't
but I'm talking
understand
about
you.
a
Is
sphere.
English your first or second language?
I'm talking about a sphere.
A sphere. So if you live on something flat, you know it's curved?
What's the proof we live on something flat?
Measurements, maybe.
If you keep walking in one direction, will you fall off?
What are you talking about?
Fall off of what?
No, if you keep walking in
Earth.
one direction, who has walked in one direction? Who has done that?
I think he's trying to ask,
Hypothetical.
like, is there an edge?
A
And I'm
hypothetical.
just genuinely curious
So
about
hold on,
that
hold
question
on.
as well.
What
Like,
edge? No one has asserted an edge.
I know no one has
Hey,
asserted that.
We
but
are
I'm
not
just
asserting
curious
a
about,
model.
like,
You guys keep asking us about a particular model that y'all believe we have to believe.
Hey, well, what do you
Okay,
believe?
you're kind of coming on kind of like aggressive. Like, I've been like really good.
I'm an aggressive. I'm a type A personality. This is what I like doing, and I don't care about people. So here's the thing: y'all have this idea that Earth is a floating disk in space with an edge. That's y'all's idea. That's not our idea.
Like,
That's
can you please
y'all's.
answer what your idea is?
I don't have to justify your weird belief.
Yeah, if you bring in a straw man, we don't have to disprove it.
Yeah.
We're
not asserting that
I've been
goofy
asking. I've been
model.
trying to ask this for half an hour.
Can
I
you
don't know
assert what
what
it
your
is then?
belief is.
Can you assert your belief then?
I don't have a belief about it. I only have measurements.
Why are you? What are you arguing
A belief requires a model, doesn't it?
So no, a belief. That's not what a belief is.
Oh, really? Explain belief.
Kids can believe in Santa Claus. Doesn't mean Santa
You
Claus
believe
is
in
real.
Santa Claus. I'm asking you what a belief is, not an example of a belief. Define belief.
Belief is when you think something is real, whether there's proof or not.
Whether there's proof or not. Okay. So I don't believe in the Earth being a flat plane. It's measured
What do you believe
flat.
in? I've been asking that for 30
The
minutes.
system that we live in is measured flat.
So
And
do you
if it
think the Earth is
measures flat,
round?
if something measures flat, what is it?
Flat.
Okay.
What do you mean by measures flat? Can you elaborate on that?
It's where you take 2 points and check to see what's between them over water.
No curvature, no drop. No measurable.
curvature, no drop. If there's
Well,
no
how-
curvature and no drop, then it's flat.
Is there like, I guess what's the longest like
1.22
distance that's
times
been
the height of the observer squared. So that means
that
at
wasn't
about
what I was
10
gonna
miles,
ask.
at 10 miles, you're going to have 66 foot of a Sagittarius in front of you. That's a like bulge, a dropping Earth. And then at 100
Fancy.
miles, you'll have 6,667 foot of drop. Right? Where is
If
it?
the Earth was a geometric sphere. That's
Yeah, if it
the
were a
sphere
sphere.
model.
If it were a sphere. So do you guys have proof of that?
I was just trying to ask, like, what's is there like has someone measured like I don't know, what's the longest distance that someone has measured and seen that it's...
We've got photos at 255 miles with known heights and distances. That good
What
enough?
do you... Sorry, like I'm not trying to like come at you aggressive or anything. I genuinely want to understand this, like, but like I'm just trying to. I like have no existing knowledge of this, so I'm
Okay.
genuinely just trying to ask and learn about it.
All right. You see the live stream text?
I'll look at it.
All right. I'm posting a picture in there. See those mountains in the distance? It's a black and white image.
No, I see it. I'm just...
You gonna ask
like,
what it is?
I guess, yeah. Like,
Okay.
where is it? Is it like somewhere in...
The photographer
near
is
France or
standing in
something?
Italy. The mountains are in France.
Mhm.
All right, that's
Okay.
255 miles. All right. The shortest mountain over there is Tete de Garnet. It's 5,700 foot tall. The entire mountain is visible. That mountain should be under, the top of that mountain should be under 2 miles of curving earth. The whole thing is visible. Where's the 2 miles of hidden earth? Where is it? Missing 2 miles of curvature. Where is it?
Is just for context for myself, I guess the side that's closer to the, I guess, person that took the picture, I can't tell if that looks like, is that just like sand or is that like
That's land. That's
Okay.
land.
Got it.
In the really, really high res image, you can see like villages.
Oh, so it is like more civilization, I guess, between where they took the picture and like where
Yeah,
the
they're
person is standing in the water.
They're standing at a little less than 9,000 feet. Now, at 9,000 feet, you're going to have 2 miles of curvature in front of you at 115 miles distance, but we see 255. So the horizon should be an Earth curve at 115 miles. Why isn't it?
It would.
Well, why
it would
can-
It would physically be obstructed.
Yes.
What if okay, so
How do we
Why-
see beyond where the curve is supposed to be on a sphere that's 24,901 miles in circumference?
and then
It's
you
not
said
that big.
Yeah, because 2 miles of expected drop up that's not
That's a
just
lot.
little. That's a lot.
and
Over
then
11,000 feet.
and then what was the height of the mountain you were referencing again?
5,700 feet. The top of the smallest mountain should be 2 miles under the curve. And the entire mountain is visible, top to bottom. The hills leading up to the mountain, the villages in front of that, the coast, everything. In fact, the curve, you see where the land starts in the distance?
It's not.
And there's a little jetty of land before that. That's actually where nothing should be seen beyond that if you're on a ball. Nothing. You shouldn't see any of that. All of that should be below a curving ball of water.
These are the same results that anybody and
Of a
everybody
geometric
gets
Earth.
who tries to measure for curvature or do any long distance observation to try to find it. It's a repeated outcome. It's consistent that there is no curvature. This is a consistent observation.
Does it make a
Even-
difference that the picture is not taken from water level?
No, because you have an absolute zero elevation known with the water, don't you?
But I mean,
Why
but
would,
just
tell me
like,
why that would matter. Tell me why that would matter.
okay, so just like logically, right? I'm just imagining like, you know, if I'm standing like on the sidewalk outside of my house I can
Right.
see, there's kind of like it's
Okay.
a pretty open area, right? And so I can see
So you think the
a
higher
certain
you go,
amount
the
of
farther you
things.
can see, right?
Sorry, say that again?
The higher you go, the farther you can see.
Yeah,
Is that what you're going to say?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, see, here's the thing. If you were standing on the beach, there would be 9 miles of curvature in front of you in that photo. But because he's at 9,000 feet, there's only 2 miles. It's
Oh, so
actually
you're
3
saying-
miles. Yeah. So
you're
I've
saying
already
you've
accounted for that.
already?
Yeah, we've already accounted for that. In fact,
Within
we're
the
being
Earth-
extremely conservative, too.
Yeah, within the Earth curve calculator, you just punch in the numbers and it takes into account, you can put in the observer's height in feet, you can put in the distance, you plug in the numbers and it spits out the amount of curvature that should be there, and we don't see that. We can see way beyond the geometric limitations. There should be physical blockage according to the globe model.
I have a question.
We're not going to whistle past this.
Okay.
Fago, we're not whistling past this. You're seeing 255 miles. Why do you see it?
What did I say? I didn't say anything.
Which you were going to change the subject. Yeah.
I'm not gonna
5
lie.
years of this, I know when someone's about to change the subject.
I had no interest in what you were talking about.
You're not interested in actual proof. You want to talk about what? The sky. You want to talk about things in the sky, don't you?
No, I just had no interest in.
Oh, you want to
what
talk
you had
about
to say.
things in the sky that you can't touch or chemically test or empirically evaluate.
You can touch it.
What can you touch in the sky?
Air.
Air. Why do we see a mountain 255 miles away from us whose top should be under 2 miles of curvature?
Because it's big.
Your answer is that because it's big. The mountain is 5,700 foot tall.
Hey,
The water curves at 3 miles.
I'm sorry, but
So that leaves 2 miles above the mountain. So what do you mean? Is it bigger than it is already big?
it's not just big. It's also
I'm
tall.
trying to understand the incoherence of your spiral here.
I'm sorry.
It's just incoherent what you said because it's big. What?
I didn't just say it was big. I also said it was tall.
It's tall. It's 5,700 foot tall. Yeah, but the curve is 3 miles tall, over 3 miles. So what's taller?
Wait, what
One mile.
curve? What curve?
What's tall? The curve of the Earth. There should be.
So are you saying the Earth is round?
Sagittah between the observer and the mountains. You live on a ball, right?
He's
So
too
if
dumb,
there's-
man. He's not
you live on a
understanding. He's trying
ball,
to
right,
twist what
Fago?
you're saying
Fago,
into
you
something
live on a
else.
ball, right?
Hmm?
You live on a ball, right?
Yes.
Is that a
You do
ball
too.
of 24,901 miles of circumference?
I don't know, bro. I don't memorize random numbers that mean nothing.
It's a random number that means nothing. It's the purported dimensions of an object that is asserted to exist. It doesn't mean nothing. What do you
I think
mean?
if I
And it's
told
not
you that
random.
was-
You think
I
I
think
just
if I-
randomly selected that, like rolled some dice and got a number? That's what
I'm not
random
gonna
is.
lie,
Yeah.
Do you
that's
know
the
what random
That's
means,
a reported
Fago?
circumference. of the
Fago, what does
planet.
random mean?
Random means like it's random. You know, like
Random means it's random. I can see you're a really logical guy, Fago. Like you really put a lot of thought into your rebuttals. Tell me what you know. Tell me what
About
you know
what?
about your model.
Wait,
about my
Mimus.
model.
Mimus. What do you think random means?
There's this like sphere, and it's floating. That's it.
It's a sphere and it's floating. You don't know anything else.
There's a core.
What's the core made out of?
Stuff.
Stuff. So would it be fair to say you don't know anything about your model?
Well, I just gave you a description, did I not?
You gave me a 3-year-old's description of it.
You're giving me a 3-year-old's attitude, and I didn't complain about that.
I'm trying to find out how much knowledge you have. And doesn't seem to be a lot. I mean, how old are you? You should know more than that, right?
I don't know, man. You're like in your 40s arguing with people about a flat Earth on Discord.
That's because it's fun.
What's fun about arguing with teenagers?
This right here is fun beyond belief. You have no idea. You know how fun it is hurting people's worldview and making and making them like angry? You know how fun that is? What do you mean it's not fun?
Share your pain.
You guys
To be fair,
spiral.
man, it seems like you're the only one getting angry here, if I'm being honest.
Do y'all think does anyone else in here think I'm angry except the guy whose voice is shaking? You're the only
Dude, my
one
voice
out
is
there
shaking
who's
so
angry.
much,
Voice
man.
shaking means
Bro,
you're
my voice is shaking, man. Bro, what do you think shaking means, bro? Like,
Listen to him. Listen to him. Share your pain, Fago. Share it.
Share your pain.
Hey, I feel like you're the type of dude to go to the mall.
Your anger.
I'm not, bro. I'm just saying what
I
you
mean,
want me
but
to
like,
say.
to be fair, you forgot to mention the fact that the Equinox at the Starbucks dumpster is actually a stable equilibrium.
If you go to the center of this said Earth, and you take 2 shifted taps backwards and force summon them, I think it's gonna prove that the Earth is round. Don't you think?
Well, say that again. What'd you say? I didn't hear it.
Go to the center of the Earth and take 2 shifted taps
How could
backwards
somebody
and
go to
force
the?
summon a
How could
brick kick.
somebody go to the center of the Earth, Fago? How would that happen?
Walk.
Walk.
Luck.
You just walk.
Just walk.
There's no measurable center to the plane of the Earth.
And then find it. I don't know. You
Unless
guys can
you're talking about the
What's the?
Then
What's
there
the?
is a center.
I mean, look. I realize you've melted
There's no
down.
center on the surface.
You've melted down, and now you're going with the I pretend you were trolling whole time. All right. But the reality is, you came in here and you had no answers and you had no argument. That's actually what happened.
I mean, what are you arguing?
And now you're gonna do. Now you're gonna do what
what are
people
you
have been
arguing?
doing since 1993, when the internet became reality. Is you're gonna say, "Well, I was just trolling." No,
But,
you
like,
weren't.
what are you arguing?
No, you weren't.
What are you arguing?
Okay, yeah,
I'm
What's
not
your
arguing
argument?
whoever's
anything.
talking right here.
What do you mean you're not arguing anything? In order for me to participate in an argument, you have to be the one. You have to be one of the person I'm arguing with.
You do.
Hello?
I'm not arguing anything. That's the beauty of it. I don't have to make an argument.
What do you mean?
Because
And
all
what are
I
you
do
arguing?
is
You're saying that-
disbelieve. Fago, all I have to do is disbelieve an assertion, and the burden of
I'm not
proof is
Fago.
on you.
But yeah,
Yeah.
it's like learn who you're talking to, man. Not that
Who are
hard.
you talking to, man?
Yeah, bro, you're really losing your.
What are you
ears,
gonna
bro.
What are you gonna say next?
gotta
You're gonna
get
pretend
them
like you're gonna say you were pretending to be retarded with that one? Is that like your big
Is
comeback?
this rough? I already used that insult on you.
Yeah, and I'm using it back to
now
you to
you're
show how
using it
stupid you are.
again. Huh.
Yeah, I'm using it against you to
Yeah.
show how stupid you are.
Sure. Yeah. Okay, Fago.
I'm not Fago, but yeah.
Well, who
You gotta learn some voices, bro. You gotta go get your ears checked. I can like direct you to like the closest doctor if you want.
Here, Fago. I'm actually tired of you. I'm gonna like go to you. See ya. Who was the other guy I was talking to? I don't know. I can't tell these mongoloids apart.
Sync.
Who was it?
Minecraft, the Sync guy with Minecraft profile picture.
Minecraft. Sync with the Minecraft picture.
I think it's.
Oh my god, you're gonna ban me.
No, I'm
Oh
not
my
gonna
God.
ban you. I'm gonna see if you can talk.
Talk about what? What do you want to talk about? Want to talk about?
What's
the
your proof
shape of
that you
the
live on a globe? What's your proof that you live on a globe with the dimensions of 24,901 miles?
Well, what's the proof that we don't?
I didn't make the assertion. You did.
I didn't make the assertion.
Yeah, the burden of proof fell on a reversal.
So, okay, hold
fallacy.
on. You didn't make that, so you don't believe that then?
I just believe the Earth is not flat, but I didn't say.
You
it's a
believe the
globe.
Earth is not flat. What do you think it is?
What do you think it is? You think it like if you think the Earth is flat, what do you think it is?
I only know what we can observe.
Yeah, dude, I'm doing what you're doing.
No, you're
If you
not.
don't, if you don't,
I
if you think
have-
the
I
Earth is
have
flat, then what do you think it is? What do you think
if
it
you're
is?
gonna- if you're gonna ask me
Listen
a
to
question,
me.
you gotta
What
let me
do you
answer.
think
Stop
it is?
melting down.
Don't ignore
Stop
my
melting down.
question, okay, buddy?
No, see,
like
this
you're not
is
gonna
why
ignore
you're
me.
getting banned.
And
This is why you're getting banned, right here, because I'm trying to do what you want. I'm trying to give you an answer, and you're just interrupting
okay, give me an answer.
No, bye.
What do you think the Earth is?
He had his chance.
He was too retarded.
Yeah.
That was an interesting question. What do you think the Earth is?
I don't know what the Earth is.
Nobody knows.
Okay, I got a few questions. Okay.
Wait.
Is that okay with you, or should I?
Why would you ask me what do I think the Earth is?
Well, I mean, I mean, it's pretty obvious.
It's an obvious question?
Yeah.
Why?
What is the Earth?
I want to know what the motivation is for that particular question.
To know what do you think the Earth is?
Yeah, is. What do you mean, is? As in an object?
No, as not just an object, but as a place where we perceive it in the universe.
In the universe. So you are saying the Earth is an object in your question?
Yes.
So you framed the question with a conclusion.
What is planet Earth?
You just answered it yourself.
Okay, what is a planet?
Don't you? Oh my God, this is not going to go anywhere either. What?
Okay,
is,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Said, hold on. I'm trying to teach you here. What is planet Earth?
Teach me.
What does that mean? What does that question mean? If I pointed at a car and I said, "Is that car a car?"
What is a planet to you?
A planet? Do you know what the word planet means?
Yes, I do know what the word planet is.
What does the word planet means?
Yes, but what is a planet?
What does the word planet mean? Planet from Latin planetae means wandering star.
Do you know that? Just going to rebuttal my questions with another question.
No, because if you ever say something in this chat, it will be taken apart top to bottom.
I can literally do that with any of your questions.
Really?
Yes.
Do you have any proof of curvature?
What? Yes.
Show it to us.
It's not hard to measure it.
So show us. A measurement, not a calculation, by the way.
Those are the same thing.
You think a measurement and a calculation
you can make measurements through math.
You think a measurement and a calculation are the same thing?
Yes.
Really?
Yes, you can make a measurement through math, not the exact same thing. But if I were to
child, stop yelling.
Oh my God.
Calculation is a derivative of measurements. It is not a measurement. If you don't have measurements, you cannot have a calculation.
You can make a measurement and then use a calculation to get a different measurement.
Yes, because they're two different things. One is derived from the other. They are not the same thing, are they? Are they? I can't measure volume. I have to calculate volume. There is a difference.
You can measure volume.
You can get measurements of a container and then calculate volume.
Yes, that's how you measure volume.
That is not a measurement. That is a calculation.
No, that is a measurement.
Okay. You see why I do this, guys? Because there's no point going on with this guy anymore. He thinks a calculation and a measurement are the same thing.
I'm sorry. I want to remain muted.
No, Richtel, whatever. What is this? Richtel nickel. Anyway, you're trying to die on the hill for no reason at all. You're willing to sacrifice yourself over something this stupid. Everybody knows calculations and measurements are not the same thing, and you're just being obstreperous for no reason.
Oh, really? I'm being obstreperous for no reason.
Obstreperous. That means stubborn.
Really?
You're falling on your sword over something you know you're wrong about for no reason.
Oh, I know I'm wrong that you can't measure volume. You have to calculate it.
The only way to measure volume is if you actually poured the amount of some liquid to fill a space to get an exact measurement, but even that would be measured in something like gallons or liters.
Yes, which is a unit of measurement.
If I measure a container, is my volume a calculation of that measurement?
No, it's a measurement.
Oh my. You all go to the same school, don't you? You all go to the same school, don't you? The last 4 people that you go to the same school, don't you?
I live in Thailand.
I don't care where you live. Oh, so you're into Lady Boys, whatever.
Lady Boys, because my geographical location of where I'm born is what I'm into.
Exactly. Yes.
That's
if you were Italian, I'd call you Pizza Head. I don't care.
Yes.
Yes. You think a calculation and a measurement are the same thing?
Well, I didn't say they're exact same thing. I'm saying you can get a measurement.
Yeah,
What?
you did. I said one is derived from the other. I've clearly indicated that they're related.
No, I'm saying you
but
can
they are
use
not the same thing.
for a measurement.
You were saying, do you want us to rewind?
That would make it the same
Hold
thing.
on. Do you want us to rewind the live stream and hear your argument?
I said
we'll play it back to you if you want.
No.
No,
you're just
don't,
wasting
please
more of
don't.
our own time.
So you were arguing that calculation is a measurement.
Yes, it
That's
is a
what you were
measurement.
arguing. You're wrong about that.
Wow.
Calculation is a derivative of measurement. You derive calculations. How do you not understand this?
Wait, hold up.
¿Cómo así? ¿Que la mamá se quién?
Do me a favor and just Google the difference between calculations and measurements.
Okay.
Don't worry, I'll wait.
Are we all in agreement that calculations and measurements aren't the same thing now?
What?
I agree. I'm with you, Meemore.
Okay. Was it a hill worth dying on?
What hill?
You were insistent that
I'm sitting in a
calculations
chair.
and measurements are the same thing.
I didn't purely insist on that. I said you can use a calculation to get a measurement.
Oh my god.
Bro,
You
we
do
all
realize one
heard
is
you.
derived
You
from
said
the other.
They're not purely derived off one another. I'm saying you
No,
can
measurements
use
aren't derived. Measurements are direct. They're not derived. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you can't calculate anything without any measurements.
It's not true at all.
With no numbers, how are you going to calculate something?
By using random numbers. I don't. I can
what are
make
you
up my. I can make up my own
Hold on.
problem, and I can
Hold on.
still
What are
calculate
you
it.
calculating? If you're just using random numbers, what are you calculating?
No, he said it's impossible. He said you can't. Meaning
you can't.
Absolute. No.
Using random
Let me
numbers,
speak.
you can't calculate
Let me
random
speak.
numbers.
I let you speak this entire time.
You can't calculate
Yeah, you're
random
trying
numbers.
to strawman me because I'm speaking in the context of what we're talking about.
I am speaking in the context of what we're talking
Yeah,
about.
we're talking about real life measurements of the Earth, not imaginary measurements of the unicorns in your head, buddy.
I said no. I'm just replying to what you said. You said you can't make calculations without measurements.
Yeah.
Numbers
Not-
exist. You can make a calculation
anything in
without
real
a
life
measurement,
without
and I can make a
having any- Hold on,
measurement
wait a
and
minute.
make a calculation based
Where
off
do
of
numbers
that
exist?
to get a
Where do numbers
measurement.
exist at? Where do numbers exist at?
Where do numbers
Stay within
exist?
just
Yeah.
stay within the context.
If you want to get hyper specific with him, I'll get hyper specific with you. You said numbers exist. Where
In language?
is language and math real?
Yes.
Really? Can you
Speak
show
in
me?
English.
Can you show me? Can you show me Siamese?
Can I show you Siamese?
Yeah, a language. Can you show it to me?
I can show you
chemically
English.
test it? Can you weigh it? Is it real? Does it physically exist?
Does something need to physically exist to exist?
To exist?
Really?
What do you think existence is? If it's not part of the physical and natural world, what is it? It's an idea, right?
Ideas exist.
Where do they exist at?
Consciousness?
Consciousness.
Yes.
Okay. So, do numbers exist in reality, or are they inventions of the human mind?
Both.
Where do they exist in reality?
Well, a pair of things is going to be two.
That's a description of two. They don't exist as that.
Yes. Math is a description of how the universe works.
You think math is real, don't you? You think math is real, don't you?
Math is fake?
No. No, that's not what I said. Is math real?
Yes.
Prove it.
Prove math.
No, I didn't say prove math. I said prove math is real, as in it exists in physical reality.
Okay, I can look at a pair of two objects.
That's a description, isn't it?
Math is nothing but just a description of the universe.
But you said it physically exists. You said it physically exists.
Math can describe just about everything. That's why it exists.
Description is a description, physical existence.
It doesn't need to be physical existence to
But
exist.
that was my question, wasn't it? You could have just said no then. You could have just said no.
No, I said it's real.
Reality.
It exists.
I said, does math exist in physical reality?
You can't. Yes.
It does? Where?
Yes. Volume, distance.
Volume is a calculation.
Weight.
Distance is a measurement.
Which all exist.
They do not exist in reality. Those are observations and descriptions. Those are descriptions.
Physically, specifically physically. Does it physically exist?
Yes.
Where?
Can you give me a bag of nines?
Oh my god.
If you have 5 apples, can I take 6 from you and leave you with 1 negative apple?
You're driving things that aren't true at all.
Can you give me a bucket of algebra?
Yeah.
You use math in a descriptive way to describe things that exist, but it is real. Volume is real. Water takes up space. Space is real. It's a measurement of that thing.
Why are you angry?
Yeah.
Why? Because I'm getting loud. I'm not angry. I'm just getting loud.
You sound angry.
Maybe if I talk louder, you'd actually understand.
Do you watch Star Trek Discovery?
I don't watch any Star Trek.
Oh. Seem like the kind of person who would.
Why would that be?
Yeah,
because they're really cringy and they praise math.
It's funny that you talk about measurements of things that are real when you were appealing to measurements in your head of your fantasy unicorn, which you were going to make calculations from earlier.
I have a fantasy unicorn which I make calculations from. Is that what you just said?
Yeah, you said earlier that you can imagine something and calculate based off of your imaginations.
I was just answering the question that you said you can't use math.
We didn't say you can't use math. I use math a lot.
No. Trace said you can't use math without a measurement. I was just responding based on that.
That's not true.
That's not what he said.
Now you're just
You
lying.
did say that.
No, he didn't.
No,
he said you can't make a calculation.
You can't use math. I
He said you can't make a calculation.
Yes, you can't make a calculation without a measurement, which is false.
Yes, in when you're dealing with real life stuff, you can't just
You never
imagine
specified that.
the measurements. You need to measure and then you can calculate.
But you never
cannot just
specified that.
calculate
I was
based
just
on your
doing the exact same
imagination.
thing you were doing. I was just driving a question based off some abstract thing that you said.
You were taking what I was saying out of context and trying to build a straw man because you don't have a coherent, logical excuse for your standpoint.
Yeah, what are you calculating? That's the thing. What are you calculating? Why would you ever just calculate when you say you can just calculate random numbers? That's a meaningless statement. You can't just calculate random numbers. Are they in feet or inches?
You can,
what are
you
they?
shouldn't.
Really?
You can, you shouldn't.
102 and 9.
Yes.
There. Go, do it.
102 and 9?
102 and 9.
Are we adding or subtracting that?
Oh, I'm not telling you. I just gave you random numbers. Calculate them.
Okay. 102 plus 9 is 111.
I didn't say add them. I didn't tell you what to do. I just gave you random numbers. And
Yes,
that's
exactly.
addition.
But
That's
you
not
can do something
calculation.
with them.
What are you calculating, though?
I just told you. I just added them.
Adding them is calculating them.
Yes. What do you think a math problem is?
Can you define science?
Can you define what a flat Earth is?
I didn't say a flat Earth. What we
What-
measure and observe and test is flat. I don't
Can
know
you
what the
answer-
Earth is.
Can you answer his question instead of responding with another question, please?
Well,
I
I'm
just
that's
did.
what you're doing to me this entire time.
Okay, so I answered. Now, what I'd like is for you to define science for me.
The discovery of which the universe works.
That is not what science is.
Okay, what is science?
I told you to tell me. You got it wrong.
I got it wrong. So
Yeah.
then what is it?
Science is very strictly defined. It's the study of the physical and natural world. Sci means to know.
Okay, yes, I said the discovery of which how the universe works.
Of which how the universe. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
I
no,
said
that's
how-
incorrect.
So it's the discovery of the natural world.
The natural world, yeah. And it's not the discovery; it's the study
so that,
of.
that is
the study
extremely
of. Now, what's
similar
the
to what I said.
scientific? What's the scientific method?
A method of which we use to test things in a very controlled manner to make sure they're accurate.
That was very vague.
How vague?
What's the step one? What's step one?
Set up your test groups.
Chill out, sweetie. It's okay. What's step one?
Set up your test or no, create a hypothesis.
What are you creating a hypothesis over?
Or no, you're making a
There's a step before that.
observation.
I'm not making up. Yeah, observation
hypothesis.
first.
Test groups test something like that.
Yeah. Okay. So what are those groups called?
One.
Which variables they have? They're two different variables. What are they named?
Quantitative and qualitative.
Independent and dependent, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. And so your theory comes after that if you validate it, right?
No, your theory comes before. You
No,
then
your theory
validate it.
comes after your experiment.
Oh. No.
Yeah, it goes
Conclusion
hypothesis,
comes after
experiment,
no,
theory.
No.
Hypothesis, experiment, then theory.
Observation, hypothesis, experiment. No, it's theory. It's
observation.
No, scientific theory is what's
hypothesis.
considered to be proven by
It is
like scientific
observation.
right.
It's observation, hypothesis, experiment, theory, in that order.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Oh wait, yes.
Yeah.
Observation, hypothesis, test, conclusion. But close enough.
The test. No. Experiment.
Experiment. Just a different
Without
word.
experiment, it's not science. So if something is using one of these methods but not all of them, what is it?
failed method.
It's called pseudoscience.
So that's just flat Earth.
Flat Earth is not science. It's measurement. It's not experimentation.
It's measurement.
Which
It's also the
I never
goal.
I never said flat Earth is science. Why are you saying that? Flat Earth
Science
is
is a
about
cause and effect.
Flat Earth is about measurement, not experiment. What are you talking about?
He's just projecting his stance because
He
they
is.
only
He's
have
projecting
pseudoscience
because
to back them.
yeah, because the more he realizes that the scientific method has nothing to do with anything he believes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, sure. Name one valid experiment in astronomy or astrophysics.
One valid experiment.
Mhm.
Okay. The rotation of the ellipse of which planets go in. and
What was
all
the
that stuff.
independent and dependent variable, the cause of the effect?
You want me to know this exactly on top of my head?
You said you knew.
No, no. You just told me to list something. I don't know
You
the
listed it, which
exact
meant you knew.
independent independent experimentation, exact cause, effect, relationship
wait.
Xbox, PlayStation, ADHD bullshit.
Hold on. If I'm talking to somebody about some geopolitics or something, and they're just reciting headlines to me, that's essentially what you just did. You just gave me a headline because you don't know anything deeper than that, do you?
You just give me a question because you don't answer any of mine.
I ask questions so that we can both know where we're coming from.
And I can and you never answered any of my questions.
I actually did.
No.
Are you serious?
Yes, you did. Repeatedly, you're lying now.
How am I repeating and lying?
Hey, dude, just to let you know, this is being streamed.
The vagueness and inaccuracy of which he says doesn't conclude anything. What is flat Earth?
He just told you it's a measurement.
I already told you. One, we don't know what the Earth is.
It's a measurement of the lack of curvature on the Earth, right?
That is all it is.
Take a breath. Take a breath, Bud.
Stop getting
angry. It's
an
observation.
Stop getting angry.
All right. No. We're going to answer my questions now.
Well, I already did.
No. We're going to actually.
I already told you we don't know what Earth is.
Flat Earth is measurably and observably
we don't know what Earth is.
Flat.
Earth
That's
is a planet. You don't know what a planet is?
How do you know it's a planet?
How do you know it's a planet?
So I'm sitting on it.
Have you ever seen it as a planet?
Oh yeah, I have.
Have you ever measured
I can Google a satellite
guys,
image.
Come on.
No. Have you ever seen the planet?
Oh, so you're saying I have to go to space?
No. I'm just saying. Do you believe it, or have you ever seen it?
Yeah, I have seen it.
Where?
Satellite image.
No.
On my computer.
Your eyes. Have your eyes ever seen the planet that you believe?
Yeah, my eyes have seen Mars.
Dude.
That's not what he asked.
You're out of your mind.
Okay, are you talking about you said a planet? I've seen a planet. I stared through a telescope.
Hold on.
Earth.
Sorry.
Yes, I've seen a satellite image.
Come on, guys.
No, have your eyes ever seen Earth in a planet?
No, I need to see Earth physically.
It's a simple question. Have your eyes ever seen Earth as a planet?
Yes.
It's irrelevant. He doesn't have a measurement.
What?
Of course, he's just
on my computer on a satellite image.
He can't even measure a difference.
Is my mic broken? Is my mic broken?
No, I can hear you.
I'm talking to Hollywood. Please don't.
No, I'm done with you. Sorry, thanks.
Oh, okay.
So,
hold on. Before we continue, I see one of the issues. Richtel, it seems like you're playing a video game while you're attempting to have a conversation. It's really kind of hard to do. Yeah, because you kind of need your focus on what we're talking about, because we're talking about reality while you're playing video games.
All right, I got to put my kids to bed anyway. I'll see y'all later.
Good night, me more.
Night.
All right.
He triggers easy too, that last guy.
Why are we wasting time with this kid, man? He's just strong.
I can leave if you want me to. Just ask politely.
I mean, I don't care if you leave, bro. I just want you to be open-minded. Alright, like, you're just being dishonest for some reason. I don't know why, but you just need to chill out, dude. Alright, just...
So that was a yes to me. Second. Alright. I'll put my separate way.
So, I guess I have to maybe change the direction of the conversation. Like, how would... I guess, like, the main issue for me, even though I'm trying to be open-minded, right, is that, like, the widely accepted model of, like, the space and the globe and you know, heliocentric model, right, that is espoused by science, is able to predict so many things with, like, such accuracy.
You believe this. This is not true. Most of it is post-dictions, and you are appealing to majority right now. Or
I'm trying to ask, like,
Basis appeal does not help anyone get closer to the truth.
I'm trying to get closer to the truth. I'm trying to ask how.
To answer your question,
if you don't think it can, then tell me why those are not.
To answer your question, people have been able to predict what the stars or the illuminators are going to do way before the concept of being on a spinning ball came to be. That's not evidence of being able to predict something, or what the stars do has nothing to do with flat or round Earth.
Yeah, you're also wrong that they don't use the heliocentric model to predict anything in the sky. They actually use still the Saros cycle made by the flat earthers or Babylonians.
Wait, but how is that the case when some of these predictions would be things that are within the heliocentric model?
Because the heliocentric model is not correct. So it doesn't match what we see. Therefore, they don't use that.
But I guess I'm asking, like, we know exactly where other planets that we see in the solar system are going to be at any given point. We've predicted before we could even have the telescopic
the wandering stars were all recorded long before your religion ever was conceived of.
But I'm saying that that fell short at a certain point. It could only predict things within a certain time frame.
NASA admits they still use flat earther observations of the sky or the Saros cycles. They don't use the heliocentric model to predict anything.
That's not true. Like we were able to predict, or I guess scientists, not me personally, but they are able to predict the existence of like exactly where planets before we even had the telescopic ability to see that far were. Just because
I don't
like priests.
I don't know who's talking, but can you define the word science?
Listen, before the model existed, we used this cycle from Babylon. Yeah, fuck it. We don't even need your model to predict heavenly movements. We don't need any model. Just the Saros cycle. Because we realize the stars just repeat cycles over and over and over again. The Babylonian Saros cycle is older than your goddamn model.
What about eclipses?
And your belief.
We know exactly when eclipses will occur, and we can watch them.
Yeah. Did I say heavenly movements? Our eclipses, heavenly movements. That was already covered. Babylon predicted.
But I mean,
eclipses over 1,000 years out. What is wrong with you? Start your sentence when mine is done. Over 1,000 years out, we predicted them without a heliocentric model. The Aztecs did this. They didn't have neither of these. Babylon or the Aztecs had a universe in space heliocentric model. They believed in flat stationary Earth.
Also, the lunar eclipses don't work in heliocentrism at all.
With heavenly bodies that rotate above them in cycles, and they were right. Well, the Antikytherium device is the most ancient of computers that calculates everything by this. Eclipses, everything.
Yeah, sorry, you cut out there for a second. But yeah, the eclipses in heliocentrism don't work at all. I suggest you look at the Selenilian eclipse, where the sun and the moon are both seen above the horizon, and the shadow appears to come down from on top of the moon. So that shows that the darkness on the moon cannot possibly be Earth's shadow as you imagine in your model.
Wait, what do you... Sorry, you said a lunar eclipse doesn't work in the heliocentric. It requires the heliocentric model to work because it's when you have the Earth and then the moon is.
Yeah, that's your belief. We all know the belief. Your religion is well known here.
Work, and that's an explanation.
I'm telling you something. I'm telling you about something you don't know about. It's called the Selenilian eclipse, and it's called the impossible eclipse by globe believers like yourself, because the moon and the sun are both seen above the horizon, and you see the darkening or the eclipse appear to come down up onto the top of the moon. And then as the moon sets, with the sun still being above the horizon, the darkness keeps going down, down, down until it eclipses the moon. This is impossible in your belief if the Earth is causing this darkness. It just doesn't work. That's why it's called the impossible eclipse. That's why heliocentrism doesn't work, and they don't use that because it doesn't actually predict what we see.
But I'm talking about a total lunar eclipse. I'm looking at the chat, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that image is not a total eclipse. Like, it's not the moon is like directly in the line of sight of the sun.
Dude, just because you believe some aspects of your model work doesn't make it work. If there are aspects where that doesn't work and doesn't fit with reality, the model does not work. It's super simple.
But the only reason that these older models that you guys were bringing up stopped being used is because they stopped having
they're still being used today. You don't know what you're talking about. NASA still admits they use the Saros cycles. So you're just lying out your ass.
But
no, she's just talking from a standpoint of ignorance.
But do you understand why the Selenelian eclipse doesn't work?
I mean, is the image
that eclipse is literally called the impossible eclipse.
It's
in
the
your
image
model.
that's in
literally what they call it.
It's the image that's in the live stream voice text chat, right?
Do you understand? Can you go through it and repeat our premise as to why it wouldn't work?
Well,
please?
I mean, so I believe what you guys were explaining was that because there's basically like the shadow that you're seeing is not like it's coming from the top or the bottom, that it doesn't work with the concept of. Am I incorrect?
No, not in the selenium. Both the sun and the moon are in the same sky when this eclipse. And the sun and the moon are both in the same sky, and there's Earth on your model. Yet.
Wait, you keep cutting out. I'm sorry, I can't.
There's still an eclipse, so that kind of the same sky.
You cutting out.
There is no Earth. There is no Earth in the middle to make a shadow.
Well, the lunar eclipse would be there wouldn't be an Earth in the middle. It would be the moon would be the thing in the.
We're not talking about the lunar eclipse right now. We're talking Selenelian eclipse.
Oh, so
we're being specific, not general.
It's a solar eclipse, the Selenelian one. Or
no.
Well.
So this address point.
Sorry, wait. You keep cutting out. I apologize. I can't understand.
Yeah. So this address. Oh, fuck.
Can you say that one more time?
The Selenelian eclipse.
Jump in, jump out.
What it is and how it works. The fact that Earth shadow causes eclipses, bro.
I'm not trying to be rude. Like, I genuinely didn't. Like, you cut out a lot.
Yeah, you did cut out quite a bit. But the basic thing about it is that in your model, the Earth is supposed to be in the way of the part of the moon that's lit up.
Okay. And then. So you're saying, so I guess, so the image of the Selenelian eclipse is supposed to be the Earth is like in between the sun and the moon. And you're saying that because it's not like, it's coming from the below or above the shadow, I mean, that like, that doesn't make sense.
The Earth's supposed to be blocking the part that's lit.
The reason it doesn't make sense because if the light source is down, that should be moving up.
I mean, isn't that just the result of refraction, though?
Magical refraction is
to make the shadow change direction. I'd like to see that demonstrated. Get your bowling ball
like
or tennis ball and move your light source down.
I mean, that's literally what our eyes do just to see things. Our eyes reverse things for us, like through the lens.
Grace, can I ask something real quick? Can I ask a question? When did they
wired that?
Oh wait.
I have to ask, when did they come up with the refraction ideology?
I'm not sure.
Oh, well, if you look it up, then you can have a say. But if you're just regurgitating what you're being told, you have to have a source for the information.
I mean, I don't need to know when it was figured out to be able to cite it as something like.
But you don't even have a claim. You're just saying words.
Okay, but I've this whole time I've been trying to ask, and I think some other people that were kicked out as well were trying to ask, and I realized they were being kind of rude. I'm genuinely just trying to understand, because today I joined and I literally have no prior knowledge of anything that you guys are saying, so I'm trying to work it out.
They're just trying, right? And they just want to explain to you. Let me just say this real quick. They want to explain with you. There's no such thing as a model that predicts. If somebody says that, there's something wrong with them. The things that are experienced first are put in a model. That's just the reality.
But
you can find if you can find a source that says otherwise, please show me. There isn't even a claim. I'm sorry.
But we know when eclipses will be down to the hour and the minute before they occur.
But BattleMod explained that's because of the Saros cycle. So then when we show you that they still use a flat plane Saros cycle, what's the next excuse going to be? That's the point. So everything's already based on a flat Earth. That's the point. That BattleMod explained this. It's called a Saros cycle.
But what about all of the other predictions that can be made?
They don't have any.
Exactly. There's not one. You can't name a single prediction. It's something they already experienced. They put it in the model. If I say right now, I think the sun's going to rise tomorrow, I bet we can all agree that's because I've already experienced it. Yes? That's reality, sir, ma'am. That's how this works.
What about star cycles?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, they didn't have any. They didn't have the technology we have today, and they had the Saros cycle.
Yeah, they still use that. And the stars are geocentric. You believe in a heliocentric model. Why are the stars not heliocentric?
What do you mean? Why would the stars be heliocentric?
Why
would one star be centered to or be rotating around other stars?
Because you believe you are circling around a star, which you call the sun.
Yeah.
And so therefore, when you are facing the sun, you don't see stars. So all the stars that are behind the sun should not be seen. But in reality, you can actually see the stars that are supposed to be behind the sun, right above your head.
What do you? Do you mean Wait, can you explain that in a different way? I'm not really understanding.
In your belief,
stars, you can see
all of the stars are still visible, even though you believe you're circling around the sun, and therefore should only have a limited field of view facing away from the sun. And so as you circle around the sun, you should have a different patch of sky appearing as you circle.
Yeah, that's what the star cycles are.
We see the stars behind the sun on the backside of your globe. If you want me to believe your globe, I have to believe that all of the stars are a holographic matrix trying to fool me into believing that the world is geocentric.
I think what I'm not getting is when you say on the backside of this.
Well, I think he's talking about a 6-month period. So you'd be the other side of the sun.
Yeah, but that's why we see
stars in the sky.
Cycles.
Yeah, but the stars in the sky don't really change.
Yeah, stars move in a circle above us. So if you move in a different place on the equator, you can still see the same stars.
No, but we see different stars at different times of year, depending on where you are.
I was just saying that. Repeating what I said doesn't change that.
No, I think there's another way to explain this. So there's this thing called the galaxy, supposedly, allegedly, that we live in, and the Earth and the Sun would be moving around the center of the galaxy every 200,000 years, while the Earth moves around the Sun once every year. What he's trying to say is, since the stars and everything moves around the center every 200,000 years, and we move around the Sun once every year, we should see, relatively speaking, the same stars every year, but different stars when we're on different sides of the sun.
Yeah,
But
what
if-
I'm saying
Yeah,
is
there's
we would
not just one
see
vector. There's
what I'm
so many
saying-
different vectors and speeds that you wouldn't see the same stars two days in a row.
Well, you would. You would see it slowly shifting as
I'm
they would
exaggerating,
orbit
but-
around, and you would see the stars changing depending on your position around the sun. And people would know this. Everybody would know this.
But
we see the stars as geocentric and have always seen them as geocentric because that's
isn't
how
that-
everybody experiences it. That's why
Isn't that-
geocentrism was a thing. You believe in heliocentrism because you believe light is bending from behind the sun to the backside of the globe.
Okay, that part that I don't think that
You
light is
must
bending
believe
from
it
around
if
the
you
sun.
believe in
Can
heliocentrism.
I disagree with that, but like
That's-
can I please respond? Like, I understand what you're saying and how that's like odd to think about, right? I agree with you that is weird, but I feel like that's only weird if you're assuming that like everything else isn't also moving.
No,
Like everything else, it's not like our solar system is the only.
Everything else moves around the sun.
But if
Look at
everything
the
else is
picture, all
also
the
moving,
stars.
that would add to the variety of the day-night, the night sky.
Yeah,
I
it would
mean-
be obvious if it were circling the sun. Look at this picture. This is the geocentric celestial sphere, the same sphere they still use currently today to map all of the stars on.
But
this
even
is
in this
impossible
picture,
in heliocentrism. Do you understand what you would have to do to bend the light to make it actually appear like this? Like the starlight from behind the sun would have to bend to the backside of the globe, and as the globe rotates, the light would have to bend with the rotation. There's no logical excuse for any of this, and so this is not addressed in the heliocentric model generally. But I have an astrophysicist friend who tried to explain this to me, and that did not go so well. He quit his job.
but we
Excellent work, Drace.
But the thing, so we move around. Like, hold on. Maybe I'm just missing. Like, I think I'm missing whatever the key point of this is.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
really trying to understand
Hold
it,
on.
but like,
Can I say one thing real quick, Spooky? I put a couple pictures in the voice chat for you. Did I tag?
I know I'm looking at the voice
great.
chat. Yeah,
Awesome. Okay, so you know what this is. Everybody knows this is a time lapse of the sky, right? And you can see the stars over a period of time move, right? You know that's what we're looking at in these pictures, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and you can see that there are actually two circles, and there's actually stars going in different directions. Do you see that?
But that's because you would be near, like, dependent on how close you are to the equator, what the like diameter
Okay,
or
so
the,
it was just,
you know,
but it's a very hold on. Let's not. It's just a very simple question. Do you see the stars going in different directions in this photo?
I see lines of the paths they take. I can't really just determine what direction they would be going in.
Okay, so you're not sure if they're going in different direction in this photo.
Yeah, I mean, like, you could tell me they're going either direction, and this picture wouldn't refute that for me.
You could tell that there's at least hold on real quick. This is real quick. Hold on. I just got to make sure that we're all on the same page here with this photo. You can tell, you can admit though, you can see that there are at least two separate directions of star paths, correct?
I see the two sort of like the you know,
like
I see the
gears,
two,
right? Like gears in a
circles
clock,
that
right?
you're-
Right, like gears in a clock, right? You know, you have two gears in a clock, they rotate off each other. The ends of the gears are going in different directions, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, I see the two like sort of like general circles that I think, especially in the second picture,
right there you go.
are
General
sort of
circles. I
like
like that. Yes.
Yeah,
Good. So we can see that, right? Okay, so what I want to tell you is that this is taken from the same vantage point. And the
Yeah,
real big
I
problem here,
understand
hold
that.
on, let me explain. Right. So the big problem here is that the Earth can't be spinning in two different directions at the same time. So everything we experience in reality destroys the heliocentric model. Everything. That's how easy this is.
Do you know, just like do you know where the image was taken? Because I feel like this is a plausible thing
from
to.
one point, right? So if
Yeah,
we
I
could prove
understand
to
that,
you, right? So if we could prove to you that it's taken from one point, and we can see different star trails going in different directions from the same point, then what would your conclusion be?
I'm not disputing that. Are you saying both pictures are taken from the same place, or
No, I'm telling you that we can clearly see. If
or
we
each
prove
image
to
was
you-
taken from one location?
Right. The point is, if we can prove to you that stars are going in different directions from the same viewpoint or the same reference frame, what does that mean to you?
Well, so if I understand your question, like, because to me, it doesn't seem that like hard to or it doesn't seem unplausible that this would be the trail of, or the star trails, or whatever you would call them, that one would see if the location you're taking the picture from is like, near to the equator, because you know what I mean? Like,
it very well could be. But the point is that we can't spin in two different directions do you understand that?
I understand that, but just because there are two, like, I definitely see the two sort of like focal points of each circle that would be like just outside of the frame of this picture, right? And how they're gradually, at a certain point near the middle of the image, they kind of like, they're the edges of those two general circles. I see that, and
so here's my conclusion. I just want to give you a conclusion as far as this observation is concerned, is that we don't have to explain this, because we're not claiming we're moving. We're claiming the stars are moving. It's the people that believe in a heliocentric model that can't explain this. That's all.
But the heliocentric model doesn't claim that we're the only things moving.
But here's the problem, is that if we are moving in one direction, all the celestial bodies also have to be diverging away in that same direction. That's the problem. Sorry. And that's why I use this, because it's so simple that it leaves you just like you are, speechless and trying to find a reason why this could work on a magical spinning ball religion.
Well, no, I'm not speechless. Yeah. I think that, because are you saying, I'm trying to understand, like, are you saying that these two circles that we were talking about especially in the second picture, I think they're very clearly visible, right? Are you saying that one of those, the stars would be rotating like clockwise approximately, and the other one would be counterclockwise? Was that? Because I don't think
No. Yes, I'm claiming that they are moving in different directions. So you'll see two celestial circles, right? Or celestial wheels. Actually, it's funny, because if you look up the word orbit actually means to wheel or just to turn. And we see two different turning points of view here. So we see basically literal gears in the celestial heavens above us, which absolutely destroy the heliocentric model without even looking at the shape of the Earth. I'm just pointing this out because this is something that no glober can talk about, just so that for the record.
Okay. I mean,
Don't the sun, moon, and stars rise in the east and set in the west?
Go ahead.
Don't the sun, moon, and stars rise in the east and set in the west, north, and the southern hemisphere? If the frame of reference is the North Pole.
That's right.
Are you asking me? Okay. Wait, was that directed to me?
So yeah, the answer to Hank's question is yes. Go ahead. I just have to point out, Spooky, that these guys and gals in here are just being extremely courteous, because really this has nothing to do with the topic, because the sun, moon, and stars are not going to change the shape of the Earth. And there could be literally merry-go-rounds going on in the sky that I can't explain, and it's not going to change the reality that the Earth is a flat plane of existence. But they're willing to discuss it with you. That's what we want to do. But it's really not going to help understand what we can prove to you absolutely, which is that the floor doesn't curve. We don't live on a ball.
But I mean, when the ball is so huge, there's like no way for an individual, unless you like are able to bring yourself to such an elevation.
No, that's good. But as soon as you say that, you're now admitting that you can't experience it. So that's just proving our point. Is that you're?
Well, I mean, like once space.
No, hold on. That's okay, my point. Hold on. That's the point. Is that you're admitting that you cannot. Not only do you not experience it, you're saying you can't experience it. But there are some people that go to a magical place and they show us video of it, and that's why we believe it. Well, that's not reality, and that's what TV was designed to brainwash the masses. So that's, they're still doing it. In 1959 or 8, the Russians pretended to send a satellite to space, and they showed it on TV to 100 million Americans, and nobody thought to ask who took the picture when it's the first satellite in space. So this is 60, 70 years of lies. So if you're going to believe liars instead of these honest people in here that don't trust liars, then that's on you. But these people aren't going to lie to you because they're not making claims they can't prove. They're just telling you what they experience.
No, and I'm not trying to impugn any of you guys or like imply that I think anyone here is lying. I'm not trying to say that, anyone's being disingenuous.
Sure, no, go ahead.
Like, I guess, again, I've only ever learned, until like literally a few hours ago when I joined the server, I've only learned
it's a lot to take in. Spooky, it's a lot to take in, and I'm not trying to change your mind. I'm just trying to show you that these guys are right, and it's a hard pill to swallow. Sometimes it takes people a year, but when you really look into it, it's all on your own. It's really all about if you want to find the truth, you're going to find it. But everything these people are telling you is true because they put the time into it. You see, here's the big problem here, Spooky, is that you can't even find a claim for anything other than what we're telling you, because all we're telling you is that everybody on the plane of existence experiences the plane of existence. And when we meet somebody that says, well, the earth is just too big to measure, well, thanks for confirming the point. That's all there is to it.
So I totally understand, like, I take your point, right? And of course, I understand the line of thinking there. I guess if I was born, like, I don't know, 50 years ago instead of 20 years ago or something, I'm like, I'm in my early 20s. So if I was born before space travel, and let me finish my point, 'cause it's actually going to get somewhere that I don't think you guys might have considered before. I don't know, I'll just say it. Go ahead. I'm not saying that I inherently trust just because the government or NASA or whomever says that X is Y and whatever, like that this is what it is, and just take it at face value. But so my thing right now is like I'm about to get my CPA license. I'm an accountant. I'm really into investing, right? Like finance is my thing. And right now, the major thing that at least, all of the, like something that's super interesting that is like being a super like crazy investment opportunity right now is there are so many companies coming out, not just like SpaceX or whatever, that's like the one that people talk about all the time, but like, but they're not necessarily working towards commercializing for the average person space travel. But there are literally so many new companies, Virgin Galactic, for example, or I forget what, there's like Skybus or whatever as well, sure, that are coming out, that are pouring money into trying to commercialize being able to go and see these things yourself. And
sure,
and I mean,
go ahead.
What do they need for that first?
Well, yeah, let them get to the conclusion though. Let's see what the conclusion leads us to.
Go ahead.
Well, Virgin Galactic is, listen, they're not new, and they've already been sued over the money they took from people saying we were going to go to space.
When?
On commercial flight the first time.
Well, I mean, they're nowhere near like the point of, like, I think it would be at least a decade still before it's like.
They're just.
It's always been a decade.
No, it's not. It hasn't always
everything
been.
Everything you're repeating is the same lie was told to the last. This is the same lie they told the last 4 generations.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
Well,
exactly. Yes.
Virgin Galactic, they owe me money. Then pay me, Virgin Galactic, bitches.
I just posted a newspaper from 1969. NASA sees colonies on the moon by 78. So they've been promising us colonies on the moon since 1978.
But that's not commercial space travel. Like, what is being?
Oh no, they promised us
wait a minute. What do you mean
colonies on the moon, so we could live on the moon?
Yeah.
How much more commercial could it get? That's NASA saying we're going to put you on the moon in 78. I mean, commercial. That's a commercial, bro.
Well, at least I guess what I mean is the type that people there are companies like Virgin Galactic, which is probably the most prominent one, but there are a lot of smaller ones that are coming up now.
For over 20 years.
Right.
Wait, can I? So
right. Hold on, Spooky. Here's the problem. Spooky. Here's the problem: is that you're defending them before you even know what we're talking about. Obviously, if Drace is talking about this and you don't know about it yet, you can't make a claim about it. So you have this knee-jerk reaction just to defend it, which is normal. We understand that, but that's the point here: is that they told you something and you believe it, just like Scientology believers, and you're going to defend it because it's already part of your religious belief system. That's the point. If you believe what they tell you, this isn't for you. That's the point. If you're about that money, which I understand, everybody's about money. If money's more important than truth, this isn't for you. That's the reality.
Yeah. But it's a little larger than that. So Spooky, what I would add to that, and I agree with the gentleman that I've spoken before. I've never interacted with you before, but I would say there's two things I would put into your mind. Number one, the way that your thoughts and your memories and what you believe is true is created. If somebody tells you something repetitively, that's why they start so early. When they create the neurological path within your mind that something is something, the more that you hear that, even if it's true or not, they know the way the human mind works. That pathway in your mind to like have that knee-jerk reaction, the more that you hear it, the stronger it gets. So as a 20-something-year-old, you've been believing something for 20-something years. So it's extremely hard to put that on the shelf and then look at this with fresh eyes. And what I would say is that the reason that they're so confident that the earth is flat is because when we look at long distance observations and we stay firm to just the math and the numbers that we were given, remember, we didn't make up the numbers, but we were diligent enough to do the math. And then the math dictates that there should be curvature at X point and Y point. But when we measure, and when we have measured, it doesn't curve there. You see what I'm saying? It's a huge deal. You know what I mean? But it's like you almost have to go against the entire wave of people that believe it's going this way. So, for example, when you mention like Virgin Galactic and SpaceX, you have to think something about this, right? If we're telling you this is the hugest lie that exists, that means Richard Branson, Elon Musk, they know the lie. They have to know the lie.
Right, and
they can it's like
sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but I guess the point that I was going to get at was that I understand the skepticism when it comes to SpaceX. Like Elon Musk does not instill, confidence as a person, and I don't think anyone. Like he seems sketchy as fuck, and I understand that. And also, obviously, he's working with NASA, so I completely understand where he would stand to benefit monetarily from participating in this, right?
But I would say, just like the gentleman said to you before, like focus more on like your independent ability to say. So like like I would take a piece of paper and then write like on one side verifiable and then the other side is unverifiable, and then just do your own math and you put everything that's unverifiable. So everything that they show you in images and movies and blah 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 blah, it literally has to fall on the unverifiable side. But the things that the gentlemen in this server are speaking about are all on the verifiables. So the math and the distance and the curvature, like these are things that we can all verify for ourselves. And should you just stick to that verified side and look at the information that's on the verified side and you did it yourself, that's a key part. You have to do it yourself. You'll be able to see for yourself. It cannot be true.
Yeah, and the more you dig into this, here's a picture of the TRAPPIST system as shown to us by NASA. Here's actually the picture that they derived this from, and it's from this pixel over here.
Well, I totally agree that obviously I'm way more confident when it comes to my personal understanding of finance, again, to harken back to that, than I am with anything relating to any sort of model about the planet, just because it's, I realize it's a very difficult thing to as one human, to be able to measure these massive scale things myself. And even if I like,
it's easier than you would think.
Okay. So I guess what I'm saying is something that to me, like when we're talking about SpaceX, when we're talking about NASA, sure, I can acknowledge that they have something to gain from pushing an untrue narrative, because I guess for whatever reasons, right? They're supported by the government, what have you. When it comes to private companies that are so in the red, they're just burning money at this point right now, and they will be for the next decade at least until.
Would you mind?
Can I please finish one point?
Sure, of course. I'm going to interject right at that point because there was a point that there's something you said right there that I wanted to make sure you were clear about. Remember how you said private companies?
Yeah.
So that's the point I wanted to point your mind to, so you can focus on that a little bit. You assume they are private.
Well, no, I've seen their financial statements because I've personally invested in them.
I know that. Remember, you do not know a company is private because you are not in charge. You're not in the boardroom.
No, I do know if a company is a like.
I know. I worked in finance as well. I understand what you're saying, but I'm trying to say just because someone says it's a private company doesn't mean it is a private company.
No, well, I mean, a private company would mean one that's not publicly traded.
Yeah, understandable, but doesn't that? So think about this: if I were like ruling the masses, do you think as a government agency I would not want private companies to do my bidding?
I mean, no offense, but what as an accountant, you know what you specialize in, right?
In finance and reporting it. I mean, the point that I was getting to.
Yeah, finance. So math. You're gonna balance my books, keep my tax info correct, and be quiet while you're doing it, right?
I don't really know what the be quiet while I'm doing it has to do with it, but sure.
It's not like I go to you for. Well, I wouldn't go to you for financial advice or investment.
Well, I actually have a degree.
It's not what you hire an accountant for.
No, so I'm currently working towards getting my CPA. I already have a degree in.
I'm being specific. I'm not addressing your other degrees.
Well, I'm just saying I have
a degree.
That was my first. That was my first area of study. Like I have a lot of knowledge about investments and commodities. So it's not like I'm just pulling this stuff out of my ass as like an accountant with a peripheral understanding of something.
No, I'm saying what kind of and then investing. That's not the name of the degree, right? Or I mean, is it me?
Wait, you cut out
my academic level.
So the degrees the degree that I have in investing generally is like it's like a finance degree. So that usually pertains to
exactly.
Okay.
Investment financing.
Well, I mean, investing
or
is
brokerage. Come on.
Sorry, you keep cutting out. I think I'm. But my point, I guess, I think we're kind of getting off in the weeds here. My point is that, sure, maybe I guess, like I guess you can say that, all of these like companies are just burning like millions of dollars every year in R&D and in all of these things, but they're not promising to start a colony on the moon. Was my point about that. What they are working towards, to my understanding, is short, or I guess comparatively short flights to just take people out of the atmosphere so that they can orbit the Earth for like a period of time, and they would re-enter the atmosphere and come back. Kind of like a long plane ride that would leave the atmosphere.
You're talking about Space
NASA did
Hotel.
promise a colony on the moon in 1970.
Unverifiable. That's why I'm just trying to bring your mind back to the math.
No, I understand it's unverifiable, and I agree that like it's kind of ridiculous for NASA to say that there can be a colony on the moon.
What I was going to say is that because you're an accountant or you're going to be an accountant, you specifically should focus on the math. The math will lead you to an understanding, good or bad. I'm not here to just nudge you in any direction, but because you're mathematically inclined, you should focus on the math.
I am, I am focusing on the math. I'm focusing on the money trail,
What does
right?
it tell you?
No,
Well,
you're just thinking about what ifs and maybe.
No, Now I have to ask a question. So are you trying to say that the fact that people spend money on something that it must be true? Because if that's the case, I mean, millions of people spend all kinds of money every year on Santa Claus. Does that make him true?
Well, I mean, they don't spend money on Santa Claus. They spend money on presents.
Actually, yes, they do. The Coca-Cola company spends millions advertising Santa Claus.
But that money goes
Does
towards
that make Santa Claus real?
But they're not spending money trying to prove that Santa Claus is real. They're spending money on advertising based on this holiday.
Scientology spends a lot of money proving Scientology is real to its members. And
how about Hollywood? Hollywood spends billions of dollars every year. It doesn't mean it's true.
But I mean, Hollywood doesn't purport that the movies that it puts out are supposed to be assumed to be true.
Oh, Star Wars, Star Trek.
But hold on, I'm trying to understand your point. I'm trying to understand your point about the money. Is it because NASA gets billions of dollars and you don't think? Mm-hmm.
So my point is, I completely understand the skepticism in government. I understand that NASA is an arm of the government. I also understand that like the most well-known other company being like Elon Musk, SpaceX, is also receiving some of that government funding as well because they're working with NASA, right? So I'm saying negate all of those from the table. There are companies that that are spending a ridiculous amount of money just on their own and are in the red year after year as of a few years ago, right? And they're working towards a very tangible goal. To do what? Specifically to be able to commercialize, being able to get on some sort of, I guess craft or whatever, and just and then go out in. Wait, can I finish? So what they're specifically working towards, sending people up out of the atmosphere, not into some distant like planet or something, just up into the atmosphere to orbit the planet and then come back.
Yeah, Space Hotel Project. That's how it's called.
See from
this is nothing new.
Let's say Spooky. Let's just hypothesize for a second. Let's say I told this lot that the Earth is round, right? And I had all of the money at my disposal to do whatever I wanted to do to make sure the masses never figure it out. Do you not think I could launch 20, 30, 40, 50 companies that are involved in space, blah, 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 to make it seem real?
Yeah, you can pay me some money. I'll pretend to be one of those companies.
Yeah, exactly. Listen, if I'm on the team, like I've got tons of friends that they'll have boards, they'll have CEOs, they'll have agendas. It will look as real as possible. But do you not think I have the finances to do so? Because remember, think about the gravitas of the lie we're telling you we crack. It's not a little lie, a big lie. There's a lot of money behind it.
So the only thing is that when we consider like the U.S. government's budget, right? It's, of course, there's a lot of things that are, hard to trace, like where smaller portions of money, like when we're talking about maybe millions, have gone. But on the scale of the U.S. government, the scale of money that would
trillions.
But it's all unverifiable, is my point.
No, that's not true. Like the fact is, the money that you're talking about.
What's the U.S. debt?
The military lost $1 trillion in America.
So what I was going to, all right. So what I was going to say is the amount of money that would have to be, put towards this like secret, funding of these like prop businesses or whatever you want to call them.
Money's fake. Literally, they made up the money so they can have as much as they want.
But we know that's not true because of inflation.
We know that is
true. I'm sorry, but just strictly leaning on what
Spooky,
I do have a...
Spooky, here's the thing. We've already heard everything that you're going to say, and we already know everything. I mean, we already know how these people are operating. You're telling us nothing new.
Yeah, we also know that what you get educated with, it's nothing new. You're not telling us anything new.
Okay, but I'm trying to come from a place where I do have a firm knowledge. I'm trying to. The only reason I'm coming from this angle is because I've studied these things for many years. Okay, or not many, but 5 or so, right?
So Spooky, let me just say something. Nobody here is calling you stupid.
Do you have any business degrees? Are you licensed?
What do you? I have a degree in finance.
Do you have
I'm
FIRA
taking the
license?
CPA exam to get licensed for.
So you're not licensed by the. You're not licensed by the Federal Industrial Regulatory Authority. So I wouldn't be giving economic advice on business or statistics or finance if you're not.
I'm qualified to give financial advice
That's not
to
what
businesses, and to become a
You're not
certified public
licensed
accountant.
to, though.
What do you think the degree exists for?
Okay, can I
This
just
is flat. This is a flat Earth Discord, not a financial advice Discord.
Hold on,
But
guys.
I'm trying to like ask questions from a place of where I have understanding.
Don't interrupt me and try to moderate me. I'm annoyed, all right?
Yes, he's just making a fallacious appeal to.
You can be qualified. That doesn't your license. It's like,
so, just to clarify this point, and then
well, Santa
you keep cutting out. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to cut you off, but I keep thinking you're done, and
a
then
general
it keeps cutting back.
saying they're MD.
Yeah, Bottom, you keep roboting.
Yeah, let's not go through this 50 people tell me the same thing when it's already.
I'm just trying to say I'm not trying to be rude when I cut you off inadvertently because you cut out. Like, I'm not trying to be rude to anyone here. Okay.
It's just
Battlemod, you're roboting hard, man.
Okay.
Even talking.
Spooky, I can tell you're intelligent. Like, I don't want you to get dissuaded by the people trying to say, hey, you've heard it all before and blah blah blah. No one thinks you're unintelligent. But we're really just trying to focus your attention on specific parts of the argument, because those are the threads. Should you pull on them, you will see what we're talking.
No, and I understand that, and I'm sorry if I got a little bit defensive. I'm not. No,
it's okay. It's okay.
I'm not taking anything that anyone's saying as like a personal attack or anything.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, but I guess just what, I am trying to make a very specific argument, and then I feel like every time I'm sort of
because your argument is never going to prove that we live on a globe. That's why everyone's going to stop you. This is a pointless point.
Well, but if you don't let me finish my point, then how do you
Because we already know the Earth is not a globe.
Okay, but you're telling me to be open-minded and to hear out everything that you guys have to say, and I've been trying to genuinely.
Right, and you're trying to say that because people spend money on it, that it must be true.
Exactly.
What?
So we're just trying to point out, so remember, there are points, so for example, when I cut you off, I wasn't trying to be rude, but when you said private companies, I wanted to stop you right there, right when you said it, so that I could point out the fallacy and the assumption you're making that because someone said it's a private company, it is a private company. Well, you see what I mean? So everybody here is just they're not trying to cut you off, they're just trying to help you get it faster, so to speak. I mean, so it's if we let you ramble for 20 minutes, your brain is actually believing that over and over and over. You're strengthening that position. We're trying to
let's go in a different direction real quick.
In your tracks when you say something. We can correct quicker. You know what I mean? We're just trying to help you get there.
Fair enough. I mean, can I do the same thing if there's something that comes to my mind when?
Of course.
Well, we're trying to. Well, remember, let me just say this real quick, guys. You've been studying this for about 3 hours, and we have literally tens of thousands of hours on the topic, and that's why we're trying.
Yeah, I jumped in and interrupted you quickly because you were saying that it was unverifiable, the Earth curve. It was too big to measure. And that's just not, or too hard to measure. It's just not true.
Okay, I mean, I guess just the what I was trying to get at there was that whether it's flat or curved, right? I think that it's at least from this point, this is me trying to be open-minded to say that it's so large or just out of my personal experience in trying to measure anything like this. Because to be frank, I haven't personally. That I'm willing to say, sure, let's start from a place of saying we don't know what it is.
No, you don't know what it is.
Oh, Spooky, as you study advanced mathematics, you must know what an arc is, right?
I mean, the math that I study is financial related, like arts.
Yeah, so you don't make graphs,
I mean, sure, but
parabolas. Don't you know to calculate those? I mean,
but
you
well,
took
yeah,
no
and
geometry.
if you want to talk about parabolas, the whole like I've heard the argument that the Earth is supposed
My question was about the arc at first. Much more simple than a parabola. The calculus of an arc, yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
Like, do you mean like
pretty
radians?
Simple, yes. Yeah.
Do you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The curvature on a sphere or on a circle. Every circle or a sphere has a curvature drop rate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And that is for the radius they give us, it is 8 inches per mile squared.
But
roughly.
that's
very, very approximately, but correct.
I believe it's I've heard that before. I believe it's.
Hold on, real quick, Spooky. You're already saying, but that's something else. But you already said that you don't know how to measure the shape of the Earth. Now you're telling him, but why he's wrong. I don't get it. It just seems like you're trying to throw out everything anybody tells you.
I mean, if I could get out my point, I would make it, and then it would.
We know what you're gonna say.
Hold on, real quick.
So my point is that's an incorrect. That's an incorrect figure because that's based on a parabolic arc, not the arc of a circle or a sphere.
You're admitting that they're giving you the wrong information. Then you're admitting that they are giving us wrong information. Then, so that's our point: is that they give us wrong information. We don't trust them. Now you're agreeing with us. You see where this is going?
Even funnier is that we are already aware of all of this. You're not telling us anything new. And it doesn't help you at all because it's completely accurate up to 1,000 miles. So you got nothing.
But she admitted. Well, she admitted it. That's why it's crazy. That's what this heliocentric religion does. It literally makes you admit to what we experience in reality. Then you'll say they're wrong, but somebody must know it better. I mean, it's crazy.
You are also talking about private businesses, but do you know much about private corporations? Like how much
by
money
private, I just meant whether it's a publicly traded or not company.
How much money did the fake X got from NASA funding?
Well, that's why I specifically was saying that I'm not even including them in this because I understand that there's like I can relate to the concept.
Could you make a guess, like roughly how much money did NASA give to Tesla, to Elon Musk?
I already said when I was making the point originally, I can resonate with the feeling of distrust in government, right? Like I have very libertarian leanings personally, so. Just like on a political level. So I understand the distrust, and that's why I wouldn't.
Guys, do you mind if I say something real quick? Just real quick.
Ahead.
I have a quick point to make that might help. Just because you know business, you seem smart, and you're totally being very nice about all of what you're saying, and you're investing in companies that are making money. But have you ever heard about a company that has a certain purpose? And then they reach that goal, but they decide not to reach that goal so they can continue getting funding. Have you ever heard about that idea?
I think I understand what you mean. Like a company that's
they're trying to build a better mousetrap, right? And they're getting all this funding for building the best mousetrap. And then one of their employees comes up with the best mousetrap you could ever imagine. But
like the light bulb, right? The whole concept. Yeah.
Well, just the fact that if he did come up with that, they might hide the fact that he came up with that so they continue getting funding for the better mousetrap. If they actually succeed, they fail. Do you get it?
Yeah, no, I mean, we know that happened with like the light bulb, for example, where they
make them so they don't last anymore on purpose. But the point is that they want to keep the funding going for this big project, and if they ever succeeded, they would fail. Because the funding would stop.
I understand.
I know it seems like a reverse psychology, but think about this. Now you have an industry that you've created from scratch, and everything about that industry you can make up out of thin air. no one could ever check it. It's unfalsifiable. Therefore, the funding will never stop. Think about what a great business model that is.
Sure, exactly. And okay, I sure, that's a good point. I guess my whole thing is like the thing that they are, claiming to be working towards, whether they are or they aren't, is literally for people to be able to go up into space to verify this for themselves.
Exactly.
So I guess
that's what they have.
I guess what I would
promised.
Wait, so
they
let
have
me
to say that, but they've been putting it on.
Right.
But that's the thing. They cannot
Yes, it's the same lie. Yeah, they've been telling this for 50, 60 years. Yeah.
At some point, they might even show us pictures of people that looks like they're on the moon building these things we're funding.
No, but the thing
we
that they're
won't know.
talking
How are we
about
supposed
is,
to know?
but what they're
We know
doing,
they're not there
Can I
because we
please-
measure the Earth's surface and
Let
we
her
don't
finish.
find the
Let her
curve
finish.
that we expect.
Let her finish.
Go ahead, please.
So okay, so I guess what I would say then is, I understand what you're saying. That's a good point. Like, certainly I'm aware that these sorts of schemes exist, of course.
Absolutely.
So that's fair. I guess what I would say then is that just by virtue of it being something, because they're not trying to make it something that's only accessible to a very select group of people. They're trying to make it
right.
Well, let me finish my point.
No, I know. I'm just having a laugh.
Yeah. So
this is what they say.
But so I guess what I'll say is, sure, I'll like back off of this point and say that in 10 years or, in approximately a decade, which is when I believe they're projecting, we'll know. Like, in 10 years from now, if
we already know. Okay, good. Okay, 1 second. Okay, great.
Wait,
hold on.
Years ago,
I got to say this one thing real quick. Right. So this is my point, is that in 10 years, when they can't do it again, are we just going to have a new excuse and just give them another 10 years like the other people that have been waiting for the past 60 years? Don't answer. It's okay. I'm not telling you to answer because you can't answer it because you want to have an answer. It's okay. Spooky, we're just trying to help you. But let me just ask you this one question. How do you feel about the fact that they can't go to the moon when they did it 60 years ago? How do you feel about that?
Well, I mean, you can see the debris that was left behind.
Okay. So hold on. Let me just say, hold on 1 second. It's a very simple question. I'm going to try to ask it one more time. And if you can't answer it, it's okay. I'll move on. How do you feel about the fact that they admit they can't go to the moon anymore?
They don't admit that. I know what you're getting at. I know the point you're going to make, that they don't have the technology.
No, I'm sorry.
I know that someone said that. I'm aware of that clip.
What you just did was tell a lie, so I won't be able to talk to you anymore. Thanks a lot. I wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Well,
don't say that she lied. Maybe she believes what she did.
That was a lie. I'm sorry. Yeah, it was.
It was a lie.
That wasn't a lie. There was no intent.
There's no intent. You're lying too, Hank.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to like get ahead of your
lying and falsehood. They are not the same.
Wait. One more, because it said I made that point about the designed obsolescence or the designed absence, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whatever it is that creates this funding, right? Now you're new. I heard you say that you just a few hours ago you learned that this idea even exists, right? So there's no way that.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard like very generally that like this is something that is thought by some people, but I mean, as far as any sort of in-depth, like this is as of a few hours ago.
So no one here wants to convince you. And if you were convinced, we wouldn't respect you. The only way for you to find out is to check the information for yourself, and that's the only way that you actually find out. It's not something you have an opinion about or you decide to believe in, because you realize these people that you're talking to are very smart. And that would be a phenomenon on its own. All these really smart people are all of a sudden convinced that the whole globe thing doesn't work for some reason. That's amazing. That would be an amazing thing. But there's all these smart people that are collecting here because we realize it's not just wrong, it's laughable. When you really look at it and you're honest and open-minded, you will see how laughable it is. And if you're new to it, you're not going to get there yet. But let me make more a point about the companies. If that's the case, that it's brilliant because they can always show you graphics and they can always show you something that makes it look like they're progressing. So you'll give them another 10 years. And it's brilliant because they can never be disproven, right? So I'm just saying that you're seeing it. It's normal to see this as something like a conspiracy that we believe in, rather than have dissected to the nth degree, because that's the only way you would see it at this point. But it's not just being skeptical. because we're beyond that. This is too big to just be skeptical about and make a platform about where people come and talk 24/7 about it. Up just on the surface for that.
I posted a link to NASA that shows you that you are wrong.
Anyway, but one more thing, I'm going to put a post in the live stream voice text.
Yeah,
this is the one that should get anybody with common sense, right? This is the tour of the ISS bathroom. Okay. Now I'm going to also post a screenshot of the toilet that they say that they're using for months on end. And I just want you to look at the toilet and imagine, an all liquid diet using that toilet without even a suction on the door that she closes at the end of this tour. And the duper's delight is what we're talking about. They know they're doing it poorly on purpose, in fact, which is hilarious to them because they've lowered our standards of accepting. And you're a really smart person, but you have a low standard of acceptance of what they're showing you. If you think this bathroom tour makes sense to you, right? I just want to let you know that. Just take that. It takes little bit by little bit to figure this out. It's not going to be something we convince you of. It's going to be something you realize at some point. And you're going to realize that it's not just our skepticism. It's because there are a lot of smart people got together and realized it.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm not trying to say that anyone here isn't intelligent or like smart either.
I know you're not. And it's hard for you to see it as anything other than our misunderstanding at this point, which is totally understandable.
But speaking of restrooms, just look at that picture. Speaking of restrooms, I need to go to the restroom. I'll watch that video while I'm doing that, and then I'll be back.
Just give us a laugh at that toilet real quick before you go. You see what I posted?
No, yeah.
You see that toilet? Can you imagine hovering over that and aiming at that little 3-inch pipe hole, no seat, holding a cone in front of you for the pee? It's hilarious.
Hey, Spooky.
And that's where your funding goes. That's where your investment goes. It was like a $2 trillion toilet or something ridiculous.
All right, she need a break. Let her
I need
take a
to
break.
pee real quick. I'll be back in a second.
While she's gone, let's go over what lie is, right? Because what's the difference between disinformation and misinformation, right? I think a lie shows intent to deceive, right? So I might be completely wrong and not trying to deceive anybody. That's called misinformation, right? I don't think that's really a bad thing because it boils down to intent. Would anybody like to disagree?
You're perfectly right.
If you're not bothering to figure out
of lying when you don't know their intention.
Yeah, if you're just saying
unless
something
it's patently obvious that they know better and they're telling falsehood, then you can say that they're lying. But she was not lying. There was no reason to say that.
Yeah, I would say there is, because if you're just lying out or talking out of your ass to justify your belief, and you know you're just talking out of your ass and you don't have anything to back it up, then you are intentionally lying.
No, just because you're speaking words without knowledge doesn't mean you're lying.
Yes.
It's kind of like at work with kids. If a kid believes Joseph stole the snacks and says Joseph stole the snacks, she's lying because she doesn't know Joseph stole the snacks. She's guessing.
Yeah.
It's a lie. It's a white lie, but it's a lie.
It's still a lie.
There's a difference between speaking false information that you believe
she's
without
not admitting that she's ignorant of it. She's just lying about whatever.
No, lying is to tell falsehood with the intent to deceive.
I don't have a unicorn in my house. I'm lying.
No, I get what you're saying.
Lying is to tell falsehood with the intent to deceive.
From the brainwashing she's been given.
The intent to deceive.
Yes, she's guessing, and
The intent to deceive is the part where you pretend to know something you don't.
Yeah, that's the intent to deceive.
No, just because you're speaking words without knowledge and speaking beliefs that you have no good reason to believe does not mean you're lying. You are lying when you speak falsehood.
Actually, yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. If you're repeating something without ever verifying it, you're a liar.
That is not lying. If they're telling what they're telling because they truly believe what they're saying, that's not lying.
You don't know.
Why are you a liar sympathizer?
It's also
why are you a false witness? It's very simple. Lying is to tell falsehood with the intent to deceive. That's not what she did.
I told her something she didn't know about, and she rejected it with a denial and said, no, it isn't like that.
Just because she rejected the truth that you said does not mean she's lying.
So she didn't know.
But she still said she did, which is a lie. It's a white lie, but it's a goddamn lie.
She
didn't say she knew anything. When she said that...
Sorry, just to clarify, I'm not trying to claim to know something I don't. That's why I was trying to come from a subject that I do know.
You denied what I said, and you said that they do say that they can leave low Earth atmosphere. When I posted citation to NASA where they admit what we said is true, and you said they don't admit that. So you were not lying then?
Well, she said that she didn't know that.
Well,
let's give her the opportunity. Let's let her watch the video.
No, that's not what happened. I'm sorry. I asked the question. She said, no, they can go to the moon. Obviously, everybody knows here they have admitted they can't go to the moon. I knew she would lie.
What if she didn't hear that?
No, to be fair, I did hear that.
It's okay.
I did hear that. It's just that I know, like, I could be wrong, of course. I'm not going to claim to know something absolutely. But with that, I know that that's something that, like, even with my very, cursory knowledge of anything to do with a non-globe Earth thing, I know that that's something that's cited a lot. So I've heard it just, that's one of the few things about, like, that I've heard about, like, flat Earth.
Let me ask you, since I'm talking to you, Spooky. Let me ask you, did you tell any falsehood with the intent to deceive us?
No, I mean, I genuinely
no.
I wasn't trying to deceive anyone. I don't know what I stand to gain from that.
Okay, so it was misinformation. Go watch the video.
Actually,
go watch the video and come back and tell us what the video says. Would you mind doing that? It should be short.
Sure. I think
she's probably already seen it.
Mine is divine thoughts. Mine is the original.
Is the link for it in the voice text though? I think it's like, is it the one that
Grace posted it?
Who posted it? Sorry.
Yeah, I posted a link to the original website, nasa.gov, where they posted their video, and you can watch the whole video there where he says it, and they admit that they can't go beyond low Earth orbit. They don't have the technology. They destroyed it in the past.
Sorry, I'm just scrolling up. I'm trying to find it.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, Drace, because several so-called astronauts and employees of NASA have admitted this for years. This is nothing new, but it doesn't get crazy until you point that out to a Glober, and then they just deny it without even knowing what they're talking about when, they're new to the topic. It's not new. We've seen this 1,000 times.
All right, I'm going to watch it, so I'm going to mute myself real quick.
Hey, you do understand, Exo, that they're not starting from the same point of knowledge that you are. Do you get that?
No, you're completely missing the point. You're not getting it.
I got the point.
Gregory,
you're completely lost in the sauce.
Gregory, hold on. If you're being intellectually dishonest, you're lying. Straight up.
That's what happened, yes.
No, that's you presume happened. You're so gung-ho to try to accuse someone of doing something.
Elijah, if Elijah asked me a question, did you know that they don't build Dodge trucks anymore? And I haven't looked in, I have no idea. I go, yes, they do. I lied. I got emotional.
When you said that,
you don't get.
No, I am listening.
Stop. You got to listen.
You're not listening. Did you believe it?
You're not listening.
Did you believe that sentence when you said it? If you believe that sentence, then you're not lying.
Bro, I'm gonna mute one of you motherfuckers. Listen. You have respect, or I'll respect the whole lobby and mute everybody, so it's not just beating the shit out of people's ears and head.
Yeah, so the problem, Gregory, is that you said the word belief, and if you have a belief, you're lying to yourself.
It's epistemological error.
Epistemological error?
Yeah.
What?
I don't know
so
what
you're just saying
you don't know what knowing is.
So we don't know what the word belief means?
You don't know what epistemology is. Tell me what belief is.
Yeah, it's believing something's true without verifying it.
That's not the only thing that belief is. Look up the definition of belief.
Well, who cares, really? I mean, so if you believe something,
you care. Right, you're telling me what belief is, but then you don't care what the definition
because
of it is.
If you believe something, you're lying to yourself because you're not verifying.
That's not what a belief is.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not. Look up the definition. Type in your Google search engine, search up define belief. It is not only believing falsehood without good reason. It is not only believing something without good reason. That is not that's not the totality of what belief is. But I'm not going to get into that.
Now, see, you're going to try to say that you can believe something enough to make it true?
No, you can believe truth. You can believe truth or you can believe falsehood.
No,
Belief is not only believing falsehood. Belief is not only believing something without good reason.
Yeah,
you can believe something for good reason.
There's no belief. If you have belief, you're lying to yourself.
There is. You can believe something for a good reason.
For a good reason?
Guys, think about it like this.
Okay.
When was technology ever lost?
Verify.
Right? When
How
was
about that?
technology ever destroyed? Think about this. Imagine if I said that we couldn't drive cars anymore because that technology was destroyed. What an idiotic thing to say, right? So from her not being a globetard, she is a normie. She's a normal person. She would think that it would be impossible to destroy technology.
Well, for me, okay, let me address what you're saying, Gregory. So, as far as belief goes, I would say you would be correct if we were talking about faith in the Creator. Like in that sense, my
But not
belief
only that,
is
though.
true. But when it comes to things that can be verified that isn't metaphysical, I mean, come on.
The metaphysical can be verified. You're making an unnecessary false dichotomy.
But what I'm saying is when someone makes a claim about something that's in the physical or should be in the physical.
Okay.
When that happens, it's not the same. It's not about believing it to be true. It can be verified.
No, you're answering
intellectually dishonest.
You're answering a different question. The question is, what is belief? People keep constantly telling me, all these flat earthers keep telling me that belief is to believe without good reason or without evidence. That is not the only thing that belief is. Making all these epistemological claims, but don't know anything about epistemology.
Well, then what word would you use to describe something like that?
What is belief?
Hey,
no, the way that we describe belief. What word would you describe that?
Man, you guys need to start letting people finish before you interrupt, or don't expect to not get interrupted when you talk. And I'm going to start muting people.
Who are you talking
I'm a little
about?
tired of this.
Who are you talking about?
I'm talking about people who can't wait till others finish before they fucking start talking.
All right. So, in answer to
Yeah, I would like people to let you finish. It gets annoying. If you disagree, that's fine. Let the man finish. Or don't ask why you get muted when you do.
All right. Someone with a better mouth with better ears. Anyway, in answer to his question, in regards to the definition I keep being given about what belief is, that would be belief without good reason. But that is not the totality of belief. Belief is to accept something to be true or to exist. That's what belief is. That's what it is. Go look it up. You can find it. Any epistemologist who knows what they're talking about will tell you this. You can look it up.
You can finish the definition.
Fair enough.
And that wasn't the question.
That's what you asked me. I answered your question in totality.
No, you strawman them.
Well, I did ask him for a whole separate word, but it's still a good answer, I think.
Someone asked me, well, what would you describe what we said? That's what I did.
Yeah, what word would you use? You just repeated the half definition of belief.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. I already just described it.
What word
So
would
I'll
you
say
use?
it again. Use in regard to what?
Into believing something without evidence. What word would you use?
Just that. There's no word for it. It's just that.
Faith. All right.
So it would be belief or just belief without evidence?
Yes, that. The latter. To believe something without evidence is to believe something without evidence.
Okay.
But you can also believe things with evidence.
Can belief be blind?
Yeah, that defines faith, not belief.
No, it doesn't. And faith is the same thing.
I googled it, so let's just see if we agree on the definitions that are here. Let's see if we can at least do that. So
It is.
It's
not a faith or confidence.
Am I cutting out?
We can hear you.
I said I have the
No, I
definitions
think
here.
I am.
Oh. An acceptance, right? That a statement is true or that something exists.
There you go.
Is that the one that you? So look.
That's what I said.
For me,
especially one without proof.
When I'm looking at this, it says an acceptance that a statement
Fucking
is
stop
true.
interrupting.
Well, I mean, Mike, you're really cutting in and out if we're interrupting you.
Not you, bro. You weren't done talking and people already started talking. I'm actually defending you.
Oh, my bad. All right. So, okay. So what? So what's the point?
You can accept something to be true or to exist with good evidence or for bad evidence. Adequate evidence or inadequate evidence. For good reason or for no good reason. Same thing with faith. You can believe in something for good reason or without good reason. On evidence, because of adequate evidence or because of inadequate evidence.
So where does the line become drawn between belief and knowledge? To believe something and to know something. So for example,
between belief and knowledge?
But so if I say I believe my name is Jerry, I know my name is Jerry, but I can also believe my name is Jerry, but I can verify. So I've crossed over into knowing, not believing.
Yes, knowing is simply a strong belief. Knowing is a subset of belief. You can't know something without believing it.
So everything's a belief to you?
No. Why did you interpret what I just said as that? Knowledge is a subset of belief.
All knowing is belief to you.
No, you cannot know without
Jace.
belief.
I'm sorry, Jace. Can Sir Vagabond finish, if you don't mind?
I finished. Thank you, bro. But I was just trying to say, like, I believe that's where it crosses over from belief to knowledge. I know something when I can verify it myself.
Yeah, but you can't know it without believing it. If you don't even believe it, then you don't know it.
I know, but like I'm saying, there's like a line in the sand that you have to cross over.
I agree with that.
And
verify
is the line.
Knowledge and the state of knowing are separate issues. You know that, right? Knowing.
That's true.
Isn't
knowledge is information. Knowing is strong believing.
Right. So okay. So believing.
Actually, that's not how it's defined.
Believing something can lead you to knowing something, but believing something isn't knowing something.
Right.
Yeah. Fine. Okay. So we agree. Forget it. I mean, for me, that's the end.
At first, I thought.
Someone's mic is messing up.
Yeah, well, I was starting to talk, but I can't tell if someone's talking or if we all start talking at the same time or what. But I might be able to save some time because we had this discussion with this guy. I think what World D did too. I don't remember who I was involved in it, but for a very long time, we went around it, and the only thing that we determined by the end of it was that we just all agreed, and he did too, that he just has a different standard for what is what is true, like what is knowing something.
No, not quite. Not quite. We'll talk later.
It was something. Well, I mean, it was something like that at the end of it because you just agree that you have different standards.
No, she's right.
But see,
you want to play semantical word games with words. That's fine, but it's swing and off topic.
I thought we just
topic splatter, not word games.
I was wrong when I thought we agreed at that point, right?
You and I agree.
So there should be no issue because the point is to communicate and come to an understanding.
Right. And then when people are corrected about inaccurate communication, they want to cry word game.
The semantics are unimportant. If he agrees that belief leads to knowledge, but belief also isn't knowledge automatically, then that's it. What else is there to talk about?
I just wanted to say never attribute malice where ignorance could be attributed just as easily.
So I need to believe it's daylight outside before I know it's daylight.
Right. You can't know it's daylight without believing it. If you don't even believe it, you don't know it.
You can know things without.
I just make an observation. I open the window and look outside.
Right? Y'all don't know how to conclude an argument.
I don't need to.
Back to the topic, right?
Right.
It's because he keeps on going.
No, because no, he didn't. I ended it, and then you guys keep adding remarks that are unnecessary.
I didn't say anything until after.
I did. My bad.
I didn't say anything until after he said that you can't know something unless you first believe it, because he keeps repeating that, and you can know something without first.
You spoke.
No, you can't.
Spoke after I spoke. After hold on. You spoke after I spoke. After Battlemod spoke.
I spoke after he spoke.
But not directly after he spoke. I spoke after him. Battlemod spoke after me. Then you spoke.
Doesn't matter. He spoke first. I was responding to what he
said.
said.
It does matter. It does matter.
I was responding to what he said, so I wasn't keeping it going. I was just responding.
You literally were keeping it going by responding.
Well, if he says something that's inaccurate, I'm going to respond to it.
Well, but then I just cleared it up, and it was like, what's the problem now? We just cleared it up.
I just said it. So it's cleared up because I corrected him.
You didn't. But how about that flat earth?
Are we done?
Yeah, because you can know shit without believing it first.
Yeah. No, you can't. But how about that flat earth?
Mike,
well, there you go, guys.
Man?
I mean, let him say something that's false, and just let him go on with it. That's the reason he keeps having this discussion.
Hey, bro. Here's the problem. Words are defined specifically and used in context. If they are not used in the context of the definition, they're incoherent, incohesive, or meaningless.
Ooh, excuse me. You are robotic like hell.
To rearrange the American language or English words, you will just talk gibberish. No shit.
We didn't.
Did you hear any of
half of that? We didn't hear half of that.
Yeah,
you
we heard you, Battlemod.
Oh yeah, words are defined in context. Use them in that context or don't apply meaning to them.
Michael, you might have to reconfigure. You might have to mess with your microphone because we only
can't stand the word games. Okay, Captain Obvious.
Michael,
you want to repeat it again? Will it?
You're not listening, bro.
Do you think I can't hear you? I'm fucking listening.
Bro, what is his?
I hear you. I hear you.
Just fine, Battlemod.
Well, you're gonna call me Michael like you know me or something. Listen, bro, I can hear you even though you can't hear me. You're just mad about what I'm saying.
We can't hear you. I'm trying to hear you.
Because you talk over him.
That's not what.
Yeah, so now Gregory's just being a liar.
He's literally.
Yeah, I know that's not what others are
roboting as we speak.
I can hear him
What's wrong with y'all? Every time someone agrees with you, you want to antagonize
him. He's
them.
audible, but when he's making his point, he is.
My bars.
You're like right now. You're roboting.
Bro. Maybe you need to leave and re-enter.
So what I'm saying is,
I can explain you what is happening here. When you start speaking, we hear you, but if someone else starts speaking over you, then you will be getting interrupted. Your line gets overflooded, you know.
Yeah, it's called latency.
That's how it works.
Yeah.
No one was talking to you. He wrote about it. I don't know what you mean.
Listen, bro. Just use words in the context they're defined in. Otherwise, your words are meaningless.
I agree.
I have a question. Every time
people because they don't agree with your definition.
Bro, we moved on, bro.
I have a question. Every time I have a question. Every time we have a conversation with someone and they say they believe something and we say, well, that's just a belief, are we going to get interrupted and have this belief and knowledge and what belief means every time, Gregory? Or are you going to let it slide?
I thought we moved on for this.
I'm just asking the question because this is the second time it's happened. I'm pretty sure it's going to happen a third time. I just want to know what to plan on.
I don't plan on speaking about it in this room anymore.
Oh, great. That would be awesome.
Are you condescending to me now?
Care.
Well, I guess we'll have to see what happens next time.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens next time, Elijah.
Have faith.
Be sure to tune in.
So all this back and forth, round and round about a subject matter, and every time someone disagrees with you, you want to antagonize them.
How to close?
That's not good.
No, when they redefine words for disagreement, that's what's not good.
But I didn't redefine anything. I quoted the definition, but we're not going to rehash that.
Yeah, it's kind of like you make knowing equal to knowledge. You're not the same thing. They're clearly defined differently.
So how about that flat Earth? Let's move on.
Yeah. Is it anybody measure curvature this week?
I haven't.
Well, what were you done making your point before somebody tries to moderate you?
That's all good. I just pointing out that we've had this conversation thoroughly multiple times now, and I think it would be best if in the future we just let it slide. If you want to specify yourself when you say belief, that you're saying belief without evidence or belief with evidence, that's fine. But if you don't,
we just
move on. Are you going to let me finish or what?
But you keep rehashing it. We're trying to move on.
Yeah, no offense. You're trying to moderate the moderator.
You're trying to move on, but I want to make something clear. You're trying to move on, but I'm trying to make something clear.
But this isn't a conversation.
I don't believe you
live. And in fact, most times that this happens, a moderator tells the other ones to get a room or go handle it elsewhere. And it has ran on. I've closed the conversation.
Yeah, what world D is the moderator?
You've overridden that, Battle Mod, to be honest, right? You've overridden after I've said, okay.
I had a point I wanted to make. I didn't override it.
Make a point, which means you
I ignored it.
Close the conversation. Exactly. So since that's the case,
yeah.
Let's not, pick and choose when we follow the rules.
So let's talk about
giving people the respect to finish what they're saying before you interrupt them.
This too.
You got to follow rules before you can critique other people about rules.
Of course.
You don't want me to get hyper fastidious on the rules.
Of course.
Nobody here does.
Are you trying to imply that I've rumpus you more than you've rumpus me? Is that what you're trying to imply?
No, I'm lagging, bro. I accept that.
No. I mean overall, forever, since we've known each other.
Well, truth be told, overall, I don't talk as much in BC as you do because I'm tired of that over talking.
That wasn't the question.
And people who tell you to wait.
That wasn't the
shut
question,
up just so they can interrupt your conversation.
But that wasn't the question.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. You want a direct answer? You want me to be rude about it? Yeah, I'm tired of being rumpus, bro, just because you feel you got a better way of stating something than I do.
Yeah. Well, that would imply that I rumpus you more than you rumpus me.
I mean,
I'd like to have a poll on that.
I mean, if it's a matter of my latency, then just say, hey, man, you're lagging.
So the dancing and breakdancing.
I don't have no problem with
that. I'm talking about overall.
I'm not playing fucking word games, dude. I'm trying not to get rude because I'm already pissed off.
That's why I said let's have a poll, because I don't care about your subjective
opinion. Need a fucking poll.
All right, well, what are you going to do?
Wumpus.
Opinion, just like everybody else does, and not give a shit about people's feelings. How do you like it? I give what I get.
Is this Drea talking? I can't.
No.
Okay, sorry.
I did say wumpus earlier, but that was just a joke.
Oh, wumpus, like with a W or with an R?
Because they were talking about rumpus, and I was like, rumpus, more like wumpus, and yeah.
Oh yeah.
It was. It was an ill humor joke. Sorry.
He doesn't have like a British accent? It's kind of funny actually listening to him. Reminds me of reminds me of someone else.
I don't even know what the argument's about, but this is entertaining.
Well, the thing is that we have a newer member here. His name is Gregory. He's now muted us, so I might have to rehash this again. But on a frequent and regular basis, we have people come in and say that they believe the Earth is a globe, which is fine. Beliefs are fine. But in that context and in this discussion, it's well known and accepted here on this server that belief is, believing something without evidence. And Gregory, for the past few days, have been on a stent that when that is brought up as a belief without evidence, Gregory's attempted to make a distinction that that's not what belief means. You can believe something to exist or to be true, even without evidence, or with evidence or with reason. And he's clogged up the conversation and the chat multiple times now on this specific fact, trying to make a point about his definition or his comprehension of the word. And it's really just so boring and tedious now. Like, we actually have to address it in full for him to get it.
Aha.
Yeah, he's calling belief knowledge.
In this server, we're really careful not to get the two mixed up, right? Because what we can verify is what the truth is, right? And some people say that, well, everybody's got their own truth, and it's like, no, everybody doesn't got their own truth, right? That's not how it works. It's either objective or subjective, right? And the people that want to say that everything's subjective, right? That's not going to fly here, because we don't think that's how it works. Right. So I am a man. Is that subjective? Absolutely not. It is not subjective. It's not subjective.
I agree with you, Hank. We finally agree. Is that your name, Estrella? Is that how you pronounce it, or am I pronouncing it incorrectly?
Yeah, you can.
Estrella, I have to ask you a question, because I think that you're not going to lie to me. And the last person I asked this question to, I predicted they would. If I were to ask you this question, I just want you to give me an honest answer. How do you feel about the fact that NASA admits they can't go to the moon? How do you feel about it?
Oh, that makes me laugh, because if they can't go to the moon, then did they lie about it before?
Unbelievable. God bless her. See, guys, unbelievable. God bless her.
Yeah.
I rest my case. No further questions. Thank you.
Sounds
Prosecution rests. Shout out
you
to
get 100
Pee-wee.
points for that.
But is it like an actual thing? Did they actually say, "Hey, can't go to the moon"? Like, did they actually say that?
Yeah, I'm gonna let these guys tell you all about it, because trust me, they know. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, if you watch this, I just posted it in the live stream voice text. It's from NASA.gov. If you watch the video from NASA, they will tell you.
So basically, they just all these.
Yeah, there's multiple times where they admit that they can only go in low Earth orbit.
Oh, honestly, you can't believe anything these days. Like, the government lying. What a surprise, am I right? Fucking.
Yeah, they tell us they'd love to prove the globe again, but the problem is they don't have the technology anymore. They used to, but they destroyed the technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Wow, what an.
Are you still on the fence?
Yeah, there actually used to be a sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. You got it, Hank.
Yeah, there used to be a compilation video I think ODD did on. There's like 4 or 5 people saying that.
Are they just completely lying, or there's a possibility that they could be floating somewhere up there and actually filming stuff up there in a low Earth orbit with helium balloons and stuff at a certain altitude? Who knows? Speculation for sure.
The question is, how the hell did they get a signal? Like, I go to some places that are just a couple miles outside the city and I can't get a signal. So how the hell did...
Yeah.
Well, with the power of belief, you can do anything.
Yeehaw.
And I didn't know all that was going to happen. Obviously, it was like 30 minutes ago. I wanted to point out to the rest of the people on panel that we were being lied to, and I don't like to just say you're lying when I know it. So I wanted to make an example. And it's very, when you tell somebody that is a staunch Glober, hey, they admit they can't go to the moon, and they immediately have a emotional response to it like that, it's not an honesty. So there is no other explanation for it, especially if someone says, I'm brand new to the topic, and then just starts telling you, no, I know better about it. It's not someone who wants to learn is the point.
Yeah, correct. But if we point that out every time they do it, we'll be talking about that all the time.
Oh, you know they lie every time. And my job wasn't to say, hey, you're a liar. My job was to show the rest of the people, hey, if this person is doing this, you might want to go to maybe something a little bit more concrete so we can get away from excuses and lying, making up stories. That's all.
Testing 1 2.
I got disconnected for some reason.
It's an emotional thing, Gems. You know, people, they have their knee-jerk reactions and it's from emotion. It's not from studying or intelligence or know-how or experience. From emotion, when somebody says, no, that's not true, they can still go to the moon, that's a lie. There's no other way to put it.
It's a knee-jerk response that's been programmed into us. That's a programmed response.
Right, and everybody knows here that 99% of your job is to help the Glober understand what the globe consensus is. So it's quite entertaining and it's endless.
I never would have expected to spend so much time telling them what their argument is for them. It's amazing, actually.
Now, remember, one of the most common things now is when you say, well, can we measure the Earth? This person said the same thing that we get a lot, especially from young people, is that it's not possible. It's just too big. And with that statement right there, you're admitting it's never been done. Isn't that crazy? You're saying that nobody's ever done it. If you say it can't be done, then no one's ever done it. Well, thanks. That was our point.
Yeah, it's every time they backpedal and come up with an ad hoc explanation or theory, they paint themselves into another corner, and they're just cornered after cornered after corner. And all we have to do is just kind of sit there and let them speak, like Huey said.
The best way to get to a conclusion with somebody when you know that they're like not speaking facts is just to let them speak themselves and then let them dig themselves a hole and then ask them questions, and then they'll end up backpedaling, and that's like the best way to prove somebody's lying, because then they're pretty much fucked.
With the honest intentions. Go ahead, Zodiac.
Mm-hmm.
Are you still on the fence, Australia, or?
I don't know.
Yes.
I find it funny that NASA comes out and says, that shit. You know what I mean?
Okay, but are you leaning still towards the globe, or are you like not one way or the other?
Half.
What?
I'm half and half. It was more towards the globe, but
now you've tried to argue for that and you can't. And what you just said doesn't mean you can't be on the fence and say what you just said about Globers, right?
Yeah.
Now here we were all there at some point. It's hard to let go of the swinging from vine to vine. You gotta let go of one vine in order to leap onto the next.
Also wants to go into a field that, like, I don't know if I do.
What field? What do you mean?
The mere fact that you're questioning it at this level means you're not a Glober anymore. You can't. If there was 1,000 years of proof and you're on the fence at this point, you're just a future flat earther. You can't deny that anymore at this point,
Right, there's like a point of no return where either you outright deny it in the beginning and you're like, no, la 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 la, I don't want to hear it, right? And Australia, you've already passed that point, because I think I was one of the first person you talked to when you got here, and I seem to remember talking to you, and now I kind of think that the argument isn't as cut and dry as you thought that night, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Australia, would you want to go through a visualization? Like, I think that might help you, like, at least think about it a little bit more. Much trying to sway you one way or the other, but I think a visualization might help. Would you be down for that?
What do you mean by visualization?
So basically, like, what you'd have to do is, like, close your eyes and, like, as I tell you what to picture, you just form a picture in your mind.
Oh,
and
sure.
then I'm gonna guide you through what the picture looks like. and then that should paint some clarity, hopefully.
Hopefully.
So, like, if you just picture the Earth as a ball, right?
Wait. You want me to close my eyes now?
Yeah, close your eyes. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, go for it. Yeah, whatever.
Okay, I won't be able to read the chat. Okay, here we go. I'm scared. I'm a little
it's harder
scared.
to do with you. Harder to do with you. No reason to be scared. Like, remember, you can just forget everything I said after I'm done.
Okay.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
So
I close my eyes and listening to your voice. This is fun.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
So me and you are standing next to each other, right?
Oh,
We're in
Jesus
New
fuck.
York.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Sorry.
Follow, stop, focus.
Okay.
So we're standing next to each other, right? We're in New York. So that means we're like above the equator. We're like somewhere in the middle, right? And we can see the North Star together, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you know what time-lapse photography is?
Nope.
Okay. So time-lapse photography is where someone takes a camera and they basically hit the shutter button, but instead of like a quick picture, it's where like they hit the button and the lens stays open. So what happens is, like, if we were to be standing next to each other in New York and we pointed that camera at the North Star, which is called Polaris. Polaris is a star that doesn't move, so sailors have used this to navigate around the seas for years. What happens is that if you Google Polaris time lapse, what you notice is all of the other stars form a perfect circle around Polaris, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now if me and you're standing there and like we're setting up the camera, the tripod, all that stuff at Polaris, we know what the picture is going to look like after the exposure goes through a full cycle. It's going to be a circle of stars around the center point Polaris, right? But think about us standing on the ground, right? So the Earth is spinning at the equator at about 1,037 miles per hour, right? So that means us in New York, we're probably not spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. We're probably spinning at like 600 or 700 or whatever. Doesn't matter. But we're spinning, right? Polaris is above us. Now, what you have to take into account is that if you just looked at planes of motion, what you would realize, like the fact that we're spinning around the axis of the Earth, that Earth is also spinning around the sun.
Right.
So we're spinning on the Earth, and then that spinning Earth is spinning
It's a
around the
revolution,
sun.
right?
Yeah, but if you just thought about it for a second, remember the camera, the lens of the camera, and the North Star are tidally locked to each other. Do you know what tidally locked means?
Well, it means that they're stuck on each other, right?
They're stuck on each other. So, like, for example, like, let's say you bump into the camera by accident. You're gonna fuck up the exposure. You know what I mean? Like, you're gonna see all the wobbles because you knocked into it. So for that North Star and the camera to stay tidally locked, that means it's like a laser. A visual laser. That's not, you can't see, but like it's like a laser pointer touching the North Star.
Right.
So if we're spinning on the Earth and then we're going around the sun, what happens is, like, just in those two planes of motion, we would be forming loop-de-loops around the sun because we're spinning and then we're going around the sun.
Right.
Where was this going?
I'm not exactly sure, but as a time lapse photographer, I need to explain. I need to tell you the difference between time lapse and a long exposure. They're two different things, both of which could, in theory, take pictures of the circles around Polaris, but they're technically two different things. What you described. Just saying.
Yeah, time lapse is a bunch of independent photos layered over time. Another,
Yep.
whereas
Am I still have my eyes still? Like, am I still?
Well, there's two different kinds of time. One, you can layer them all on top of each other to create the circles,
right?
Or you can play them in a sequence to make it look like a movie. I'm just there's yeah, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, Fuzzy.
Yeah.
No, just for a point of clarification.
Also, Estrella, pay attention to the fact that nobody here is going to talk to you about what happens when you go into the southern hemisphere. We're just going to forget.
I mean,
I
flat.
already went over that an hour ago. Yeah, I went over that 30 minutes ago, and I just put another picture in the chat for it.
Oh, I'm allowed to open my eyes? Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Southern
I put a picture in
hemi-flat.
there for you.
I thought I was still picturing everything you were saying, so I was picturing Alabama. Sorry, no, I'm kidding.
Do you see the picture we put in Estrella about the time lapse photo of the stars moving? Do you
Yeah,
see
I'm
that?
trying to narrow my eyes. Yeah, it looks like crack. Holy fuck. Yep.
Okay, it's okay. It's okay. Do you see how the stars are going in different directions? Kind of like gears in a clock. That's the best way I can describe it. So they're going in two different directions from the same point. So we have to agree that this is a single point, a reference frame, and we're seeing the stars going in different directions from the same point. And do you know what the problem is?
What?
We can't be spinning in two directions at the same time.
Yeah, so that would mean that the sky is technically moving, not us. We're not spinning. That's fucking crazy. I never thought about it like that. Oh my god.
There you go, bro. Yeah, it's too easy, man.
That's fucking crazy. Oh.
Listen, they're not spinning in different directions. They're all spinning east to west.
No, guys.
Proof,
They do converge and they do open up. So you got to trust me on this. Don't say anything. If somebody catches you saying something stupid, they're going to put it on your resume. The stars all go in the same direction, east to west. But when they converge, like this point, they turn like gears. And that means that obviously we cannot be spinning in two different directions at the same time.
Yes,
it matters as to who is looking at the stars and what position they are in. That determines what the stars look like.
Yeah, if you turn around, it might be in a different direction. Just so you know.
Exactly.
Right, your perspective.
Relative to north,
clockwise and counterclockwise are not objective directions.
Correct. One reference frame, but the stars are converging and diverging away from each other. Even though they all set in the west and rise in the east, they still go in and out of each other like that, which is absolutely impossible if we're spinning. That's the.
You want to know something really funny? And this is like so stupid, but estrella in Spanish, you know what that means? It means star. Hong Kong clown school.
Yeah.
You're waking up.
Well, you do kind of have the stars next to your name, so it's kind of.
I had a friend in LA whose last name was Estrella.
Hong Kong, so funny.
You said Hong Kong?
No, it's just funny that we're talking about stars, and then it's what it literally means.
Lights in the sky, bro. But they can't prove anything anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Exactly.
Lights in the sky, bro.
We can't validate or verify anything that's claimed to be what the stars are or how they function or work.
Yeah.
No, my name's not Julia. Sorry. Somebody DM me asking if I was Julia.
Oh.
I don't know.
How dare they?
Sorry, I don't mean to put whoever did that out there, but no, I'm not Julia.
Yeah, set them straight.
Yeah. Square up.
So, just to get back on what someone was saying earlier about how if the Earth is not moving, like, is that where, like, because if you're on the fence, then you would say you don't know, or would you say it's not moving if you had to guess, Estrella?
Well, I would say it's not moving then.
Yeah, and it directly aligns with what we experience, or at least, besides earthquakes, but it's not moving as far as we know, right? According to physical reality, our senses.
I'm just I don't know about the stars like that, where like the gears and stuff. It's pretty cool.
What's really cool is that the sky moves because it's claimed that the Earth is turning, right? But if you were to take a drone and leave this Earth that is supposedly spinning, the sky still moves. The stars still rotate. The moon still goes around us, even though we've left the thing that is supposedly spinning.
Yeah. And like if you think about like a long distance flight, like when you're served your drink on the flight, remember, water's a natural level. There's like, think about like in like a high pressure situation for a pilot. Let's imagine it's a storm he has to fly through and he can't rely on his autopilot. Remember, the water in your glass is flat and level. he would have to be flawless about him dipping the nose of the plane at the right amount, given the speed of the plane, to follow the curvature of the Earth. But that's not what we experience. We experience a level flight the entire time. 5-hour flight, 10-hour flight. The water doesn't lie that's in your cup. You see what I'm saying?
Before you even have to do the math, isn't it like every minute you travel on a plane, you have to drop 20 miles or something like that? It's insane.
It's a lot. Like he'd be constantly nose diving,
constantly falling. Yeah.
Makes my head spin.
But that's not what we experience. And like I already know, they don't dip the nose of the plane. It stays level, and your water is telling you that. But most people they say, well, it's gravity. I'm like, yeah, but you're on a ball. He's got to make his way around the curve somehow. And if you're flying perfectly straight, that's a straight line. That means you're diverging from the curve of the Earth eventually, right? 5 hours or 10 hours of flight. Eventually, the straight line and the curve are not going to reconcile.
Your artificial horizon, your gyroscopes in the plane would also show that you are now 90 degrees or 180 degrees or however, wherever they would show that. That's the whole point of that thing. And it doesn't ever.
Yeah. It never does. But we know why, obviously, now, but like it takes a little bit of like honesty with yourself and saying that doesn't make sense. Like that doesn't make sense. But like, you have to give yourself the space to be honest and just accept the fact that it does not make sense.
Oh, wait, I had a question.
Yeah.
Who was the person who mentioned Polaris to me? Who was that?
Platypus, I think. Oh no, sorry. I might think
Sir Vagabond.
Sir who?
Sir Vagabond.
Oh, you okay? So I actually was wondering something, and I'm not sure if this is like going to be able to be answered or not. But back when I took a science course, they told me that Polaris can only be seen certain times of the year. Is that true?
Actually, I'm not sure.
Yeah,
that's a great question.
Because I'm not sure.
No. God, no. It depends on where you are on the plane. I'm above the equator. I see the North Star anytime there's not clouds.
Oh yeah,
every single night.
yeah.
Every single night. There's never not around. Only because there's clouds. That's it.
Right. And then if you live at a certain other place, like if you live in like Brazil or something, then you wouldn't even see it. But they see stars that we don't.
Right. Well, but here's the thing. So like if you were in like a big, so say you and I are on opposite sides of a big Home Depot or a big, huge warehouse.
Okay.
Right. We both look up at the ceiling in the center and there's a smiley face. To you, it's a smiley face. To me, it's a frowny face. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
There's one opposite sides. If I were to go to even further, I wouldn't even see the smiley face because it'd be too small or to be too far away. Right?
Right.
Yeah. And we'd have to assume the medium is a vacuum. You'd have to assume there's nothing in between.
You'd have to assume several things. Mm-hmm. But the point is that if something is far enough away, you're just not going to see it.
Right.
And the higher up it is above you, the further away you go from it, the closer to the horizon it becomes until it's out of your sight.
Exactly.
Simple perspective. Like that. There it is. And that's Polaris. It's not a star a trillion billion light years away.
Yeah,
oh yeah, we also have this channel called #stars. By the way, I should have forgot to mention that.
Estrella, how long have you been looking into this topic?
Of stars?
I mean, like the flat Earth and stuff like that.
Maybe about a month or something like that. I mean, like I said, a lot of people ask me, like, why'd you come here? And I'm like, well, it's a story. So basically, my friend, they're Globers and they come here just to piss everybody off. And they were like, hey, you should tag along. And I'm like, okay, I'm bored. So I came here and then I just watched and listened. And then after they left, I stuck around because I was bored. And then here we are today.
I see. Well, welcome. Good to have you here. So do you think we're all kooks and crazy talking about the flat Earth?
Not really. I mean, honestly, I've heard weirder conversations, so it's not much. I just come in here whenever I'm like playing a game or when I'm really tired and can't sleep. Or
have you ever seen Curve in real life?
Of course, I've seen Curves.
You mean on the Earth, right? Not on people, right?
It looks in the mirror. No, I don't know. I don't. That's what I was thinking about because, like, you look at.
You don't remember seeing Curve, or did you?
Because, like, I look up at the sky, and I mentioned this the other night. It kind of looks like the clouds, like they don't really curve. I don't know. It looks
How about
like
the horizon?
Doesn't make sense. No, God, no, fuck. I don't see no curve.
So it's flat when you saw, or I'm sorry, according to what you remember seeing, it was flat.
Yeah.
Okay.
The only time I ever really see any curve is like when I look in the distance. I see like mountains and stuff, but that's it.
Right, and
you only see it when you're on TV or the internet, right? Because that's the only place that it actually exists, right? In people's imagination or in people's artwork.
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard of like the FE core laser test?
I think so. I remember somebody telling me about it. It's like they went over like water or something, and they showed all these.
Exactly.
Yeah, somebody mentioned
Basically,
that.
they just measured the. Sorry to interrupt, but they just measured the distance from the laser to sea level, and then across a certain amount of distance, because somebody, some of us smart kids, us geeks, plugged in the numbers. So there's a certain amount of curvature that must exist for the parameters that we were given to be valid. And then when they measured across a certain distance from the laser to the water and the laser to the water across the other side of the lake or the water that they were measuring on, they realized like the distance was about the same, very imperceptible, but the curvature that should have been there did not present itself. So you had to conclude just from your observation that the curvature is not there where it should have been.
Right, and then people would probably say something. Oh, sorry. People would probably just say something like, "Oh, well, it's not a big enough space to curve." Well, when does it curve then? You know what I mean?
But think about what they said right there. It's too big. But that's why I said people plugged in the numbers to figure out exactly where it's supposed to curve.
Mm-hmm.
That's the big part of it. It's not just like it's too big, No. We put the numbers in first, and we calculated where it's supposed to curve and how much it's supposed to drop. But it doesn't exist at those points where it's supposed to be there, given the numbers we were given.
Right. So what are Glober's arguments against the fake core?
They just say the light is. Go ahead, sorry. Go ahead.
A lot of them are emotionally based. It's not really based in math or science. It's just like, this guy said it, so I believe it. He told me my whole life. They're clutching their ball, basically.
Interesting. Yeah, I remember somebody telling me about that one time.
Yeah, I should mention like the what's so funny is like if they say it's too big, well, they refuted the boats going over it. So boats are not going over curve because it's too big. So they literally debunked the globe right there. Have you ever heard that argument where people say boats go over it and then other people say, no, wait, you can't see the curve because it's too big. So they just debunked the globe right there.
Exactly. Because then people will be like, well, you're not measuring a big enough section, okay? Like, how big does the section have to freaking be to see a curve?
It was over 25 miles. That's way farther than seeing a boat at the horizon. So yeah, there's no globe.
I love that.
And that's the thing.
Australia with a little arrow.
If you always think you need a larger and a larger and a larger distance, it's like you're basically taking the narrative instead of the math into account. Remember, the narrative is telling you one thing. Like, we've been pounded in our head so much, we just want to believe it's so big, it's so big, it's so big. But remember, they gave you hard numbers. Like, think about like a guy with like a measuring tape. Like, if me and you walk into a room and like I hand you the measuring tape and like you measure the wall and it's 12 feet, right? And then I walk in there like with my construction outfit and my construction team and I'm like, oh no, that wall is 25 feet. And you measured it. You're going to be like, no, Jerry, it's 12 feet. And like, you're going to be confident because you're holding the measuring tape. I'm just guessing, or I'm telling you, I'm trying to intimidate you to believe it's 25, but you're holding the measuring tape. So the guys on this side are holding the measuring tape, and we're like, no, it's not fucking round. You see what I mean? So it's really hard to argue with that person because they're holding the measuring tape. They measured it themselves.
That's a good point. I was going to say, what did you use? The measuring app on Apple? But I've tried doing that before, and it did not have a good outcome.
Didn't work out too well for you.
No, I was trying to measure the dimensions of my closet, and it was trying to tell me 37 feet. I don't have a closet.
It was calculating. That's the difference between a measurement and calculation, right? They always say they can calculate the size of the sun or the mass of the sun. Really, like honestly, they'll tell you. You can Google it right now. Google the mass of the sun, and there's actually people trying to give you like an answer, right? It's hilarious.
They know the mass of the sun. That makes no fucking sense.
And Jupiter and the Earth and all the other
What do they do?
planets.
The wrong fucking scale at it?
They just guess, and well, they have a bunch of assumptions. Like, for instance, if you look up how they got all the distances to all the stars and lights in the sun, you'll realize that they assumed like so many different things, and they never validated so many different things. Like, just any of the claims, whether it's eclipses, distance to the sun, position, mass, what medium it's in. It's not, although those are impossible, or at least they haven't proven it. So
it's worse than that. It's worse than that. They can't even define mass.
Right. Yeah, it's all reverse engineered. It's all they see what they see, and they just reverse engineer it.
Reverse engineer to a fairy tale. They can't define mass.
Yeah, no, I know. Like, it's a mess on top of a mess.
They also can't get the distances because they don't know the one-way speed of light. You're in a carnival tent, folks. Have at it.
Where's the popcorn?
But why would they lie about this thing?
The popcorn's coming tomorrow.
I can't wait for one, to be honest.
You can't wait for popcorn or tomorrow?
No, tomorrow. I know that you're going to break down the part of the image that they cropped.
Yep. There's a new radius of the Earth, by the way.
No way.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wait, did we get bigger or smaller?
A little bit.
Good question.
He's right. In astronomical terms, it's little.
Yeah, it's negligible. Basically.
It's. I guess I can give this. It's 1,024% more than we had with the Black Swan.
No way.
At 10 miles. Of course, we know the horizon in the Black Swan is further than 10 miles. We just use that. Right?
Yeah, the Canada one's like 325 miles.
Say again?
So
there's a photograph, I think, with either Canada or a lighthouse that was 325 miles away.
Yeah, I didn't work that out. This is special because the Baltards gave it to us. So this is a little bit more special.
So which radius are we gonna use? SpaceX is gonna use to go to the moon in 3 years. The radius we used before or the new one?
Don't know.
Well, no, better question is how are they guessing incorrectly, apparently, and making it work this entire time?
Yeah, I didn't say they gave it to us. It's at least going to be this far, 1,024%. At least that far. We still haven't. I don't think we reached it yet. You'll see why tomorrow.
Is this Ranty's favorite photo? Or is it another photo?
It is. But they cropped it.
They cropped.
Lie by omission.
They cropped the kind of important part out.
Did they crop out the geometric horizon? That part's cropped out.
No. Even in their train wreck photo, we have a swan. We have a black pole swanling. Nothing compared to what they cropped out, though. We'll discuss it.
Copy that.
Yeah, it's going to be much, much worse than that. Look out.
I can't wait to see the aftermath after your show. They're going to be so pissed off.
Yeah.
Don't forget to share the link.
Oh, and by the way, I'll share the link tomorrow. By the way, on the Numpty clips, we're going to have the three bozos with their cropped image next week. So Ranty will probably lead off, then Roofy, the Numpty from Down Undy, and then we'll have Conspiracy Cats finish it off. Monday, Wednesday, Thursday. Stay tuned.
Yeah, I told everybody at Brandon's what was going to happen at QE's tomorrow, so hope you don't mind I give them the heads up, QE.
No, not at all.
Really am excited.
Yep.
Ooh.
Someone teach QE how to post his links to his videos in the live stream voice text.
Please.
I can't do it now. I haven't started the live stream.
I'm kidding. Oh, you've never done it before, so this will be the first time you posted something.
Oh, I've never done that before.
Yeah, right.
You sure about that? I've been doing that since the beginning.
That was sarcasm.
Yeah, I figured that.
Sometimes my sarcasm is just too good, and people think I'm serious.
Yeah. Love the Baltards for this one. And their argument is, I couldn't believe it. I was like, it even dumbfounded me. Here's their argument. There isn't a horizon there.
Where is
it? These people are fucking morons.
That's a good one, actually. There isn't a horizon.
Have you talked to Ranty yet, specifically?
Ranty, 3 years ago, over 3 years ago now, I told him directly that he should be hung by a fucking yardarm for sedition. I'm also a prophet.
Like hang, like in a swing?
Yeah, fucking yardarm.
What's the photograph that he said there was no horizon? Or is he just saying that?
No, that's there's the whole argument. After they're done on their argument, they have a fucking clue. But people were telling them the geometric horizon should be this and this and that, and they said this isn't a horizon argument. We don't see a horizon. They're too stupid to realize it.
Who stole the horizon?
What documentary? Horizon Thieves.
Yeah.
It's not
the Grinch that stole the horizon.
Well, we have a new person that I just checked in, and I was almost just giving them listening pass, but I'll wait and see how they hold their self in a conversation down here. But they said they're new to the subject, and it's Tree. Meet everyone. Welcome to
Hello, everyone. Hi.
Hey, Tree.
I'm pretty shy, so I don't talk that much, but I'll be here to listen, and nice to meet everyone.
What's your opinion on if the Earth is flat or round or a globe?
Is your bark worse than your bite?
I feel like Earth is flat.
Bark, get it?
Okay.
Never mind.
Funny.
And do you think the flat Earth is not moving, or do you think it is moving?
I don't believe so. I feel it's
not moving. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Welcome to the server, man. If you have any questions, just go ahead.
No,
Thank you so much.
no, welcome to Flat Earth, because if it's not moving, it's over.
Yeah.
And by the way, it isn't moving, demonstrably so. Number of proofsies.
Like proof that, but I always thought it was proving a negative that it's if they say it's not moving, but you can still prove it, even though it's like proving a negative. You're saying
you can prove a negative.
Okay.
It's pretty easy, right?
Okay.
I thought it was a fallacy, though.
4 minus 5 is -1. There, I just proved a negative.
Nice.
If you say you can't prove a negative, the statement you can't prove a negative is a negative itself.
True.
So we got parroters out here that listen to Evotards or something, and they just can't prove it. Can't prove a negative. No, that's not the argument. It's you can't disprove complete arguments for ignorance. That's the argument.
That's well said.
Yep. I've been down this road.
Can you say that again? You can't disprove.
You can't disprove complete arguments from ignorance fallacies.
From ignorance fallacies.
I'll give you an argument for ignorance. Dark matter is created by invisible three-toed gnomes behind the Crab Nebula, throwing pixie dust in a black hole.
Sounds good to me.
You can't disprove that. Why? Because no one's ever proved it yet. So it's an argument from ignorance.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I couldn't prove the gnomes are happy. That shit, so how the hell could I disprove them?
Yeah, that's the actual argument. Because you can prove it.
That's what it depends on.
Mike,
I put depends in there. That's what it depends on.
Mike,
right.
it's a train wreck, man.
I can prove Mike needs internet at the moment.
Can you prove that?
Yeah, good one. Yeah, I can.
I know you can. Just play back the recording.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was going to say it depends on how they're using that word negative. Is it as defined, or have they redefined it for the purpose of their
no,
premise?
they can't redefine it. No, a negative is a claim of non-existence. Right. Now, if somebody claims if you shift the burden of proof and you ask somebody to prove the negative, there's two fallacies there. Proving the negative, that's a fallacy on its own, and shifting the burden of proof.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a negative if you could prove it.
Yeah, if you say it's a non-existence claim. It's better to say non-existence because it clarifies it.
Okay, so if someone says the Earth rotating, a spherical Earth that is rotating does not exist, and then they say prove it, would that fall into that category?
Say it one more time.
Okay, if I claim a spherical Earth that rotates does not exist, then I have the, and then someone else says in response.
No, you would never.
No,
you would never lead out with a negative claim.
Okay.
Or a non-existence claim. But you could, if you do lead out with it, a non-existence claim, then you would have to justify it. But who would do that?
Unless they're Glovers.
Who would do that, though? Why would you lead out with a non-existence claim that doesn't it doesn't follow?
Just say it measures flat. You don't have to mention the curvature.
No, it's a good question, but why would you lead out with a negative or a non-existence claim?
Well, usually when I say like, oh, you mean without any context? Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, exactly. That's right. Thank you for expanding on that. Exactly, the context is important. Yeah, exactly.
What is the context? We see balls everywhere.
It's like saying Earth is moving or Earth is not moving. You know.
Yeah, you would never make a non-existence claim. Somebody would have to. There would have to be an not established, but at least somebody making that positive claim. Follow?
Okay, so as long as someone would have to make the claim that it's moving.
I didn't hear you.
Go ahead, Balmain.
I didn't want to interrupt you for a joke.
Yeah, I didn't hear you say that.
I didn't want to. Yeah.
No, you said we see balls everywhere, and someone said AO.
For a joke. Yeah, he did. I was going to say, really, are we going to walk past that pre-like and homosexual content? But, you know, I didn't want to interrupt Sirius for a joke.
Spaceballs.
It's all right. Don't worry about it.
This is a good use of empty airtime. So I applaud you for trying to teach people and sharpen their skills, bro.
You didn't want to, yet here we are.
Well, because you got a lot of people parroting that, right? I've heard that over many years. You can't prove a negative. Yeah, I can do it in a second.
Yep, I said that not too long ago, and someone actually proved me wrong. I had to be humble.
Yeah, you'll get called on it if somebody's got their feet under them. I haven't heard too many comebacks like that. They must have stole that from me. Too funny. All right. Anything else? Look at what time it is. 11:51. I got a few more.
Yeah, can you drive that argument with Zodiac to the end? Because that was a good example.
Which one?
Zodiac was asking you about that. I don't know if you guys finished it yet.
Basically, if I say the Earth is not moving or not curving, and someone else in response says prove it, then I do have the burden of proof, right?
Yeah, you would if you lead out with it.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah, if you lead out with it, then yeah, it's a little squirrely situation. You know, you have to take into account.
He's going to need you to write a PDF on this, download it to his DMs.
What? With every scenario?
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I'll get on that.
What? If you could, please. He does try hard to be sharp.
Yep. Cool.
Ouch.
Ouch.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know if you.
Earth Passenger. Are you in here?
My ankle cracked.
Earth Passenger. Calling Earth Passenger. I haven't seen you in a coon's age, man. Where'd you go?
There's that coon's age.
Yeah, he just disappeared, man. I seen it over there. I said, "Wow!" Now I remember him. Yep, he was here for about a month. Not here, but in the discussion, right? As a new guy, he got his ass handed to him a couple times. He thought he was all that in a bag of chips, but turns out he had miscalculated. But at least he was willing to listen. I was wondering if I'm thinking that's him. Let's see.
Yeah, we shared a servers, Science versus Pseudoscience server.
Yeah, exactly. His profile.
But he's a total earther now.
He's a what?
Total earther. This is his turtle.
Oh,
his icon.
Yeah, lovely. listen, you want a good flat Earth proof? Just point them to the Numpty clips. They do it all. They just tell them to listen to the playlist. You're good to go. It's over.
Earlier today, I was thinking of ways to paint people into corners, right? And you can easily get anyone to agree that all scientific experiments need an independent and dependent variable. No, yeah, of course, right? We can all agree. Could you please provide the independent and dependent variable for the scientific experiment to validate gravity? Yep. I'll wait.
Ain't gonna happen. I like to get detailed with them. Like I give them the name of the paper and the year.
Yeah, you said that before.
Of course I do. Yesterday, as a matter of fact, last night in here. Was it last night or the night before? I can't remember.
I think over a month ago you said that.
No, it was either last night or the night before. Mike was in here. It was for general relativity. Yep.
See,
it's like shooting hippos in a fishbowl, man. At this point, that's exactly what it's like. Stop ruffling your mic, or shave, or do one.
That's definitely me.
Kiwi, can you tell us the difference between belief and knowledge?
Yeah. Belief it doesn't have anything to do with facts. You believe something without evidence. Knowledge is facts established by evidence.
Oh, wow.
Good?
Good.
Sounds good to me.
No, that's the way they're defined. You can go look up definitions. It's easy. I didn't just make it up. According to M. Scott Veach, the PhD booger-eating schmuck, you can have probabilistic beliefs with hypotheses.
Oh, QE, I got a question for you. Okay. So I was talking to this Glober, and he asked if the Earth is stationary. He said, stationary relative to what? That was his question. And I said, relative to objective reality, and he got really mad.
Relative to what? That's a stupid question. See, it's either moving or not moving, period. Relative to, I don't know, a stationary point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep, this is what it's come down to. It's getting quite boring, except for tomorrow. I can't wait, man.
What's tomorrow?
Tomorrow is Ballbusters.
What's that?
Episode 60.
Oh, I don't even know what that is. Sorry.
Can I post that on there? There you go. It's in live stream.
Is there anyone special being interviewed?
Go ahead. Say again. I didn't hear you.
Oh, is there any who's the guest or who's the speakers?
2 presentations, one by me and one by Adam Meakin.
Cool.
What time?
2 p.m. U.S. Central, 8 p.m. UK.
I'm gonna head out.
You might hear this. Black pole swan, don't you come and wash away the rain. You might hear that.
Yeah, I know that song. Black hole sun. Oh, why is all my bones cracking? Earlier my ankle cracked and I was like, ow. Now my elbow just cracked. I think I'm literally just turning into a fucking glow stick. If I don't start glowing, we have a problem. Is that like a
Badmod, you're roboting. Sorry. Go ahead.
A hypochondriac
and they're like
or
early 20s.
stating the obvious.
Is he roboting for anybody else, or is it just me?
Yeah, you're roboting. You're roboting.
It's always the obvious, bro. Tell me what I don't know first.
All right, I'll head off to bed. Good night, everybody.
All right, later. Stay flat.
Hey guys.
Hello. Got any questions?
Sure. I received a mention in my on my Discord an hour ago.
And did you find any curvature? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
It was from the Battle Mod. So
welcome. He's a good guy.
Huh?
He's a cool guy. You should meet him sometime.
Yeah. So just so you guys know, I'm neutral in this whole flat Earth versus globe thing. So I have no preference. I'm open minded. I really don't care. Like I've been in this voice chat a few times over the last 2 weeks. I think I explained my position. I'm just a researcher in general, as far as metaphysics, conspiracy theories, and true human history. So I have a pretty open mind. I know a few things. So yes, I saw the Battle Mods mention. So if Earth, okay, so the Earth, you gotta believe the Earth is flat. There and it's not a disc. Then what is it exactly?
Unknown size and unknown shape. But the problem is, a lot of people. Well, let me put it this way: even though it would probably not be infinite, I have not seen proof of an edge, so I'm not going to assume either side. But usually, infinity probably doesn't exist. So. But I'm not just going to assume. So flat does not require a shape, just so you know. And we're not making a claim to a shape. Because also, you could also ask the question of, like, what's underneath? No one knows. It's the same idea.
Okay. And careful not to use the word edge. Use the word end, because edge is like the edge of a table, but there wouldn't be an edge. It would be a wall, which would be an end.
Yeah, because if we're in a container, that's, a container.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I'm just wondering, So yeah, I saw that. I'm saying, I had to explain myself. I didn't want to get banned because I do like this server. I like the memes that you guys have. I often show other people, the meme that you guys have on the server. And, I'm just trying to open people's mind. Not necessarily push,
Have you ever seen? Sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah. I just like to show people different things on the topics I just told you that I'm interested in. I just like to open their minds and just have them question things, not just accept what's put right there in front of you. I'm sorry. Go ahead now.
Have you ever seen Earth being curved in real life?
I really don't pay attention.
Okay, so but you don't remember. I mean, I'm assuming you don't remember seeing Earth as a sphere in real life, right?
I I don't know. I guess by flying on a plane, but I'm not sure if the angle has. I'm not sure if the windows have some type of angle. Has some type of fish lens on it. So I don't know.
Were you looking through a window on the plane, or were you? Are you open the window?
Not open the window, but look out the window. but
Okay.
Yeah. So.
If there's well, let me ask you this: do you know the Red Bull jump, and inside the cabin it was totally flat at 120, however high they were? Like if you looked out through the window in the cabin or whatever, one of these high altitude jumps, it was way above 100,000 feet.
128,000 feet.
Yeah, 128,000. It's flat at that height. According to
another interesting thing from that jump, when he went up there, he was up for 3 hours. So for 3 hours, let's say the Earth was rotating at 700 miles an hour, he should have landed how far away?
Pretty far.
Pretty darn far, right? Should have been 2,100 miles away. He landed 80 miles away, which could be explained by air currents in the upper atmosphere.
Okay.
So where was the rotation?
Right. You guys have video of that?
No, you just do the math. But you can see the video of the camera on the inside of the cabin. You can see that.
Okay, yeah. I'd like to show that video to some flat earth debunkers on another server that I'm a part of. A private server, and see what they have to say. And I think the problem with most people, like, they just don't want to appear out there. They want to play it safe and all that. So that's the problem. Most people don't have.
Yeah.
I agree. They just want to be that guy. I have no problem being that guy. I've always been that guy, so I don't give a damn.
Good for you, sir. Think for yourself. Question authority.
Yeah. I never been a follower, and it got me into trouble sometimes.
Hey, that's what it's supposed to do. That you wear those as badges of honor, right? But the question is that at 128,000 feet, if there ain't no curvature and there ain't no rotation, how high do you gotta go?
Right. Like I said,
sorry, go ahead.
Like I said, I have an open mind, so I'm not against anyone here. I'm just here to enjoy this. I come to voice chat all the time. I just come in here sometimes, listen to what you guys say to leave. So.
Have you heard of the argument against why there's no vacuum of outer space? Like it doesn't exist. Or do you think outer space is real?
I don't know what to believe.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I asked what is space then in here one time. So yeah.
Oh, you mean instead of like a vacuum? What is it like? Or instead of, if outer space is not real, what's there instead? Is that your question?
Yeah. Or tell about.
Yeah, I don't know. No one knows. Yeah.
Tell me about the vacuum thing too. Like why a vacuum can't exist.
Oh, there's a specific reason for that. So let me give you a hypothetical question. So let's say you're in a spaceship and there's air inside, and then you open the door to the outside. What happens to the air?
So I mean, I'm high up in a plane, and the door opens, and
No. In a space. Let's say not in a plane. Think about if you're in space and you open the door. What happens to the air inside of the spaceship?
Well, supposedly, according to one of the alien movies, it's supposed to go out into the space, whatever.
Okay. So here's another question. If let's forget about the spaceship for a second. Let's say you're on the Earth and you have a tire, like a wheel, and then you break it, and what happens to the air inside the tire?
It goes out violently.
Yes, it goes out. Now, so the reason why there is no vacuum of outer space without a container, is because all of the gas, like think about the Earth, and there's a layer of gas, there's a layer of air on the surface, and it's right next to an open vacuum. So, like, what stops the air from going out?
It's about in general,
like what keeps the air and the water stuck to the spinning ball? Why does the air and the water not just fall off? What's the reason?
Oh, people say gravity or something like that.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So now here's the issue. If someone says that gravity is able to stop air from moving into an open vacuum using gravity, but they can't demonstrate it, well, do you know of anyone who has demonstrated that?
No.
Okay. Now, so basically, the argument is basically, unless someone can do that, then it's impossible, because gravity would not stop the air, because otherwise, like, whenever you have a demonstration of gas next to an open vacuum, the air immediately, it moves, right? It doesn't just stay where it is, right? Just like if you were to break a tire, the air goes out, right? So you have a huge amount of air on the outside of the Earth. Basically, you can think of it like on the outside of a tire, and that's right next to an open vacuum. And so the argument we're making is the reason why there is no vacuum of outer space, or at least it could not exist without a container, is because all of the air would escape and the Earth would have no atmosphere.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the globe, Earth is be like the atmosphere is what keeps the air.
No, it's gravity, not the atmosphere. It's gravity.
The gravity keeps. Okay.
Yeah, that they tell us, according to the globe theory, they believe it's gravity, but the only problem is they can't prove, they can't demonstrate gravity stopping air next to an open vacuum without any container. No one has ever proven that.
But think about it like this, Chief. So you got the surface of Earth where there's the most amount of gravity, right? Because we can't go to the center of the Earth, right? We can't dig that deep.
Right.
So let's say you get a propane tank. It's 250 psi of propane, and you open that nozzle. It's not connected to nothing. It's just a propane tank by itself.
Right.
All that air is going to spew out regardless of the gravity, right?
Right.
So when people say that, that's completely incorrect.
Right. Okay. So.
And here's another question. Let's say, hypothetically, if the Earth is not moving, well, actually, before we even get there, in order for the Earth to orbit around the sun, there has to be gravity. Do you agree with that?
Yeah. So accordingly.
Okay. Wait.
Go ahead.
That's good enough. I just wanted to make sure. Okay, so you agree with that? Okay, now let me ask you this: if the Earth is not moving, then gravity doesn't exist, or something else is completely wrong with the whole model, right? Because otherwise, if it was real, then the Earth would go around the sun. But if the Earth is not moving, then gravity doesn't exist, or something else is really off. Yeah. But anyways, continue with what you were saying.
Oh yeah. So you brought up the sun. So supposedly the sun's gravity is keeping us in some type of orbit or whatever. So you got the Earth's gravity, and then I heard like gravity depends on the Earth's core and stuff like that. So you got all these damn forces and stuff like that. So I don't know. It's just...
Yeah, that another issue is like gas. So if you have, well, we could talk about why there's. Have you heard of the argument for why there's no scientific evidence for gravity? Like why there's no way to get an independent variable for it?
No, I haven't heard that.
Okay, well, Do you agree that all scientific experiments need an independent and dependent variable? Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay, now, what would be the independent variable for gravity?
The dependent variable?
Both. Say independent and dependent. Go ahead.
Shit.
Can I help you out?
I can give you a hint, but yeah, go ahead, Hank. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, answer, Hank. You know, I just woke up, so go ahead.
It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. So what we witness, right, is the natural phenomenon, right, and that would be the dependent variable. And then what the cause would be the independent variable, because science is all about working out the cause and effect relationship, finding what the cause of this is. So the independent variable in this case would be the bending and warping of space-time is what causes things to fall to the ground. That's what they say.
Yeah, and if you believe mass attracts mass, then the independent variable is the entire mass of the Earth. But the problem is no one ever proved what the entire mass of the Earth is, so it's impossible. That's why gravity is literally impossible to prove.
Right.
But you can Google right now the mass of the sun, Jupiter, the Earth, and there's actually answers on Google as if people have figured it out. But these are only calculations based on presuppositions, things that people believe. Like they tell you the distance of the sun. Well, they said, oh, well, Venus must be the same size as the Earth. And then they try to triangulate the distance. But a triangle 93 million miles away is going to be a very acute triangle. And the further it is away, the less accurate it is, right? Like if you get one of those apps to measure something or see how far away that wall is, it might be real accurate within 10 or 12 feet. But once you start going to like 200, 300, 400 feet, it's not going to be accurate at all.
Right.
Any other questions?
No. I'm sorry if I disturb you guys. Yeah, I just woke up to that mention and just wanted to say, okay, it's not a globe. It's not a platform or some type. What is it? So yeah, that's all the question.
A realm.
We're not claiming a specific. I know this is kind of dodging the question, but the definition of the word flat it never mentions the word shape. The definition of the word flat never mentions the word shape. We're not because in order to know the truth, we would have to start digging down and find out what's underneath, but no one knows what's underneath, or if it ends, if there is an end. And we would also have to find a corner or an end somewhere on the horizontal axis, x-axis, y-axis, z-axis. You know what I'm saying? So.
Oh yeah, I understand. I understand the nature of this server. You guys only rely on observable things. So that's good because so it told me that the flat Earth community is the most trolled because people had nothing better to do. So I understand your position. I understand that's a good position to take. So I understand.
Yeah, like if you were an ant on a highway, but the ant cannot see whether or not the highway goes on for 10,000 miles or 100 miles. So the ant doesn't know what's underneath the highway. The ant does not know if the highway ends or if it goes on, has finite, it ends at like 10 miles. So it's the same idea. You're just standing on the surface. You don't know what's below or across until you take out, until the ant finds a way to travel. Like basically you'd have to fly straight for a long period of time in an airplane. But what's funny is like if you actually flew straight, that means the Earth is flat because you can't go straight on a globe. Otherwise, there's no curve because you're flying straight. You get what I'm saying? So it's kind of funny.
Well, the globe. People say the Earth is globe. They say gravity will keep airplanes on the globe as it circumnavigates the globe, something like that. So
yeah, that's fine. I'm saying what I'm saying is, in order to know what the shape is, like in order to give you an actual shape, we would have to explore the Earth.
And yeah. You go on the Earth, and the fuel go around, and whatever vehicle you're in. So I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, we'd have to fly. I would have to take a flight and then just go straight. But the funny thing is, if you actually are going straight, then it actually is flat. You know, because you can't go straight on a globe.
Right. I understand what you're saying. Yes. Okay.
Hey, what's your name, bro? So I can send you something before you leave.
Oh, Escape.
Yeah, you said you was into the real history of things, right?
Right.
This YouTube channel, you're gonna like it. This dude is always going over books and journals, diaries of people that were actually on the ground in the 14, 15, 1600s. You said you want to know what the real history is. Black History Month ain't it. That's the indoctrination. So, like he says, dodge the hijack. Go for the roots and the real shit. Peace, bro. Good luck on your journey.
Thank you very much, Hank. All right. Good night, everyone.
All right. Later. Stay flat, man. Oh, that was a good one.
Yeah, he's a good egg. He's a researcher.
Yeah. Oh, we got a new person, CJ Blue. You there?
Yeah.
Any questions?
No questions. Just listening.
Do you believe that the Earth is a globe spinning in an infinite vacuum? Or
that's just bullshit.
You said no?
No.
Sweet. Welcome to the server, man.
Yeah.
I gotta go. Peace out.
It's been harder for a while. I just never got voice checked.
Yeah, so I'm curious, bro. You said it's not a globe. What would be your 3 best evidences that it's not a globe?
One, fucking space is just fucking complete fucking bullshit. It's fucking man, dude. Ain't no fucking a lot of fucking people. Man, they got like some sort of like thing for fucking space. And it's like, you know, they have movies and shit like Star Trek, Star Wars. They grew up fucking with some propaganda bullshit. Got aliens in fucking space, so they just take it as doctrine, basically. That. Plus some Bible verses and stuff I've seen.
So the Bible is the foundation of truth for you? So, in the past, Chemo, you probably don't know him, but he asked me, Hank, you don't believe in this evolution stuff, so why do you step into their paradigm, to argue with them? And my answer is, you got to meet people where they are, right? You're not going to use the Bible as evidence for an atheist, or vice versa, right? So, you kind of have to talk to people in their own language. So when you talk to other people, like, you don't bring the Bible to an atheist, do you?
Oh, I do.
You do?
That's the truth. I ain't gonna hide it or be ashamed of it.
Right. But what I'm saying is when you're trying to convince an atheist through argumentation, you don't bring the Bible, right?
No, I do. I'll tell him Jesus is king. Repent your sins. Basically that. Pretty straightforward. If you go down to their level, I mean, the way I see it, it's just like you're pandering to them. No offense, though, obviously.
Mic check. Yeah, I lost signal.
For my thing, but I don't know. You hear me fine, right?
Nah, you're chopping up, bro.
Shit.
You've been chopping up the whole time.
Yeah. How about now?
Yeah, it's better.
All right. No, I was messing with the soundboard. I play like War Rights, so I was like for commands and things. I was just messing with it. I can't fucking figure this shit out though.
So how long you been looking into the flat Earth, bro?
A few years now. If I had to give you a date, I wouldn't even fucking know.
It's been about 2017 for me.
Yeah, I'd say around there, maybe. Yeah.
I saw some article on Facebook about it, just some random article on Facebook. That's how I got into it. Really, it was just kind of spam. I thought it was spam at first, but then after that, I was like, man, what is this?
For me, I've heard about it for a while, like in fucking shit, but I never like fully just passed it to the side, like disproved of it. Fucking. Oh yeah, that's fucking. These people are fucking crazy. You know what I mean? I always had like curiosity about the fucking subject, and then, I eventually one day fucking decided to research it. And, well,
it just
makes a good argument.
It just crossed my mind. Be like, well, if this topic was it's so big, there's got to be something behind it to be like. It's just make an issue,
Yeah, exactly. Like there isn't like everyone. You ever see like when you say it, like everyone just is fucking like, holy shit, like what the fuck? You know what I mean? Like they lose their fucking minds at just the thought of it. So I mean, if that's the case, something has to be up with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, there's just like
that's what Cathexa said in 2015. Said that he talked to his dad. And the way that his dad reacted, how harsh it was, he was like, man, there's something going on here, because it shouldn't have such a crazy reaction. But what the thing is that you don't have ideas. Ideas possess people. So the ideological possession of people comes out when you trigger them with certain words. It triggers their programming, right? Because humans are like computers. So when you say flat Earth, Agent Smith pops out, and you're no longer dealing with your grandmother, your uncle, your friend, etc., etc. You're dealing with Agent Smith, right? And Agent Smith has been programmed to protect the system, right? Defend the system, even though, the system isn't good for the person that you're normally dealing with, right? So you can't argue with some people. So you kind of have to just like plant the seed and walk away, like Jesus said, right?
Yep.
Exactly. So it's very interesting, like how real that is when you experience it in real life.
I've done that with fucking other things too, with family and fucking friends. You just fucking say something, they don't fucking believe it for shit. Fucking give it a while, and they'll see it themselves. Because now they'll be thinking about it, and then when they see something that correlates, to it, like, oh wow, yeah, wow, that sort of like.
The first time I heard it. First time I heard it, I was like, what? But I was a little more open-minded at the time. But some people have to hear it 2 or 3 times before they go, okay, what is this shit that people keep bringing up? I'm going to disprove it. And that's how you become a flat earther. You try to disprove the flat earth, and you end up proving it.
Before I ever got into flat earth, I've always been observant of like the sky and stuff like that. And I was always into space and astrology and all this stuff and astronomy growing up and just how the Earth was and where we are and supposedly space and all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then it just dawned on me like there was another area to cover. You know, it's just another area to wonder about, and that's what got me more intrigued about it.
Gotcha.
So you guys want to know how to reach your Christian friends without triggering the agent, Smith?
Yeah.
So if you type in the YouTube search Science versus Scientism, you'll see Robbie Davidson has a documentary called Science versus Scientism.
Right.
And I think his channel is called Celebrate Truth, I think. And that documentary goes through so much pseudoscience without mentioning the words flat earth once. And you let your normie friends and family watch this. If they're already kind of Bible based, it'll open their mind to so much, right? Because we've been taught and indoctrinated with this Big Bang cosmology, evolution stuff. Because when you teach someone to fish, you demonstrate how to fish, right? So they're not teaching us in school; they're indoctrinating us through repetition, which is brainwashing. That's called brainwashing. That's not teaching, right? So it kind of unravels some of the programming so that maybe, 3 weeks, 3 months, 6 months later, you can talk to them about the flat earth and they won't be so abrasive.
Yeah. It's like almost like an icebreaker in a way.
Yeah. Because think about it. If you're talking to a 30-something-year-old man, you got 30 years of programming to unravel. His conscientiousness is probably, a standard deviation higher than the females. So you're going to have trouble getting through to that guy.
Mm.
Yeah, that's the thing about mentioning flat earth to people. It's just it takes years and years of indoctrination to undoctrinate it, I grew up knowing, or supposedly knowing, or I thought I knew the earth was round, but over time, for the last 3 years, it took me a while, 3 years to get all this stuff to comprehend it,
Mm-hmm.
It just wasn't overnight.
I've never bought the that Big Bang Theory bullshit either. Even when I was a fucking kid, it just sounded so fucking bullshit to me. It was just it just fucking space dust shit. It just made no fucking sense. Why would fucking dust just fucking form fucking planets and fucking things and fucking people? It's just bullshit. Straight up fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
And then they'll say that it's not a religion, yet they all believe the exact same thing. It's the space dust just magically created everything. God didn't do it. Space dust did. It's
man, gravity did it, man.
Gravity.
That thing you're talking about?
With the distance, when it comes to all this space science stuff, the distance, the trillions of miles, millions of miles, billions of miles, I mean, how far can you get? How far can you go?
It's actually quintillions of miles. Quintillions of miles, right?
Billions and fucking billions of years. This happened, that happened, yet they fucking can't tell the fucking weather tomorrow. It's just fucking bullshit all around.
Right, so someone said space science. I got to stop you right there. There's no such thing as space science, because in science you have to manipulate the independent variable, right? Which is the cause and the hypothesis. How do you manipulate gravity? How do you turn that off to see if that's why things are falling? You can't.
Exactly. You can't.
How do you manipulate anything in space? You can't. So when we're talking about space, there is no science in space. We're talking about philosophy. So how many angels can dance on the head of a needle? Right?
Mm-hmm.
We can't test that either, right? It's metaphysical, right? So physical means something that has matter, material, particulates, right? Well, space-time is a construct. It's a mathematical construct, and there is no physical part to it. Space-time exists in a vacuum, a near-perfect vacuum in space, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is called metaphysics, right? It's like talking about God. I'm afraid that this mass is going to affect the space-time, and the space-time is going to cause something to fall, right? That's like saying I'm afraid a ghost is going to punch me and knock a tooth out of my head. Well, a ghost doesn't have a hand to punch you with.
Yeah.
So it's metaphysics. It's not even real science.
Yeah, it's just some fucking basic pseudo fucking science. Just shit they fucking make up. Especially with the fucking, they have like fucking celebrity scientists and shit. You see them on every fucking TV show, talk fucking show. Oh wow, look at this guy. I've seen him. Oh yeah, let me trust him. It's the same fucking shit. That guy must know what he's talking about. I've seen him on all these different things.
You must drink water.
So wait, so you guys don't believe in space?
We drink water.
Wait, it's not that we don't believe in space, right? There's space between you and me. There's space between the sun and the stars, right? But is it a near perfect vacuum, like they say it is, right? And I would ask you, can you demonstrate a high pressure system next to a low pressure system without a container? In other words, can you demonstrate gas pressure, like the kind that you have in a tire, without the tire? Because we have gas pressure on Earth, and Earth is in the middle of an open vacuum, isn't it?
Not the same.
According to the... Is it not?
Equal. No.
So what's the difference?
The gravity is keeping the atmosphere stuck.
Okay, so if I fill up propane bottle, 250 psi worth of propane, and I open it on the surface of the Earth where the gravity is the strongest, what's going to happen to the propane?
I was going to get stuck to Earth.
No, it's going to spew out. It's going to spew out. Where's your gravity now?
On the floor. You're right. What? Because of the gravity, right?
Ask your question again. I didn't catch your question. Can you ask it again, please?
I'm not sure what it was.
What the fuck?
So once again, can you demonstrate a high pressure system next to a low pressure system without a container?
I don't think I can do that, but I could demonstrate the Earth floating in space.
See, that's the very thing that we're trying to prove, right? So you circled back to it, which is called circular logic, right? That's a logical fallacy, right?
Isn't it the same as circumnavigation? No.
That's different. Because circumnavigation is navigation, right? Around a sphere or around a plane, which you can do both, by the way.
We can circumnavigate around the subject too, right? That's really good.
Right, but we're talking about, can you demonstrate high gas pressure near low gas pressure without a container or barrier?
I'm sure they've done it.
Well, if you're sure, why don't you just do a quick Google search and show me?
I think NASA. I'm sure they've done something like that. And the fact
so NASA has invented wheels without tires, where you don't need the container. You just air up the rim. Is that what your claim is?
Oh yeah, it's a solid tire. Yeah, you don't need to air up anything.
All right. Once again, can you demonstrate a low gas pressure system sitting next to a high pressure system without a barrier?
Well, let me Google that.
You believe in space, right? Near a perfect vacuum.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
I mean, yeah. What do you think it is?
Space?
It doesn't exist.
Simple.
It doesn't exist the way that they tell us. That's what I
just
think.
Look at it. Of course it exists. Just look up.
Nothing doesn't exist. Space, nothing doesn't exist.
What do you mean exactly?
Space, nothing doesn't exist.
Space, nothing.
There's something no matter where you are, everywhere there's something. Like right now, between us, there's air.
Yes.
So there's always a medium. It's never nothing. There's never just a void of space. It's never really space. It's never a vacuum.
Exactly.
Yeah, even the scientists.
That's why when it is, we call that, space. Exactly.
It could be
when
more
there's
dense like Jello.
Right.
You ever thought about that?
What?
It could be dense like Jello.
It is not.
Can you back up that claim? Because so far you made, a couple claims here, and you said that it's not.
He can't back up his fucking Jello claim, so
Okay, agreed.
I
You
know
got me
that's
there.
what. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, because I'm going to be honest with you, right? I'm not going to try to pull your leg, right? The thing is that truth is verifiable, right? You can verify it. You can detect it with 2 or more of your senses. You can't verify anything that NASA's done in space in the past 70 years.
You're right about that. That's for sure.
It's Jello. The Kool-Aid man says it. He's like, oh, yeah.
It's just space, It's not Jello. You don't have to put
Ask
anything.
Bill Cosby.
That's what they call it.
It's
Space.
Jello pudding.
Come on, Demarc. Try to keep it real, man.
Okay.
We're trying to have a serious conversation.
I'll quit.
He likes to play around, which is nothing wrong with that, right? We're all humans, but it's a new guy in here, and he believes in space, so he's right now looking up how to demonstrate gas pressure without a container, which we know that there's 14.7 psi at sea level, right? So that's the thing at question. So you can't use that, right?
Exactly.
There's no container on Earth, right? You can't. That's the thing that's. Yeah, you can't use that because that's the thing that's under question.
Well, that's what we're talking about. That 14.7 is here. So since it's here,
where it's here,
thus gravity is real. Thus equals evolve.
No, bro. That's not how that works. That's not how that works. That's called circular reasoning. So,
what gives you the 14.7? Do you know that?
Oh, I can measure that.
No, from what? What gives it to you? How can you measure it?
Using a barometer?
Oh, using the humidity in the air?
You can use a manometer too. That's the old school. Well, it's the same thing. But it just mercury, you could use even water, but you need a long tube.
A tube?
Yeah. A tube, right. To measure pressure.
What are you measuring though?
The pressure.
You keep saying you're measuring pressure, but that's not what you're doing. Inside the tube, what's happening?
Well, there's a vacuum, of course.
Oh, there's a vacuum reaction. High to low, hot to cold, from medium to medium.
Yeah.
It's a vacuum reaction, not actually a vacuum, right?
It's not a reaction now, but you know what I'm saying.
It's not a reaction?
How is it a reaction?
Well, every action gives you a reaction usually. So if you have something going on with one material that has an action, usually the reaction is the reading.
So the vacuum is the reaction. What is the action?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking you.
Well, I just said it's a vacuum. You said
reaction is the reading. The reading.
What is it
very last result. What?
One at a time, guys. One at a time, please. I just want to enjoy the conversation, fellas.
Right. Well, dude. You were talking about Mercury.
Right.
So he plays with Mercury, and Mercury does something, and that does what for you?
Tells you how much air is sitting on top
Mercury,
of your shoulder.
looking at Mercury tells you how much air?
Demarc, one at a time, bro.
Yes.
Well, I'm just trying to clarify what he's saying.
the pressure. Yes, it tells you your. It can also tell you your altitude, right? Because you can calibrate it. At sea level, you can call that 0. Go up and make another dash on your tube.
So,
and then
So what causes that? What causes that differential?
Gravity, obviously.
Where's the gravity at? Can we measure that in the tube? Can we put that in and out?
It is. That's it's
in the, what color is gravity?
So
I
we
can
can
see
divide
Mercury.
it.
I can't. I've never seen gravity. What's it look like?
It's the stuff that's making the mercury stain your hand.
What color is it?
It's colorless. It doesn't have a color.
How much does it weigh?
It doesn't weigh anything.
It's non-material, right?
So what is
bending and warping of space-time? It's a concept. It's a mathematical concept.
Don't bust into that space-time curvature. I'll school you guys. Oh, don't you guys.
Oh, wait. Hold on. You're going to school me, right? So tell me about this bending and warping of space-time, this concept. Is it anything like bending and warping my idea of liberty or freedom?
No,
because that's a concept too. Okay, so tell me how you bend a non-physical, which
elastic tapestry, and this tapestry is made out of space-time fibers, and you have
fibers,
like these balls, and you put these balls in the middle of this elastic tapestry, and that's like your visualization of space.
So this space-time exists in a vacuum, right?
No, it's different. It's not material.
So you're saying there's no space-time in space?
No, space occupies space-time.
Okay, so in the vacuum of space, that's where space-time is.
No, space-time is everywhere.
Is it in the room with you right now, sir?
Indeed. Correct.
Okay, so if you were to go to space, it would be there. Space-time would exist in the vacuum.
Sure, if you want to put it that way, we can.
Okay, so it's metaphysical. It's not actually got any fiber, right? Because trees are made of fiber, hemp is made of fiber, space-time is made of nothing.
Space fibers and time fibers. You're right.
What do you mean by fiber? Because fiber has a concrete sound. You know that's the reification fallacy, right?
I'm sorry, man. I was all right, I'm having a good time. All right, let me rewind. All right, yeah, your fibers. You can, if you imagine time as a fourth dimensional fiber, then you could weave it in with space.
Weave a metaphysical construct, like into a blanket.
I mean, that's what that's what Einstein did, and he's the smartest guy in the world. So I'm just gonna quote his ass.
Oh, is he? He couldn't pass his college entrance exam, and he's the smartest guy in the world. He married his first cousin.
Kept his
wasn't he just a patent clerk? But let's get off Einstein. Okay, so can you show me one scientific experiment that validated Einstein or whatever hypothesis he came up with? Because we like to stick to the science around here. So can you provide me with a hypothesis, please?
GPS.
Sorry, is GPS the independent or dependent variable?
It would be the dependent variable.
So we witnessed GPS. Okay, what's the independent variable?
Space.
So space causes GPS. Nobody invented it?
Oh no, Einstein did.
Wait a minute. You just said that space causes GPS because the independent variable is the cause of the dependent variable. Everybody heard you say that on a live recording.
Then. I wasn't too sure. Like I say, Einstein is smart.
So you're speaking about things that you don't know about.
What?
And you're schooling me on it. You're schooling me.
Oh,
is that what you consider schooling some?
I could. Okay, all right. I can take you to school on it.
Okay.
What is in the Einstein field equation? Are you familiar with the Einstein's field equation?
I am not.
Well, see, there you go. I was going to take you to school on it. The energy momentum tensor.
Okay, so we're talking about equations, right? You're talking about math. I'm talking about science. Can you provide me with a working hypothesis that Einstein made 1915 or before?
I'm not sure. I would have to read the Einstein Chronicles. I need to brush up on them.
Yeah, definitely. I'd love to see that hypothesis, and I would love to see validation, because in order to prove a cause, you have to manipulate the independent variable, right? This is called science. And when you manipulate the independent variable, you have to wiggle it on and off, right? So if we were to wiggle space-time on and off and drop something and see if it still dropped without space-time being there, then we could actually prove that that's the cause. But if we're not doing that, then we're out of the realm of the scientific method and we're in the realm of philosophy, right?
No, because it's so big, just like gravity. We have to manipulate it mathematically. Because you can't really.
That's not science. That's math. That's philosophy,
So
bro.
big. That sounds like a Dr. Seuss story.
Oh, if you guys don't like that, I mean, I can't do much
That you
better.
say
That's
something
what
so
it is.
We just like to stick to science.
Geniuses that built the
We want to
world.
stick to presentable.
We just want to stick to the science, bro. That's all. We're just
Very
we're just
scientific.
science nerds.
How
We're
can
just
you
science
test so
nerds.
big? That's too big. How can you test something too big? What's too big in space? What's too small in space, buddy?
It's infinite.
What does that even
It's
mean?
infinite. Infinite.
So how is there too big in space, ignorant?
Wait, infinite is also a concept. Can you bend and warp infinite too?
Of course you can. You can.
Oh my God.
Have infinity plus 2.
You fell for it again.
Can you
That's
bend my thought?
that's the reification fallacy. I got you twice on that one.
So can you bend my thought? Can you warp my favorite color?
You can. I can't. You can.
So, not to put you on the couch, but you said that space-time is in the room with you right now. Is it telling you to harm yourself or other people?
No, it's not an entity now. Come on, it's a lot like air.
Was it smart? Where does it bend?
You can detect air.
Space time for me.
Where does it start to bend, from the outside or the inside?
Well, everybody likes space time, man. All right. Someone else was talking to. Sure. Everyone is going to jump in on the space time stuff. All right.
How big is space time? Can we put it in a microscope?
No, it's too big. Can't.
How big is gravity? Where do they start?
It's not the same thing. You can't. Big is like a size measurement. You can't do
Big
that.
is
with
a
gravity.
concept.
Is it?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Conceptual.
So is little.
I
What's
thought it was
big
like a
and little in
measurement.
space?
Depends on what are you measuring it, like comparing it against.
That's
How are you
called a
comparing it?
concept or an idea or your opinion.
No, it's not a concept.
It's not intangible.
What's not a concept?
Gravity.
Yeah, space-time warping is a mathematical concept. It's not real, right? It's space-time. It's like saying that material objects, right, that are made of mass are going to warp space-time, and the warp space-time is going to cause mass to accelerate. That's kind of like saying, I'm afraid of ghosts. I'm afraid they might punch me in the mouth and knock a tooth out of my head. Well, guess what? The ghost doesn't have a fist, right?
Well,
it doesn't. It's
if the ghost is so
metaphysical.
big-
The ghost
if
is
the ghost
metaphysical.
so big, I got you. If the ghost is so large, it can materialize a fist whenever it needs. Yeah. Think about it like that.
We're outside of
That's
the realm
what
of science. So if that's your philosophy, religiosophy, if that's your religiosophy, that's fine by me.
Hey man, that's Einstein, man. Don't mess with Einstein. Smart dude in
Einstein
the
was
world.
slow.
He was a patent clerk.
There was something wrong with him. He was insane.
Yeah, when they took out his brain after his death, they found out that it was extra small.
No, it's like the biggest of mankind ever.
No.
Einstein was not the smartest ever, bro.
Small. And then it
No,
was
Einstein
stolen
linked me.
because some madman thought he was the smartest man in the world, and he kept the brain and destroyed it so they couldn't study it.
Einstein was dumb. There's lots of movies about how dumb he was, buddy.
Come on, man. Just because you don't understand his math,
Just
doesn't mean that he's dumb.
because you think a dumb person was smart, doesn't help me out, man.
Listen, man. Listen. Let's
Listen,
stick to the
spreading
subject.
dumbass rumors about dummies doesn't help anybody.
Earth is a ball, man. Chill out. You got no proof that you're saying it's got no space.
got
So
no
you have
proof.
no
Einstein
proof
was
that you
smarter
said
than
Einstein was smart.
Is that your claim?
Einstein's a bootlicker. That's my claim. He couldn't even tie his fucking
Well, you
shoe.
know what the problem is? Neither one of us have a way to prove either one of those. Hey,
True.
where'd the foreshadow go? Well, I just VC verified him. And he split. You couldn't prove his intelligence or demonstrate it, and he couldn't prove his ignorance. The guy isn't here for us to test.
I
He
can
measured
show that his
in
brain was
history.
extra small.
No, it was large.
And history is not concrete. History is not a concrete thing. It's not a concrete reality.
His brain was super dense, and because of relative density, we can conclude Einstein was a
Problem
smart
is
man
his
and-
brain was stolen right after autopsy and then stored under bad conditions. So you don't know if that's caused by something else.
It doesn't look good for your argument then. Either way.
Well,
Look, this guy came in here talking about he's going to school me on space time. So why don't we run him through the 3 points real fast? You guys mind?
Why don't you, Hank?
So new guy, have you ever directly measured the Earth's curvature, or anyone in history that has ever directly measured curvature of the Earth?
Many times. You just go up in a plane. I do it a lot.
Well, I think you're wrong about that, because Neil deGrasse Tyson said that you wouldn't even be able to see it in the Red Bull jump. He said
I
that
don't know,
stuff is flat.
He's wrong.
Neil deGrasse Tyson is a theoretical astrophysicist.
That's fine. I could see it just with my own eyes.
Where do you see
So
the curve at? Because I'd like to.
He sees it on the airplane. Can somebody post that image of the curvature on the runway? Because the fuselage is aerodynamic, which means the glass is
State the
bent.
city and state where you see it curving at. Because I
Is that
mean,
your-
every kid in the world would love to go pay to see that. Every adult, every
Duping me.
scientist, every teacher,
Dipping my eyes
every
with the curved
geologist.
window.
Well, that's anecdotal evidence, so it doesn't really matter what you say about your eyes. Can you demonstrate that?
Oh yeah, next time I go up in a plane, I'll just take a picture of the curved horizon, and I'll just,
Is a picture an accurate depiction of reality, or is it a distortion thereof due to lens effect and compression rate, and compressor capabilities?
I'll bust out my surveying gear and I'll survey it next time on an airplane.
Yes or no,
What was that?
Ulysses? That's not an answer to my question. I own a few total stations, so what's your point?
Well, there you go. You can use that to determine the curvature.
Actually, you can't. It's an angle in the dip and horizon. Well, the horizon moves, right? It's not a physical place. So at two different times, I can get two different angles. So I could never get an approximation or an absolution on an angle to a dip. True? And even if I did over the land, it would just be an accurate depiction of topography. Can we state that topography equals curvature?
Yes.
I don't think you know much about survey, although you can say survey equipment.
Well, I did get the guy to say earlier that his dependent variable was GPS and his independent variable was space.
That wasn't bad. Man, I was trying my best.
It's all right, bro. It's just the thing
Well,
is
it's
that
time a physical thing.
Yeah, of course it is.
It's time a physical thing.
Yeah, it's always.
Is it physical time?
he said they have time threads.
No, time is not a physical thing. Time is a unit of measure. It's an abstract construct. You know what an abstract is? It's the opposite of concrete. You know what that means?
Yeah, like an inch on your ruler, right? We use that to measure.
No.
The inch is not real.
Yeah, it's an abstract.
Time is the same.
It's an abstract. Exactly. So time is not physical, nor is it real. So can you warp a concept?
Well, yeah, you build a.
Can mass warp a concept or a unit of measure over time and distance? No, mass can't warp a concept.
Yeah, with time dilation, of course.
Time's not a physical thing. You can't warp it with mass, matter, or weight.
We can dilate.
And the problem with that is you can't clearly define any of those three: mass, matter, or weight.
Which well, yes.
Mass you can get 10 different definitions for. Are we going to cherry pick one?
Yep, depends on which one I need. I'll just choose that one for that argument.
Well, then that's not science. That's pseudoscience.
Wait,
that's what the scientists do.
One second.
We're still in the abstract. We're still in the area of abstract, which means it's not a concrete reality yet. You understand that, right?
Wait, Barama, haven't you spoken to Sirius before?
Yeah, come on, man. Just chill, dude. I've been trolling these guys for a little bit.
Yeah.
Jemsy, oh, man.
Yes, I have.
He's trolling.
This is an ongoing relationship here, bro.
I'm not
hey,
thank you. Or he was playing with me.
You've never in your life gotten a relationship in between a relationship and had back.
It's called
on you, bro. That's a joke.
Ban him.
Yeah, I was doing my best.
Is this guy a Glober? I thought he was a normie.
He's a space criminal.
I'm a space.
I'd be surprised if you got a positive claim one out of him.
I could tell you that water is flat, though, Hank. There you go. If you don't like the spaced variable.
Flat or level?
A level and flat. Plus or minus. I'll call it surface.
Well, I don't like the word flat for water because water is turbulent for many reasons. Weather, heat, convection.
Plus or minus the chop. Like
current. Turbulence. It means choppy water. You know what I mean? You ever been fishing?
Yeah, but
your bobber just sit there.
Water at rest, though. You know what I mean? Like you don't have to take the ocean. You can take a little pond. You know.
So is this guy a flat
maybe in
earther
a
or what?
glass, a room with no breeze, and a constant temperature?
He's a moderator, bro.
I covered that. There's no positive claim.
How come you don't ever talk? I don't recognize his voice. He's in here trolling me.
I know, man, and I played along, and I wasn't sure if you knew or not, but
he said
that you did it, and I went on.
Did I know you, bro?
I tried. You know, I did not get serious with you with the fucking space time.
Did I know you? I'm looking.
I was gonna grab my fucking.
I played the Glober before. Well, hey, I like to play the Glober so good that they're mad at me. If they're not mad at me when it's done, then I didn't play it good enough.
You didn't make me mad.
Steel sharpens steel, right? Oh, I'm sorry, Hank. He's been a moderator for a long time. I don't forget a voice. I thought we were all hip to he was. I thought he was just playing the Glober because we were bored.
I'm pretty sure me and DeMarc thought he was legit.
Oh yeah, I heard the whole thing.
You guys are serious.
Hey, I'm a troll. I didn't want to give it away, you know. That's why I said
Hey, wait a minute.
I'd be surprised if you got a positive.
Isn't trolling a bannable offense? Seize him.
Well, I'm hidden behind the curtain.
Well, you
bud.
know
You
us
can't
mods,
see me.
we like to troll, man, and there's a standing rule: don't fuck with each other, trolls, man. That's the highest offense here.
It is.
I'm a troll.
Well, I'm
don't get in
glad
the way,
I could
damn
be
it.
entertainment for the group tonight. Glad I could be pleasurable for you guys.
Oh, if it sharpens your argument, Hank.
I enjoyed it.
I think you use a pretty logical approach, though, Hank. I don't think you need to sharpen it more. I mean, we could all learn more. Yeah.
Right, that's right. We all got potential. He didn't have me squirming just yet.
Your logic is pretty damn sound.
I was pretty illogical, so he did pretty good to counter argue my fucking fallacy on top of a fallacy. Yep, we got air pressure. You can measure it. Thus, we got gravity. Thus, Earth is a ball. That's legit right there, man.
Hey,
I couldn't believe you went that. I couldn't believe you went that route.
Listen, dude, we've had flat earthers. Listen, we've had flat earthers play the role of Globers when we were bored, just to sharpen our skills. And at the end of it, members were messaging me, telling me, "Ban that dude. He's making us look bad. He done switched." I was like, "Dude, were you not here when we said he was gonna just play the devil's advocate?" Like, it was funny. Riggs had the whole damn. He had the YouTube live stream and the VC just all tripping. It was so funny I couldn't even say nothing after a minute. I had to mute so people didn't hear me laugh.
Yeah, flat earthers play the Globers much better. It's kind of annoying.
Well,
for sure.
So, Demok, did you think he was a mod, or did you think he was? Because Demok was fighting too, right?
Oh yeah, both of you guys. What?
At a certain point, I said, this guy is either trolling or something, but then I saw your icon and your name, and I was like, oh, come on.
I was hoping no one else takes a look and sees the flashing icon, especially Hank, because I knew.
I was wondering when I came in here, I was like, what? Is he trolling them, or do they know? Are they just practicing? What? But hearing a few people triggered in their voice, I was like, "Oh, he's trolling."
It was Demok. Yeah, he was triggered. He was starting to get triggered.
I love a good troll.
The Einstein.
You know I do, bro.
Smartest dude in the world. Oh, they'll get you.
I love a good troll. It was old dude. It was. That shit was epic. Riggs had the whole server tripping. They was all like, "Ban him, Battle Mod, ban him." Man, I can't do that. He's just trolling you fuckers, and he's good at it. Dude, listen, when you've done this 5-6 years, you got a vast array of multiple global Earth arguments. If you debated, a multitude of arguments, then you should be able to present them. If you can tear them apart, you should be able to present them with, precision execution. I know I can trigger people when I take that side. I don't know.
Well, I would just like to know, when does this guy speak? I've never heard him speak before, I don't think. Do you actually get on The Voice?
Oh, dude, I was on like 2 days ago with Jose. It was you, me, Jose, and who else? Someone else. We're talking.
Yeah, I heard Sirius often. I did a double take.
He doesn't talk much.
But he does from time to time, and his voice is very noticeable.
We've all kind of bowed out. The old school guys, we bowed out to let you guys have your time. We just try to moderate it and keep it civil. I enjoy listening. When I don't enjoy listening, I interrupt. Trumpets you when I'm trying to bring it back to civil. so it's enjoyable to listen to, I'll apologize up front.
Mike, your mic sucks.
It's for. I know.
Mike, man.
I know, bro.
That's what's good.
I know, dude. This is the first time I've heard you talk in a minute, brother. I was like, I was wondering, what was he smoking weed? He's hired me, shit.
Oh man, I should take a rip right now. Let's do that. Sure. Sure.
They don't get it. We get stoned and we get bored. We gotta troll somebody.
Dude, where's Bong Sao at? He's been gone too, or what?
I think he's on a hiatus.
Yeah,
Oh,
Bong
is he?
goes on these elongated breaks, man.
Well, mine was like over a year, so I understand.
Oh, I do too. Man, when you get frustrated with every little damn thing that happens, if it's no longer enjoyable, take a break.
Yeah.
Should be enjoyable.
Oh, there's a comeback,
I
then
do
you
it.
know it's interesting, right? It's like, oh, I remember this shit. Still ships over the fucking horizon. Oh my god, it never gets old, does it? Damn, man.
I just can't believe it's been a year, Cyrus.
Not for them.
Yeah, man. It's been more than a
Oh,
year.
what's
dude.
up, some more?
What's up, Battle?
What up, man?
Yeah, Cyrus done a lot of talking on this server. Go back in time.
We got you both in here. Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I like to, just hop in here, chill, have a chill discussion, troll a bit. Troll
Yeah, I was
gang.
just thinking about Battle Mod bringing up rigs, turning everybody, and shoot, that had to have been 2 years ago now. Like it was yesterday.
Yeah. That was a fun night. I was like, shit, if he can do that, I gotta play this game at least once. He enjoyed that too. He likes to be abrasive. It was funny.
So Cyrus, you just come back to hang out with Kosho?
Yo, where's Kocho at? Sure, man. Where the fuck is he?
I haven't seen that guy in a long time. either.
I like talking.
I think he's still here, dude. You could tag him in I think he's just only got the gladiator role, so he can't come up here, but we can change that if you can tag him and get him to respond.
I seen him earlier in Brandon's. He was in there arguing, filibustering.
I like Kosho. He's not bad, man. Like I've had many decent discussions with him, especially like orbital mechanics. I remember for fucking hours we went back and forth, and it was decent. It wasn't bad.
I was gonna say, when you hang out with the guy for days and hours, and he kind of grows on you.
Yeah. It's like you can, unless you're just trying to hop in there and like win the argument or whatnot. And I never try to do that. I just don't give a fuck, right? I'm trying to chill and have a decent conversation. You can figure out a way in, right, to have like a decent discussion, right? Where, hey, look, man, I'm not defending nothing. You don't have to defend anything. Let's have a fucking discussion here. And
Yeah, I don't mind Kusho. He doesn't bug me. He just, others don't feel the same way, know.
Yep, I know.
Oh yeah, I've seen him stimulate lots of great conversations and keep them moving along for quite a while.
Yeah, we all know I'm the one that kept on banning him all the time. So when they get tired of him, they tell me first, Mike, this means don't unban him. I'm like, okay, man, whatever. We'll revisit this in a minute, though. The guy's, he's not that bad. He just likes to. That's a guy that proves that we had a more quality environment at one time because he just liked to hang out. He disagrees with us totally, but he can sit here and have a good conversation about anything else.
Yeah, he would be here like all day long, man. For how many hours we fucking logged him on the server? I don't know, man. Days fucking straight.
Yeah, he spent a lot of time here. He liked us. Still does.
Where's Zanuck at? Is he still around or what?
Actually, you mentioned that. I'm trying to look for both of them right now. I know they still got the gladiator role here. I'm trying to see where that's played at. The Rumpus is still here. He's got a gladiator role.
So I was kind of let down with this movie Level. I don't know, man. I guess I had higher expectations because of 200 proofs, right, and sticking to the facts. But yeah, at least we got some more flat Earth content out there trying to get some publicity. That's good, I guess.
Oh, there's a new documentary sort of thing, or
Yeah, Dubé was promoting this, work of a bunch of people that together, right? ODD was in on it, Dave, a couple other guys. So I thought maybe they were going to knock our socks off here with something, right? Like these guys have put out some of the most popular content as far as Flat Earth goes out there, right? ODD's videos and Dave's. But yeah, I don't know. I felt like there was a little something missing there.
I'll watch it. Sean, check it out.
That's kind of like what I said. I mean, it's 1 hour. It's 1 hour, so you can only put so much information. But it looks like they did like an overview of many points, not too specific, and at the end, calling Tyson for a debate, Neil Tyson for a debate, whatever. That's about it.
I wish that would give us publicity. I don't think they'll ever fall for that shit. Good one.
Maybe we should just do the Kent Hovind method. Just start going to colleges and challenging professors.
I like that guy. Yeah, I like him. He's badass.
Yeah, I kind of think he was the first flat earther because he was asking, why does Venus spin backwards? Oh, you can't question cosmology.
Dude, I think I've seen a video of him just shitting on flat Earth. So, however, he's got great content for other stuff. Like carbon dating. He kind of opened up my eyes on carbon dating. I was like, oh, snap, shit. I was like, okay, cool, man. I did not know that. He's got really good info on it. It's like, oh, cool. But yeah, I think he thinks we're retarded, so it's okay.
Yeah, if I spent 8 years trying to avoid Bubba in 50 different prisons, I probably wouldn't ask some more questions either. Just saying, that'd probably break my spirit.
Yeah, I mean, shit, it's all right. I mean, you don't. He picked up many pieces of the puzzle, right? I don't expect everyone to pick up 100 or 100% of the puzzle, or anyone to pick up 100%. Yes, but I don't think he really got it, the flat Earth thing, but maybe he will one day. Who knows? Hey, I was pretty open-minded.
All right, here I found his shit. He spelled it with funny letters. It makes it hard. I'll tag him, and then anybody can tag him that wants to. Because I already told him if he wants to come hang out, I'll let him out of arena. So here, you guys can tag him too, and tell him to come on. He probably will, if he's on. Let me find the Zanny.
Who you're talking about?
The Co-Show.
Oh, okay, sure.
Yeah, Co-Show. I tagged him in live stream. I already gave him the Globe Earth roll so he could leave arena if he wants and come up here and hang. Like I said, I don't mind Kusho. Jeremy's alright in my book. He doesn't bother me. He's got a college level education, and some people don't like the way he uses it to be disingenuous. 'Cause he will do that, but generally, dude, when we let him free here, he doesn't choose to debate. It's only when you back him in the corner.
Yeah, but we got some bloodthirsty. Sorry.
Yeah. Yep, that's a problem. They won't let him. He's a Glober, so they see his name, then automatically he has to defend the Globe, and that's where issues start, where he's no longer here or allowed to come out of arena anyway.
Dude, whenever I would see him in the room and his mic is off, I would automatically just hop in. Like, all right, I know Coach was in here, so we can always get a conversation rolling, right? Like, oh, hey man, how about this or that, right? And boom, let's go. And drag him into this fucking, deep water. I don't know. I like him.
Yeah, I never expect to agree with everyone on everything, right? That's just unavoidable. Like, it's never going to happen. So the idea that you can have discussions around the point of contention without dealing with the confrontation of who's right and who's wrong, you can get a lot further with conversation, especially with a guy like that.
Yep. Got to debate the topic, not the person. Yep.
Some people say that, I don't really get triggered very often. And the truth is I do. I just recognize it and take a deep breath. And one of the things that I do is I always maintain that I'm not talking to the person, right? I'm speaking to the audience. So that helps me have like another degree of separation. So it's like, this person isn't attacking you, right? They're attacking the thing, and you're attacking the thing, right? The argument. So that helps too.
That's the beauty of the flat Earth topic, though, right? Because you can guarantee you're going to get somebody just emotional response. It's just completely, boom, they're done. Like, wow, that was fun. That was easy.
That's why it's the best for trolling. Yep.
Oh, it's so good.
You just say flat one too many times, dude, and they get triggered, and it's off. We're off to the races. We're on the parabolic arch.
It's
Houston, we have liftoff.
No, it's all curved, but it all looks flat. Don't you get it? Like, I promise. No, it's flat curved.
A flat line is curved, bro.
Right. Don't you know this? Don't you know that curved lines are flat?
Yeah, you can flat line and you're not really dead because it'll come back up. It's a curved line.
It's awesome. See it every day. It's so good.
Yeah, I find it if you
Where the hell you been, Tamor?
I find if you say it in no uncertain terms that it's flat or it's not a globe, they will get triggered.
Yeah, you're like, come on, man. I'm just talking about the curve of the earth. Like, what are you talking about? Like, how did you get on God? Like, curve of the earth, bro.
Yeah, I kind of think that all roads lead to religion when you're on the flat earth subject. I kind of think it's unavoidable, but then once you realize that you're on it, then you can like hop back on the subject.
Yeah, I try to avoid it because exactly it's unavoidable. But I mean, I always table it. I try, that way we're sticking to empirical stuff first, Then we shall see.
Why do the Globers hate science so much? Like, I was up there earlier at Brandon's and they were just like really hating on science. Like, they're open about it now.
What do you mean science?
The method.
Oh, like the real, like scientific method, science. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, when I say science, I always mean the method. I don't ever mean any other meaning.
I think it kind of shits on their argument. That's why. So they try to run away from it, where they tell you it's old. We don't have to abide by that. So it's like, oh, okay.
Well, it's a misunderstood term, right? Like science is like gravity. Everybody thinks they know what it is, but nobody knows what it is.
No, it's a label. Yeah, and we just argue about the fucking label, but different. I don't know, hypotheses, whatever. Mass attracting mass. Wasn't Cavendish trying to weigh the Earth? Right. That's what he was trying to do. He wasn't trying to. He's trying to weigh the Earth.
Yeah, attempting to weigh the mass.
Yeah.
And wasn't the guys who detected the cosmic background radiation, weren't they just trying to get the static out of their antenna?
Well, it turns out
yeah,
static.
I love that one.
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
I love that one.
They never caught on though. They don't know that it's a static, bro. They think that's the signal.
It reminds me of that commercial. Can you hear me now?
I thought that commercial was never going to end. We were going to hear that thing for the rest of our lives. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Sort of like,
yeah,
tastes great.
I hear you. You're modulating from the axis of evil. Cosmic background. Come on, guys. You got that one right.
Yeah, I love asking them.
We're a central point. Go ahead.
I love asking them what's the dating method for light. If I could see their faces when I ask them that question, because they say it's the oldest known light in the universe. Oh yeah, what's the dating method for light? I'll wait.
Light has to be.
Yeah.
What else? Light.
I love that shit.
Would you like me to dig up the calculation? Let me first start with the speed of light. So if we have a speed of light and a distance, let me see how far away I can put it.
Hey, fellas.
Hey, how you doing?
Yo.
I'm good.
Hey, what's
how
up?
you guys?
Who's this?
Doing good. Are you here to talk about Spaceballs?
I'm just here to have a good time, man.
Oh, dude,
Just
it's my
listening.
favorite song. I'm not I used to be a space buff, the more back in the days, A lot of us were.
Balls guy.
I was with Peso Bags, and we were in a VC, and earlier on, I was showing him like examples of how we don't see curvature, like how we can't observe curvature with our own eyes, and how there's been so many measurements done, and we haven't seen curvature through those measurements. And he asked me a question. He asked me, has NASA ever responded to a flat earther's question about why we never see curvature when we measure? And we looked for a response online, like NASA responding to the FE calculations with the where that has no curvature, that where we find no curvature, and there's no response whatsoever. Do you guys know if there's any response, like to them, like specifically talking about?
Response. They're not specific. It's so certain arguments are addressed by their new theories in science, like the moon now exists in the atmosphere. So there's no longer a question of how did the radiation affect you when you went to the Van Allen belt, because the moon's inside that. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that's indirectly.
The Van Allen
Adjusted
belt
on the fly.
outside. Yeah, well, that's what I said. It's an indirect response. But yeah, they definitely address our argument.
I see.
It's not directly. So that people can see that they're actually defending themselves from our valid suppositions about their oxymoron Ronnie. Sorry, but they do address it.
Okay, well, is there anything where they specifically talking about like some methodology that they use to debunk the flat Earth calculations where we see no curvature?
NASA? No.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah, we
no
couldn't find it.
specific address in the above. Period.
Yeah.
NASA doesn't address flat Earth. They won't even touch it. It's a shit spot. No, well, it's a shit pot. And they know the spoon's already in there, so if they touch the spoon, they're going to get shit on their hands and they're not going to get it off. It's just going to smear. You wipe it. It's going to create more
That's
shit.
a good way of putting it.
And they'll be stuck in their own shit.
Well, what came to mind?
Swimming in a pool of their own feces.
What came to mind for me was the direct confrontations of people they have that are astronauts, right? Like they've asked these people, "Is the Earth flat?" And they said, "Well, no, I went up and I saw the curve." So I guess is that an official NASA explanation? No, but there have been people that have worked for the organization that have been directly asked about flat Earth.
Yeah. Well, I saw a video about where they actually they interviewed like 5 astronauts, and this pastor was like, "Would you put your hand on the Bible and swear that you went to the moon?" That was an interesting video, and none of them would actually do it. Even if they were offered money, like they wouldn't do it. So, but
The
yeah,
ballers will tell you that some of them did.
The astronauts who claim to see
One of them-
curve are generally
You're
the
right.
astronauts who go to the ISS, and according to planetarium director Paul Larson, they can't see curve at that height.
Buzz Aldrin, I think he did in the video. So some of them did swear. Others.
There's a video of Buzz Aldrin deny. There's a video of like I think there's 2 instances of when this pastor approached Buzz Aldrin and he denied it. He didn't want to answer the question, or he didn't want to swear like on the Bible.
I've seen the whole video. I think it's called it's the Bart Sibrel by Bart Sibrel.
I'm gonna go check it out right now. Yeah.
Buzz is the guy that punched him, if I'm not mistaken, and he's the one that swore on the Bible. He had no problem swearing on it. Yep. And he also told him that we were just riders on a plane. So that really caught my attention because
He said we're just passengers.
on the plane.
And that's the truth right there, right? That's your nugget. Because he was just speaking the fucking truth. He was just telling like this is exactly what happened. So get the fuck out of here, and that's exactly what happened. They were just on a plane.
Yeah, they
So
did
they
all
did
those
go up.
orbital
They don't. Not all of them, I think, know how far up they were, but like he was in on it. Where he's the leading.
They wanted to believe they were just passengers, but they did all those orbital calculations just with like a normal calculator. That's all the computing power they had.
Those videos got to be like 10 years old now, right? No, I mean, those are old videos.
Yeah, it's an old one. Like something's called Something Funny Happened on the Way to the Moon. The one.
Yeah, nothing at all.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody ever went. There you go. But hey, we're going back, and what is it, next year? I'm excited.
No way, we're going back next year? Oh shit!
I'm not sure when.
Aliens.
Well, maybe this time we'll encounter aliens. You never know. They gotta make it spicy, yeah.
Us checking out the helicopter.
Mate, they've got nothing else they can do now. They played all their cards. This is the only card they have left.
That's the only card they had from the beginning. It's been working just fine.
Well, I don't know what you guys are talking about. They just released footage of a helicopter on Mars. Like, have you guys seen this? Like,
no. Can you post it in live stream?
Yeah, I saw that. That was sick. Yeah.
Yeah, helicopter flying around in 1% atmosphere.
It's a special helicopter we calculated, man. Come on, we already knew.
They got pictures, man,
Yeah.
and video.
So you go argue or 1%, 2%, doesn't matter. Flew. Look, see? That's right.
There's also pictures
It's
and
so
video
funny.
of Godzilla that doesn't convince me Godzilla is real.
Well, when your government tells you Godzilla's real and they show you videos, you better fucking believe it. So.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm not gonna believe it until I see Godzilla towering over the city I live in.
So you're saying if I let you drive the remote control car on Mars, you would believe it?
No, because that could easily be a computer game, unrelated to your or the fantasy of Mars.
Man.
Godzilla was always racist, picking on Japan. Like, call me Gaijin one more time. No, we said Godzilla, not Gaijin. Oh, sorry.
He must have been Japanese himself, so I don't think that's racist. You know, picking on your own kind. It's allowed.
Does the Asian dragon have a name? Because maybe that Asian dragon can kick Godzilla's ass. Because I know they're real big on dragons over there.
Where I live, a lot of people believe in Bigfoot, and they're really big on it. You know, just locals. So shit, think everyone got their own thing, right? Well, maybe these guys will say that the Bigfoot from up here will whoop Godzilla's ass and the dragon's ass.
Well, the Bigfoot's King Kong, right?
Is it?
Nice, you know.
Yeah, so I get the
stereotypically.
meaning. Bigfoot is the big. King Kong is the biggest foot.
The biggest one.
Yeah, being a flat earther definitely has its benefits. I can tell you that my phone is always lighting up with alerts that NASA has accomplished some astronomical feat, some miracle beyond belief, and you're definitely well informed about what's going on in outer space.
Yeah, they'd be like.
Yeah, that's like.
Yeah. So here's the video. I found the video of like the guy like asking Buzz Aldrin to like swear on the Bible that he's been on the moon, and Buzz Aldrin's like denying to even talk to him. I'm posting it in live stream voice text.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, they'd be like telling us it rains diamonds on Jupiter or whatever. Just give us money and we can go where the diamonds are. You're never gonna get those diamonds. They're like, oh, we could mine the asteroid fields, but they haven't gone deeper than 7.8 kilometers.
As long as you give us your money, we don't have to go anywhere. Just
Just give us a lot of money now, and then maybe someday in the future we will have more resources.
I was talking about this stuff with someone the other day, and it brought up how Virgin Galactic is actually starting to sell tickets again. I was like, oh shit. I remember this 20 years ago. Like, this is nothing new, people. Like, they're recycling the same story over and over again. I couldn't believe that people were actually thinking that space travel was going to be, right around the corner. They're doing it, man. SpaceX, dude, it's happening.
My favorite globe lie is the fact that you can buy Venetian, Martian, and lunar real estate. That's the best one. I mean, that's a good one, man. You give somebody like $15 or $20 and they'll give you like a piece of paper, right, with some grid number on it or some shit.
Man, I'm gonna have to say, like, after South African showed me all kinds of stuff about flat Earth, I'm more on the fence than I thought I was from the beginning. Like I was never adamant about globe Earth or nothing like that. It's just I never really looked into the topic too much, and if anything, I'm more on the fence than I ever have been looking at that stuff because it's just crazy. Because I see so many, I see that a lot of flat earthers. They're all about science and they're even using NASA's like calculations against them. There's no response, dude. There's no response from NASA or nobody. There's just smear campaigns. There's CGI. That's all there is. It's all like fake shit. They never respond with anything real.
Yeah, but it's some good CGI though, right?
I mean, yeah, they did a pretty good job at that.
You checking out
now with the
Nebula?
fisheye lens, though, I mean, it's pretty obvious when you see like the whole space station just being stretched out.
So you're questioning if that's an actual photograph of a black hole?
A black hole? I never saw a black hole.
Oh yeah, man, they got a picture of that.
Yeah, that's Snoop Dogg smoking a blunt, guys. I thought you knew.
But anyways, we just got our boy Red Skull in here, and I've been trying to send him all that flat Earth stuff too. I'm just trying to see, and this guy's out here he's really adamant about the globe Earth. He's really adamant.
So what do you think the best proof of the flat Earth is that you've come across so far? Like, what's got you on the fence? What hooked you? Said, oh, that's something I can't just dismiss it. Besides NASA.
Well, I mean, it's got to be the curvature tests. It's got to be. There's so many of them. There's so many curvature tests all around the world. There's not one. So there's really not one point in the world where there's. How is it all flat? Like, there's got to be at least one spot in the world with its curvature, right? Like, there's got to be at least one, but there isn't.
So that sounds pretty convincing. Why are you on the fence?
I don't know. I'm still on the fence because it's not enough for me to instantly think that it's flat. Like everything. Like I don't know what model the planet is. You know what I mean?
Okay, but it's flat.
Sounds
like
like
I'm saying, like I don't know what the actual shape and model of the planet is. Like the whole shape and model.
Yeah, that's perfect. We don't claim that either. Most of us just say flat Earth is a surface description of what we have measured and can see for ourselves. Sounds like you understand the argument. You just haven't found or seen it for yourself, tested it for yourself. So
I want to see it for myself before I do it. But there's enough tests for me to be convinced.
Oh, come on, man! You just don't want to join the crazy train. Well,
I'm not going to take a stance.
That's for crazies, though, right?
I'm not going to take a stance unless I do the test myself.
That's wise. I would say that's very wise.
I can respect that.
That's why I say I'm on the fence. So I just don't want to pick any sides.
Yeah, but that shit's flat.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm just saying it. All the pilots saying it's flat.
So who's your friend? What questions they got? Let's bring them in.
Wait,
Maybe they can tell us more about how Red Skull. Why is it a ball?
I don't even know if he's here.
I think I see him. He's not muted, so he can talk.
We'll get him in here.
No, he's in the VC. I think he might be AFK. I'm not sure.
Yeah, he might be AFK because he was in check-in for quite a while. Because he might be doing something.
I thought it was right above me. The RRRED skull. The red.
Yeah, that's him. That's him.
Cool.
What's your global favorite question?
Well, where's the edge? That's my favorite every time. Like guaranteed, right?
My favorite is do you guys don't believe in science?
Yeah, that one's pretty good too.
Like, do you guys know what science is?
Do you know how many people would have to be lying? I mean, The amount of people that would have to be lying.
I gotta say though, like, I've never really actively cared about what shape the planet is, nor ever really thought of how that would benefit my life. I kind of see some approaches now to how it would, but like everything that's been happening to smear the campaign, or just people just riding on like just believing in authority and telling you like what's going on in the world, like science in general is kind of like a religion at this point, to where like even when it comes to like vaccines, for example, like just because a doctor says it's effective,
bro, we're gonna avoid that, bro.
I know
what you're saying, scientism.
I just want to say that the FDA says that there's no real proof of how, they don't even know how long they last. They're not even approved. But people instantly believe that it's gonna instantly work because doctors say it will.
Yeah,
It's like the
fluoride is
same thing
good.
with saying the Earth's a globe, and everybody's just like, yeah, I'm just gonna believe that. Everybody's saying it is, I believe it. No, that's basically what the approach is.
Look, man, it was the same thing about 9/11. You know, back in like 2008, you try to tell people about Tower 7. They didn't know nothing about it, but they knew you were wrong, right? And then years later, they come back and be like, Larry, you know what? You were right about Building 7. Right? And then, what was it, last year? Fairbanks, Alaska, come out with a college study, like almost verbatim, quoting what I've been saying for like 10 years. So 3 things cannot be long hidden: the sun, the moon, and the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like there's some Illuminati type shit going on around here, right? Like,
man, now
something's going
that
on.
the world's flat for me, like I'm gonna feel less like guilty for like worshiping Odin and shit. You know what I mean? Like,
well, yeah, Flat Earth definitely opens a lot of doors. Like,
Who's live streaming?
the channel live streams.
Oh, where do you watch that at?
YouTube.
The fuck? Is there a link?
Just type 24/7 Flat Earth Discord and it will come up. It will be the first result.
Okay. 24/7.
Lost. Did you come here to be found? Are you gonna find yourself here?
Man, I've heard that too many times. That don't work.
Yo,
I've
I
had
got
this
a quick
name for
question.
I've had this name since the TV show Lost. That's where I got this name from.
I got a quick question. Has anybody in here gone out of their way and done the curvature test themselves? Like in here?
No, I am a biblical flat earther, brother. Or I'm not actually a flat earther yet. I'm a biblical. I don't know how to explain it.
I believe
Me
in
and
the what's in
Lost.
the Bible.
Me
What's
and
in the
Lost
Bible?
have discovered biblical flat Earth and don't know what to think of it.
Oh,
Here's the truth. In 2014, my dad was like, "Hey, you see that? We were at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame Museum, and the lake was frozen." I was like, "No, what?" And he pointed out Detroit to me from across the lake. So what I thought was, like, as far as the eye could see was ice. I did see buildings in the distance. So I don't know for a fact that was Detroit, because I didn't sail across to find out like Skiba, but I'm pretty sure that was an observation.
I mean, yeah, well, there's a lot of curvature tests. Like, I could stream a few if you guys want.
Yeah,
Am I even allowed to? No.
But I'm just wondering if anybody in here has done it themselves, because I want to like get the equipment. I don't know
There's
how much
many
it
ways
costs.
you can test it. I, for one, I tested it simply because at 2015 they kept telling us that the horizon was a geometric sphere edge. So at that point, I just got myself a big telescope, and I had a friend of the family's with a nice camera who owns a telescope, because I don't own one. And we got ourselves high up on a hill and watched cruise ships sailing away. And you could see them appear to disappear on the horizon with your eyes, and then look into the camera, you see it again. And then it appears to disappear over the curve in the camera. But you look in the telescope, there it is again. There's no way to explain it from the globe.
So, do you think that that might be an optical illusion with your eyes?
It's called the
is
Rayleigh
actually-
criterion or the diffraction limit. Each optic has a limit on how far it can see.
And you were using like a really high powered telescope?
Yeah, I used it was I think it was a Canon camera. It had a big lens on it. He used it for bird watching and stuff like that. And then he had a really big star telescope. One of those. I forget what it's called. But anyway, it's if you have better optics, you can see further. This destroys the claim that the horizon is a geometric sphere edge, which destroys the whole globe. You
Is
can
there
also
any
do the tests with mirrors. That's the cheapest test you can find. You just need a friend.
Oh, guess I can't do that test.
I was gonna ask, is there any way I can show my screen here, or should I like link the video?
No, we're gonna do that here.
Yeah.
You could just send me the link if you got a whole bunch of observations.
I mean, I could. Okay, hold on. Give me a minute.
You gonna send him the drop file?
I'm gonna send him the Toronto. Have you seen the Toronto skyline yet? Like the zoom in of it?
There's a video
The,
of
curv- the curvature test of the Toronto skyline.
Here's the thing. I want to know where that guy stands and where he's
Brother, you've seen the video. He stands. He's like
on the other side of a
fucking
Great
5
Lake, right?
kilometers away.
Yeah, is he on the other
Hold
side
on.
of the Great Lakes?
Hold on, I'm trying to find it. Hold on.
Because I have NA geography, so I don't really understand where he was, but I know wherever the fuck he was, he zoomed in very, very far, and as far as my eyes could see, that shit was flat.
That shit was flat as fuck. Yeah.
That shit was flat.
I'm
He
trying to
zoomed
find it. Hold
in
on.
very, very, very far. Like, I don't know what camera he had. He had a CIA camera.
I just want to know
Just
if
share
anybody
the
can
link
explain
in the live stream. You can share.
it. No, I'm gonna link it to that dude. Yeah, hold on.
Oh, you could post it in the YouTube chat.
Live stream no, not YouTube. Here in the VC, above the VC, there's a live stream voice text. Whatever we're talking about is related. There might be information being posted in this voice chat.
You said Hank Hill is the one to send it to? I can get it if you can't.
Please, thank you.
Can you get the Toronto skyline clip?
Yeah, I know where it is.
In the folder.
Yeah, just give me a second to get it.
You got it in the schizo folder.
Yes, I have the whole. I know where that video specifically is because
Where is it?
It's
in the Flat
under.
Earth folder.
Yes, it's in Flat Earth and it's on curvature.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
You have to scroll down.
You know which one it is for
I found
sure,
it. Yeah,
right?
I got it. I got it.
It's not the lighthouse one.
No, this is the one. This is
The lighthouse one's even more crazy.
So Hank Kill, I'm sending it to you. It's right here.
That one is probably more like 50 miles.
What's your name, bro?
Lost. I have the Juice World icon, yellow jacket.
Is this on your stream on
Thank you,
YouTube?
sir.
Where I can find it?
Yeah, you can go on the YouTube. I'll link you.
Okay, I see it.
So yeah, that's the video we're talking about. Very, very zoomed in, and like the flat. I mean, I don't know how else to explain it. It's so damn flat. And I don't know how far.
This folder's insane on Flat Earth shit.
He has math at the start of it.
It's so flat it could make me cry.
The thing I believe in is what the Bible says, and God doming the earth and it being flat. So I'm going off that.
Wait,
So for me, it was
these observations.
Yeah, me and Lost are Christian flat earthers technically. I mean, we're not really flat earthers yet, but we're kind of like, you know.
Sorry, Hank.
Kind of like what?
Yeah, exactly. Like, what would you? Do you know what the curve calculation is for the ball? I mean,
I've seen it in the folder, but I don't remember it now.
Oh,
I can find
the Satanistic like curvature of the Earth and shit, like the measurements of the Earth. Is that what you're talking about, or no?
yeah.
Yeah, it's very, very the measurements of the Earth are very, very Satanistic.
Yeah, they go to like 6.
I don't want to bring religion too much into it. I'm just saying. I mean, I've seen some stuff about it at least.
Sounds like you guys are tripping on this topic a little bit. Like,
I'm not. Well, I'm new to it, brother.
yeah.
That's it. I'm just new. But you
I
guys
just want to know the
should,
truth.
you guys
That's
should
all I
definitely
care
watch
about.
that video. That video is pretty crazy. That video is really what is kind of nuts to me. That Toronto skyline, the guy zooming in from like 5 km away.
And I'm not going to trust anything I see from NASA. I mean, they're all Masons.
He's zooming in from like 5 kilometers away. If what's his name? Hank Hill.
I sent the video to Hank Hill.
Thanks, guys. If you want to know more about the Masonic / Satanist occultist roots of NASA, you want to look into Jack Parsons, Aleister Crowley, and L. Ron Hubbard connection. There's definitely a connection there. And when you figure out what's going on, you're like, okay, Operation Paperclip, these were found by Nazis, and rocketry was perfected by Satanists or occultists. Fishy.
Yeah, that folder that I linked you has everything about all that.
Folder's pretty nuts.
So if you're new, you must have some questions for those that aren't so new.
Me?
Do we have? What do y'all think about the dome? Like, do you think there's a dome over the Earth?
Have you seen any proof of a dome?
A little bit, but I don't know. I can't verify it, so I can't take it as a truth.
Wait, what proof have you seen of a dome? Because, like, to my knowledge, we have to be in a container, but like I've never seen proof of a dome. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, so there must be a container, but just be careful with dome because you can't verify that.
Well, I mean, dome container. I mean, it's kind of like it goes hand in hand. Like dome, either it's.
But you have to hold all gases have to be contained.
It could be a giant cube, but we can't verify that either.
Yeah.
Do you guys understand how perspective works? You know how the airplane appears to be right over your head, right? And then it gets like closer to the horizon, but it's at the same altitude?
Yeah.
So if there was a flat plate above our heads, right, hypothetically, would it look like a dome? If you could see it? Wouldn't it get lower and lower due to perspective the closer it got to the horizon?
Maybe a little bit. I don't know. I'm so new, bro.
That's all right. Don't worry about it. Just think about it.
All I'm going off is the biblical perspective of it. That's all, because I recently started reading the Bible in full. So that's, I'm a Christian. So it's kind of crazy to me. I'm not crazy, but like, you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of eye-opening.
So you're a Bible literalist then?
Yeah, absolutely.
Excellent.
Here, let me ask you this. What would be the point in knowing the Earth is flat compared to it being round? Like, why would they want to hide that?
It's speculation, right? But I kind of like answering this one because, like, man has like a hole in his heart. Like, he wants to follow something, right? And I think that if you're atheist and you believe in like Big Bang cosmology and gravity created the world, right? Then your God is going to be mankind, right? And specifically, it's going to be the government. You're going to be a statist, right? I think it leads to nihilism and statism, right? So what that does is when you don't realize that your rights come from a creator, you think that your rights are man-made, right, from some document in the government somewhere, then you don't understand your rights fully, right? And I think this has a large impact on how we live our everyday life, right? Because men is free, and we're free to talk about whatever we want. We're free to protect ourselves. But if some guy with a shiny piece of metal strapped to his chest comes by and says, "Nuh-uh-uh," right? I think a statist will bow down to his perceived authority, whereas someone who is under a different worldview would challenge that authority and be like, prove to me that you have jurisdiction over me. Prove to me that you get to tell me what to do. And I think it's kind of like, if there's no cop, you don't stop at the stop sign, right? I kind of think that your worldview like challenges everything. And then once you see that it's flat, I don't think you have, very much time. Like, your atheism is literally has an expiration date once you figure out that it's flat.
Okay, that's the same thing that I got out of it. It's a
Yeah.
proof of a creator.
Atheism is atheism not a big thing around here? Like it's like, or what's going on?
I'm gonna go grab a water.
There are deists here. There are agnostics here. But I would say the number of atheists per 1,000 flat earthers is close to 1, if I were to guess.
Yeah.
And that's a guess, right? I haven't actually done the statistics.
Well, I mean, yeah, even me, like random fucking dude, like most Christians haven't read the Bible, literally by statistic, and I started reading the Bible, and it's like, what the fuck, dude? It literally explains the Earth as being flat. Like, there's no other explanation except the Earth literally being flat in the Bible. So I was just, curious.
Yeah, I don't know. Hank's argument there, or I shouldn't say description of why would they lie, is a well-refined.
Oh no, he did. I was just explaining my position.
No,
That's it.
Yeah, no, I'm just getting into how eloquent that was as far as the different things that are in play. We can keep it simple and say greed, right? We don't have to go into speculating on what the religious connotations are or spiritual connotations are. However, they're interlocked. I mean, that's unquestionable.
Yeah.
But, as far as reasons why people lie, like, that's an interesting thing, because our parents lie to us about holidays, right? Santa Claus, Easter Bunny, Tooth Fairy.
Yeah.
So why do we get conditioned with lies right from the get-go and then break free of those lies, right? So
Yeah, you automatically.
I don't know.
kinda
There's
get,
something to the idea that deceit and learning the understanding that this is part of reality, that people are deceptive, that you are being lied to, and how to discern that information, right? I think that's a big part.
I get what you're saying for sure. I'm not trying to make like a religion thing. I'm just saying how I got into it, like how I'm like,
Well, and I guess that would be my train of thought, right? Like, you want to make good decisions in life. You want to get ahead of the game, right?
Morality.
How can you get ahead of the game if you're ignorant and you don't even know how to play the game?
Yeah.
That's where I think is, the idea here is you don't know shit. Like, they don't teach you how to figure things out, right? That's not what you go to school for. It's to memorize, to learn, to listen, to do what you're told. So, yeah, how to make good decisions. Choices are made through knowledge, information, knowing things.
Plus, think about how brutal the truth is, right? So we're talking, NASA being founded in 59, right? And the 60s, they want to go to the moon. So imagine if they would have told them the truth. Imagine if they would have asked Congress and the American people, like, hey, we got this idea of like perpetual war, and we want to take like this Nazi rocket system and we want to like give it to the Satanists, and we want to see like if they can perfect like rocketry so we could like bomb, like men, women, and children, like innocent people for like 100 years, and we need the funding for that. So if you could just go ahead and give us the money, we'll send it to like Lockheed Martin and places like that, so we can really start spilling a lot of blood, because that's what we need to do to get everybody under the one world banking system.
Yeah, how many countries are like independent banking systems left? Isn't it like 2 left?
I think it's Venezuela, Syria, North Korea, and Iran.
Okay, let's be honest. CIA is deep in North Korea. I don't even want to get into that shit.
Yeah, probably.
Didn't they destroy Venezuela already?
Yeah, isn't
They're working on
Venezuela money literally worthless? Like, I saw a picture of people just having like money on the side of the road, just everywhere. Money's on the side of the road.
They got the largest gold deposit in the world.
That's not money. Yeah, that paper stuff isn't money. That's currency.
Too bad our illegal tender's not backed by the silver dollar anymore.
Well, if their president doesn't bow down to America's allies,
that's actually
people gotta
another
die.
thing. It's not actually legal tender, because the Constitution says that money will only be
I can't remember how it's phrased, but that money can only be silver and gold. So anything else is actually unconstitutional. Well, don't think so loudly, dudes.
Well, yeah, just thinking about what is the
Yeah, you're
Constitution.
right.
What is the Constitution? What does that document actually mean?
What is that picture in the
It's
middle?
a trust document.
Who am I trusting?
Well, hopefully nobody. But it's a trust document meant to create the laws of the land, right? So a lot of people think like law comes from legislators. No, legislation comes from legislators, right? So in America, contract law is the highest law in the land. You can sign away your right to freedom of speech by signing a non-disclosure agreement, right? Well, it turns out that we all have the ability to contract unlimited according to the Constitution, and guess what? Contract actually creates the law. That might sound weird if you've never heard that before. But it's a very interesting concept where the people are making the laws of the land. And that trust document, known as the Constitution, is what gives us that authority, that ability.
Well, don't you think the Constitution is kind of bullshit, like a little bit, because the founding fathers were literally Masons, like in themselves?
Oh no, not at all. What is bullshit about the Creator gave you the right to preach the gospel?
Oh
the
no,
right to freedom of press.
Absolutely not the Creator. I'm talking about the founders of America.
See, these ideas are natural law. It doesn't come from the Masons, right? They just recognized natural law and put it into a document, a trust
Ideas
document.
of what? Could you repeat it for me real quick?
Natural law, right? So in the Bible it says that God, yeah, follow me on this if you can. In the Bible it says that God's law is written on man's heart, so they are without excuse, right?
Yes.
Right. So if someone says, I didn't know I wasn't supposed to kill that guy, is that going to fly in a jury?
Nowadays, probably, but it shouldn't.
No, it shouldn't. So when someone says, I didn't know I wasn't supposed to kill that guy, everybody can be like, bullshit, bro. We all know. No one has to tell us. Like in countries where they're not religious, they still have like relation or like marriages, right?
Yeah.
Between a man and a woman. Like no one had to tell them. They just automatically like do it because it's the natural thing to do. You get connected with a woman, you start having children, you move out of your parents' house, hopefully not in that order. So we follow natural law, and the Masons, I think they're more like Hogwarts, right? Of course, they're all wizards, right? But there's like the Slytherin, right, which is like the piece of shit racist fuckers. And then there's like the other one that I can't remember their name. Gryffindor, yeah. So I think that there's good people and bad people in the Masons, right? So if you choose to, or if they find out that you're like with a conscience, right? So maybe they'll put you as like a Rosicrucian or something, and you do like all the charity work for them. But if they find out that you're like a heartless, POS, then they'll use you over here, maybe make you like a congressman or something. So I think, or a lobbyist, yeah, something like that. But they'll use you either way.
You don't think that they're all Satanists? I mean, they're pretty
Luciferian, specifically.
But is the main
I
flat
don't
Earth?
know. Go ahead.
Is the main flat Earth? No, I don't want to call it a theory. Like, is the main flat Earth idea based off of religion, pretty much? Because it's fine. I mean,
No.
Okay.
No. This thing didn't spark out of religion. It sparked out of observation. So people were seeing the Chicago skyline from like way too far. And I don't know if that's what sparked it, but I think it's what sparked it because that was in like 2014, I think.
Yeah, that's what Lost is trying to do, I think. Is the
original flat earthers weren't religious. Mark Sargent's not religious. Eric Dubay is kind of anti-religious a little bit.
Well, technology really.
They're not the originals. They're just people on the TV, man.
Well,
No, the original thing was that it was a globe religion, right? You had these false priests purporting this nonsense, and it was actual scientists, actual people going, "What the hell are you talking about?" Writing books, going, "Nah, this is stupid." For years and years and years, way before TV, way before any of
Dude,
this.
the Catholic Church is the worst, dude.
So I know I kind of like just running over the conversation, but in terms of actual perspective, it started off as a battle against a false religion, and just like, look, you're saying this, but all I'm seeing is that, in long and short.
Well, I would say it was technology, cameras, lenses, the optics available for us, the digital zoom, took without a doubt these observations and just crushed them, right? Like, people are sending GoPros up into the air now, right? They're able to retrieve that stuff. Everybody's carrying a camera with them, so they're able to.
Nowadays it's really
right? Like,
easy.
everywhere you go, you can make an observation, and it's blatantly obvious. No matter where you go, the water's level. Like, there is no curvature observed, and it's pretty simple when you understand the implications of a geometric horizon and how close that would have to be, the actual curvature of the Earth becoming an obstruction.
So to the guys that are asking the question, the new Christian guys, I would challenge you as a Christian to understand and remember why you are a Protestant. I would challenge you to do at least 40 hours of research on the Protestant Reformation and the subsequent Counter-Reformation, because it's my belief that this whole sun-worshipping cult, known as, the spinning ball space monkey religion, it's my belief that it was crafted because Martin Luther challenged the authority of the church when he started reading the Bible for himself. No, Martin Luther, the guy who nailed the 95 Theses on the door of the church, which was a challenge to a debate in his day. That's how you challenge someone to a debate. And there was no way that the church could answer any of those questions, because when you read the Bible yourself, you find that Martin Luther was absolutely correct 100%.
Yes.
And that all the authority in the church comes from Yeshua, the priest of the Most High God, according to the order, after the order of Melchizedek. So there's no, reason why you would have to go through a man, right? Because Yeshua is the high priest. Why would you go through just a regular dude like me or you? So once you understand, just real quick, once you understand the Counter-Reformation, that they could not defeat them in open debate, they had to undermine the Bible itself. And the only way to do that is to hijack science under the guise of scientism. They gave us this new cosmology and indoctrination with a look how many colleges are like College of Loyola or the Jesuit College. They're all up in that shit, and they were always like whispering in the ears of kings. They were always, and look how many, like, a lot of the observatories are owned by the Jesuits. Anyway, go ahead.
You're talking about the Catholic Church in specific right now, no?
Right, the Jesuit order is a military branch of the Catholic Church.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And the general is the Black Pope. And in this case, he's the sitting Pope because there's two popes right now. So there's the one guy that stepped down that he's still literally the Pope, right? But the Black Pope is the one that's the sitting Pope. So he is the commander, the general of the Jesuit order. And I say order because it's a military thing, much like our Surgeon General and the people of the CDC is a military organization.
Like the Crusaders back in the day. Yeah, I do get that. I wouldn't describe myself as a Protestant. I have just started reading the Bible recently, like in full again. I'm not a Protestant. I'm very, very.
So you think indulgences are good? It's good to like pay people out of purgatory?
Pay people out of purgatory? Like pay them?
Yeah, because that's what they were doing. They were paying the priest.
Oh no, that's nothing what the Bible says whatsoever. To pay them out of purgatory, it doesn't say that whatsoever.
Right, then you're a Protestant.
Paying people out of purgatory is being a Protestant?
No,
Hank,
I don't think he understands the
I definitely
the
don't.
distinctions, right? I think what I think what he's saying is he's come to realize that it's true, and he's reading the Bible, and that's it. So I actually agree. I actually agree with him on that. All these labels, they're actually irrelevant. But what Hank did tell you, Horizon, about looking into the history of the Reformation, that is definitely something you that would be wise of you to do, right? To give you a bigger understanding.
Right? Yeah, you're right. It is how I got into it because I started reading the Bible in full.
Yeah. I'm just trying to clarify because I think there might be a bit of miscommunication.
What Hank is saying here, because I'm definitely not a Protestant in like modern terms. I don't know what you're trying to. What are you trying to say? Like, what are you trying to convey?
So a Protestant is someone who's a Bible literalist, right? And when they read like the Catholic documents and they read the Bible and they compare them, it's like, this isn't that. This isn't what's going on here. That's not what he was talking about. How could Peter be the first pope if he was crucified? You know, if he was crucified in Rome, how was he the first pope at the same time? That's doublespeak. So a Protestant is any follower of Christ who rejects the Catholic Church. They're protesting against the Catholic Church.
I thought I was just a Christian. That's news to me.
I now declare Protestant.
That's news to me.
This is why I jumped in, Hank, because these guys, I mean, when you said Martin Luther, they jumped to Martin Luther King. Now, it's kind of funny, but we don't need to mock them for it. We just need to understand that their perspective is lacking some of the historical context. So these terms weren't like enter their head in the same way. So you can explain it to them, but they'll be like, I just want to read the Bible. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I get what you're saying. I kind of get what you're saying, but okay. So if you could explain to me in a Christian, you're a Christian, Hank Hill?
I'm a follower of Yeshua HaMashiach. I have been pretty dedicated for the past 6 years. I have not always been perfect. I have been backslidden, but I'm a follower of Christ.
It's normal. Okay. So what, for me to not be a Protestant, what are the, not be a Protestant, but I want to be a Protestant. I don't know how to explain it, brother. I'm fucking kind of confused now. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, I mean, the first thing you brought up was what version of the Bible are you reading, right?
James version.
The King James Version was one of the earliest Protestant Bibles. King James was almost killed. If you remember the 5th of November, the gunpowder treason and plot. He was almost killed by a Jesuit assassin, Guy Fawkes, and that's the anonymous mask that people wear today, not realizing the implication of what they're wearing. But I think what it means is to be a Bible literalist. That's what a Protestant would be, because the Catholic Church, not the people, like I love the people, don't get me wrong, but the hierarchy is, in my opinion, a usurpation of Christ. In fact, the Pope calls himself the Vicar of Christ. So, and I'm going to lay this on you. This is going to be thick, but after you do the research, it'll make sense. So, in English, a lot of words are transliterated out, right? There's no Spanish word for computer or technology, right? They just say computer in other languages. So this word isn't translated, it's transliterated. Now, when you look up the Greek meaning of Antichristos, the second definition is in place of Christ. So in English, we think it means against Christ, right? Like you're an anti-sovereign, you're against sovereignty, right? But in Greek, the original meaning was in place of Christ. So when the Pope calls himself the Vicar of Christ, right, he's calling himself the Antichrist. Now pay attention to what I said. I didn't call the Pope the Antichrist. The Pope calls himself the Vicar of Christ.
I'm not a Catholic or anything. Like I'm not a fucking Pope worshiper. Just so you know.
That's good. That's good.
I wouldn't get hung up on the labels. What you're doing by reading the scripture and taking it for what it says, that's what you need to do.
I'm just asking what a Bible literist means to you, because a Bible literist can mean a lot of things.
Yeah, it's real simple. Jesus literally raised from the dead after 3 days. He literally walked on water and turned wine into water. Water into wine.
And what does Jesus?
He literally died for your sins.
No,
Did you ask a question?
No, I'm in full agreement with you, but I'm just trying to ask. I'm trying to reinforce pretty much.
Or how about this?
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to ask, like, you guys said you guys got into this because of some of the passages you read about flat Earth in the Bible. I was just curious if any of those, you wanted to talk about any of those and how they,
Oh, absolutely. Hold on. Let me tried. I think Lost. I don't know where my friend Lost is. My buddy. I don't know where the fuck he is, but
I'm here. I'm just muted.
My bad. Where the hell he is? But he tried to link a. Hold on. Because one of our buddies linked us this folder that was very, very interesting on biblical flat Earth. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm not religious, but I found it fascinating to see it in all these ancient texts that they were able to describe the nature of their reality better than most people are able to comprehend today, right? Like they were
comprehending reality is insane. That even if you're not religious, it's insane. I mean, imagine comprehending you literally existing. Come on, or you not existing. That's fucking insane in itself. So I got Isaiah. I mean, it's like it's pretty. This first one is pretty common knowledge. The Earth is a circle. 40:22 Isaiah. Made with a compass. Proverbs 82. Laid upon a face. Genesis 1:2. Which is bounded. Job 26:10. At its ends. Job 38:13. It does not move. Psalm 31:1 or 33:1. It is discovered by a dome. Genesis 1:6-8. Containing the moon, stars, and sun. Genesis 1:14-18, which are revolving. Enoch 75:3-4. Above and below water. Above and below is water. My bad.
I get it. There's a list of them, man. You could go on.
No. I'm not trying to like fucking Christ pill you or anything. I was just like reading something off, but there's some stuff. Yeah. I'm not trying to Christ pill anybody. I'm just saying like there is that's how me and Lost are buddies. That's how me and him are here.
Cool.
Most important part is that Earth measures flat, right?
Oh no! I completely. I mean, I just love to see some. I just want to see some proof of it. That's it. Because the biblical Earth says, like our Bible says that it is flat. Pretty much is what it says. No, Cody.
Correct.
Pretty much says that, and I just want reinforcement on that. That's it. I mean,
well, you would.
That is correct.
You would technically have to deny your own senses to say that you don't have proof.
Oh no! I have faith. I mean, I'm just saying, like, I just.
No, I'm just saying that proof is reality, and the reality is you don't experience any emotion. The reality is you don't see or experience any curvature. Like that's the reality, right? So, if you're looking for proof, you should look for proof of the ball, not proof of the flat Earth. That's what you experience. What would you need to prove the ball?
A lot.
Well, you need to know what to expect when you make an observation. What do you expect to see?
Go accept the world for what it is. The air for what it's presented.
The only quarrel, like the main quarrel I have with flat Earth is flight pass. That's the main thing I have.
Fly paths and airplanes and
let's go. Let's destroy that right now.
That works on a flat Earth perfectly.
I want it to be streamed so I can see it.
What do you mean?
The pilots will tell you that the Earth is flat. What?
So the thing about the flat paths is that if the Earth is a globe, they would fly over the North Pole because the shortest distance straight line. They would fly over the South Pole, but they actually don't fly over the South Pole. So you would think the quickest way to get from South Africa to South America would be over the curve, or especially like New Zealand to South America, right? But I posted a GIF that shows you like the flight paths, and notice all the ones that are going from like Africa to South America, they're coming from like Europe. Just like click on that GIF and like zoom in.
I think
like,
I read
watch.
something on it, and it said that they have to stop to refuel. That was their argument.
Right, but look at West Africa and look at like East Brazil. Why would they have to refuel? It's right there.
You wanna get the even funnier thing? Check this out. Alright, just bear with me while I paste it.
Dude, you gotta show this one, brother.
Right, so look at this. Compare what Hank gave you with this. Ignore the image that it's showing you. Look at the time it's telling you.
I'm looking at you, Hank.
Can you see that? Yo, you guys looking in the live stream?
Yeah, I'm looking.
Live stream.
Yeah, so ignore the image because obviously the image is nonsense. But look at the time it's telling you that it takes to get from Sydney to Santiago.
Hold on, how much is it?
I don't know how to zoom in
I
on
fucking can't make it out, brother.
Oh, are you on your phones?
No, I'm
One day
no,
and
my
15
desktop.
hours.
1 day and what is that? What the fuck?
That's 36 or something hours.
Yeah.
It's 2 or more stops, right?
Yeah.
So you realize that and that's the only people will say that you can do this and this and that, right? But that's actually the time it will take you to get there. So clearly there's something wrong with what they're saying.
Dude, Hank, could you share that video that I just fucking sent you in the Dropbox?
And this is even funny a bit, right? Because when you actually go and book a flight or try to book a flight for this, right? It doesn't agree with the image. So the time they're telling you is the truth because Google doesn't really play those games in terms of, oh, we're just going to give you a random time for how long it takes to get there. But with the map, they can play the game because the map isn't the important part, right? But when you actually go and book the flights, whichever way you go, you're going through America, through the US, right? So you'll stop maybe on the East Coast somewhere, and then go down to somewhere else on the East Coast, and then you'll go down to Chile. So
you want me to share the Dropbox?
Obviously, unless you're special. Right? The only conclusion you can get from that is that these things are opposite sides of a plane.
Yeah.
And then there is no... I mean, we already know there is no ball because of the fact that there's no curvature. But in terms of answering your question with the flight pass, it's just actually go and analyze them for what they are rather than what you've heard or what you've been told.
I mean, there's a lot of things about there's a lot of bullshit about the flight pass that I don't really like. Flight pass are a very, very like...
Let me just say this: that wasn't my link. Whoever clicks on it, click on it at your own risk.
No, curvature's fine.
Horizon sent me that.
Curvature's completely fine.
That whole
Dropbox. That whole curvature link's completely fine.
That whole Dropbox is fine.
It's a video of the curvature. There's zero curvature in the Toronto skyline. That's what it is. Like it's completely flat the entire time. I swear to God.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you something, Hank Hill.
I mean, if I could stream it.
This is like I tested the link. It's all right.
That's our whole Dropbox. That's what we go off of. Not everything in there is true, and no, we have not looked at every single thing.
We have not looked at every single thing whatsoever.
But like there's stuff on Flat Earth in there that we've looked at.
That Dropbox is pretty crazy, though.
It's completely
the kid that created that is missing.
Yeah, I probably won't click on the links.
Wait, what? Okay.
So you said, flight paths, like it was supposed to prove something as far as the flat Earth goes. I noticed this a lot, right? Like it's just like a trigger word.
He was
flight
just
paths.
curious, right?
Well, he said, he said that I asked. The question was, right?
I like what Paul said in the chat. That's funny.
So what you said, your problem with the flat Earth is flight paths, and I was just wondering, like, can you describe more of the issue?
Okay, so what?
Because it doesn't have to do with the curve of the Earth, right? You're not saying that they're flying over the curve of the Earth.
So my full story is literally, we were watching the fucking Jake Paul Ben Askren fight with this kid, and he was giving us this Dropbox link, the same Dropbox link that's in that chat right now, and he was flat pilling us pretty much on how flat Earth makes you a better, like a stronger Christian. So we looked into it a little bit and looked into the Bible verses of it. And I'm currently reading the Bible again because of it, I'm rereading it because I read it when I was like really little when I went to like fucking church school, which doesn't really mean anything because I was fucking like 7. So I'm rereading it now, and it very, very, very looks flat Earth in the Bible. Like, it's pretty crazy. That's pretty much just how I'm viewing it. I'm not like looking for fucking like, I'm looking for concrete evidence, but not really I don't know how to explain it, brother. Honestly, I just
Listen to the Book of Enoch on Audible.
Audible.
Yeah. Like if you listen to the Book of Enoch, it explains everything. It explains like the earth being flat. Why do you think the Book of Enoch is not in the Holy Word in the Bible? Because there were letters that were mixed into the Book of Enoch, which made it unholy, because they think that what is being said is not true, because what it talks about and what it exposed in the Book of Enoch is what the angels on earth, what they were doing, right? And what they were, and it also explains the paths that, like what you're talking about between time frames. It talks about portals. You may not see that they're portals, but they're portals. Why do you think that it's the sun rotates around where how it rotates? It explains it to you in the Book of Enoch.
Yeah.
I mean, if anybody's open to listen to that.
If fucking Hank Hill, fucking, can somebody fucking check that Dropbox for him just to check it's legit? Please watch. I need him to watch that video, dude. That video is pretty nuts. It's a curvature test. It's crazy. But no, I know what you're talking about. The way the guy explained it to me in Lost is apparently he said the 7 planets were like angels or something. I don't know how true that is, but
He said that planets and stars
he
are
said
angels.
the 7. Well, did he
said
say
there's
the
different
stars?
he said there's different hierarchies of them.
He definitely said that the 7 other planets were angels or some shit.
Yeah, he did say that.
And it also explains in Revelations as well. Don't get me wrong. It explains in the Revelations exactly what's going on, right? With the 7 churches. The 7 churches is the 7 angels, which is how many planets do we have in this world? I don't know. 8.
Technically.
But like so if there are 8, right?
We'll not get to that.
Right? If there are 8 planets, just think about it. There are 8 planets, and we count ourselves as one of the planets, correct? Earth is one of the planets, correct?
Earth is 1. There's 7 angels apparently.
So if Earth is one of the planets out of 8 planets, so then the other 7 planets are what? The other angels.
Yeah, that's what he's trying to.
Correct.
Let's say, yeah.
So in the Book of Revelations, when he was saying that the angel, there will be an angel, right? that holds the 7 churches in his right hand.
I mean, dude, it wouldn't surprise me. Honestly, I'm so new to this shit, bro. Like,
And then it also says, in in Revelations that everybody that is given a new life is given what? A white stone.
Yeah.
Am I correct? So when we look at our chakra, our chakra, right?
Hey,
And then
Enoch, before you get too far off on
Yeah. Stop smoking the weird stuff, dude.
Don't anime pill me, brother.
let's
I have
try
a
to-
question. What does the Book of Enoch say
Wait,
about
there it is
the
right
fallen
there.
angels?
They posted it. That Alicia guy, is that the same video?
Yeah, I just downloaded it so that people don't have to trust the link.
The same Dropbox video that I posted?
Yeah.
Okay, nice.
What were you saying about the Book of
So if
Enoch?
anyone wants to watch what he was talking about,
No,
I'll
that
post it
video
there.
that video is a
That way
really
you
good.
don't have to expose your computer to anything.
No, that video is a really good test. It's a really good test.
what I was saying about the Book of Enoch, you can get it on Audible.
No, I was asking what you said
download it?
about the fallen angels and it. What did it
Yeah.
explain about those?
It tells you about their names, and it tells you what they've done and what their rebellious acts against God. Why there are shields and swords on earth, why there are weapons on earth, how they were used. Why do you think like the kings and the queens of the ancient times and on how you look at our ancestors and Rome and however you want to look at it, like we are all connected, brother.
I mean, no. I know
Yeah, so Lost and Horizon, if you read Genesis 6, right, the first part of Genesis 6, it tells you about the sons of, I think it says the sons of God came down and made giants with the women, roughly speaking. I'm paraphrasing, right? You can go and read it yourself.
That is correct. They're called the Nephilim. They're called Nephilim.
I got told I was an Nephilim.
Hold up. So what Enoch is, what the Enoch guy is on about is that in the Book of Enoch and other books like Jubilees and stuff, actually expounds on that statement that Genesis makes and gives you all the detail of all the degeneracy that came forth because of it. And that's why we had the flood in the first place, because they taught men all this evil, and mankind corrupted itself. Right? Actually, everything corrupted itself.
Yeah.
What the other angels are afraid of is what they're afraid of mankind knowing is that their names are in the Book of Enoch. That's why they didn't. That's why they took it out of the Holy Bible.
There's
It was considered unholy because the names of those angels their names are in the Book of Enoch. That is why.
I have a question.
If everyone was to know their name,
Yeah. So if you look up, I think it's Hallelujah Scriptures. You can actually.
I want a paper.
Actually
I want a physical Bible.
Yeah. Hallelujah Scriptures is a distributor of scriptures, right? And that you can you have to just go and check out their website. You can request that it comes with those books, so you can get like the complete package of all the like apocrypha.
There's 3 Bibles I have. I have the Gideon Bible, the NIV version, and the King James version. I also listen to the Quran and Taoism, like other books about spirituality as well.
It's not a bad thing either. I mean, dude, the Quran, I could go on all day. I mean, that shit's something else. But what I was wondering is,
I love it, man.
I literally got told that I was a descendant of a Nephilim because I am blonde-haired and blue eyes. Like, I have blonde hair, I have blue eyes, and I am a fucking literal descendant of pretty much Satan. How do you guys feel about that?
Just
Bro, why do I have people messaging me
It
about
literally makes sense.
being all lies and
Yeah, the color of my
like
hair
that?
and the color of my eyes means I'm a descendant of Satan. That makes no sense.
Some dude is
Yeah,
messaging me
they're
about
talking
this
crap.
being
They
lies.
don't know what they're on about.
What is this? His name's Flatso. Is this a fucking agent? Is this what you get paid to do? You bum
Did
rat.
you, Hank? Is Hank here?
I don't care what that guy's saying. Just block him.
How did
If
this
he's
get-
in, if there's any mods here, just ban this Flatso guy. He's just spamming people
Block
in the DMs.
Hank. What? Block who?
Flatso's
The Flatso guy is taking the piss.
Oh, what?
I would just.
Flatso's
He's listening to he's listening to us, but he's not here, right? He's not
I've
in the
been-
live stream, but
I've
he's
been-
listening to us somewhere else, and he's DMing these people. And
I'm not. I've been full screening the stream the entire time.
I have two
I
monitors.
haven't
I have
seen it.
Discord open up on one. I just saw this fucking nerd.
Dude, I want fucking Hank to play this video so bad. This video's crazy, is it not?
I mean, this
Lost Planet.
Flatso guy is a weak source individual. Anyway, let me link you the.
Who posted it? Who posted like the original, like who verified it from me? That video is kind of nuts, bro. Like that curvature, literally, the Toronto skyline should literally be underwater. It's
Is
fucking
this
nuts.
Flatso guy?
Yeah, no, that video I posted up above that you reposted, like in the video form, like in the click video form. That shit should literally be underwater.
Yeah, I posted that link I was talking about. If you're interested
No,
in
I
getting
think
physical
Hank Hill-
copies.
I think Hank Hill might. No, we do. We have a fucking straight folder of crazy shit. Like
Yeah, but I'm talking about the scriptures. If you want physical copies of what we're talking about,
I got
this
you.
is a good place. I posted it in the stream if you wanna
okay,
check the
hold on,
website
I'm
out.
to grab it.
So just
All you
bookmark that or
scriptures.
something.
I got you. These
Savvy,
like
I sent
actual.
you-
Okay, I got you.
I
Yeah, I'm
sent
I'm
you
gonna
the
get a
Dropbox.
I'm gonna get a physical copy of King James very soon. Do you think King James is probably the most accurate I
Or
can get? No.
did you link where you can buy that Bible?
For the English, King James is pretty good. But the more you dig, the more you'll find that there's pieces that the translators took a little bit of liberty with.
Like a little bit.
For instance, right, the one that I think's the most egregious is that you have the name of the creator, right, and they've removed that like however many times. I think it's like 6,000. It's some stupid amount of times, right?
Yeah.
And they replaced it with LORD, right?
Mhm.
But that's not his name, right? Because if you get the concordance, right, and you know what concordance is.
I'm sorry. What are we looking at?
Looking at the
No,
name of the Lord.
I'm just giving you one example of the issues with King James. In general, it's all right. If it's your first go, I'd definitely say read that. Don't read NIV, for instance, if that was the question, right?
I'm not gonna lie. I'm tired. I got
They've replaced the name. They replaced the name of the creator with LORD because that's not his name, right? So if you actually get like say an eSword or the what do they call it? What I don't know what the one on the phone is, but like the Bible app, right? You can get the concordance and actually break down the manuscript that they actually translated from, and you can get the number and
changed it to LOID.
LORD, Lord. I'm just
Okay.
spelling it out so that they know. Anyway, so
Okay, sorry
if
about
you actually get the breakdown, you can actually go and see. Well, when they chose this word, this is the word in Hebrew, or when they put this word in English, this is the concordance word that they actually pulled from in Greek or Hebrew or whatever, right? So that will be what you will end up doing. The deeper you study, you're like, okay, this is how they phrase it in English. What's the original say? Let me look into the Hebrew. If you're into it, that's where you'll end up going, and you'll be like, okay, this is a good start, but I want more.
What I would recommend as well, look at Art Scrolls. Get one of their Tanakhs for the Old Testament, because it has like a just very good explanation of what the words are in Hebrew. There are like fantastic rabbis that basically say, this is kind of some of the verbal tradition that goes along with it. So, take what you will of that. It's very, very good in my opinion.
Hey, I'm gonna head to bed.
Dude.
This has been nice, but it's 3:40 for me.
Wait, my boy's leaving me.
Bro, I am fucking half brain dead.
Alright, good night,
I feel like
Katie.
it's on me.
Tapped out.
Alright, peace.
Later.
Yeah, but to give it a nice little circle back to the topic at hand, right? If we pull up the eschatology, which is just end time study, right? And you go to Revelations, it goes and says that every eye shall see. Every eye shall see when he returns, this being Messiah, right?
Yes, sir.
And the kingdom of heaven is actually a physical kingdom that comes physically down to earth through the physical firmaments of heaven.
Yes.
So when you put that together, it's like, dude, this is important, and it's that kind of stuff that is why like the motive stuff we were talking about earlier. That's why, because you can have people completely confused as to what they're living on, and they can be deceived as to who they're putting their faith in. So if you set the foundation or the stage of this whole play, if you want to phrase it like that we're playing out with our life, right? If you set it correctly, then you can actually understand the play that you're watching. But if someone's deceiving you about the stage, then a lot of the nuance, a lot of the story, a lot of the details is going to be confusing, and that's how you're going to get people now who are in serious risk of being deceived, who think they're believers, yet because they think they're spinning, when this alien deception happens, or when this false messiah here, false messiah there happens, they're very likely to believe it because they don't have a solid foundation.
I know exactly what you're saying, but the thing about the false messiah is, from what I've read, is that Jesus will reign 1,000 years on earth, and then the man of sin and the Antichrist will come. Is what I've read.
That's the wrong way around. But I don't want to have that discussion here in this room because I'm just trying. That's why I'm just trying to circle it back to the point at hand, which is what we're living on, right?
Yeah, I got you.
And so to wrap it up, this is how we've got to this stage, because they weren't winning, right? They were losing the fight against the believers. They were trying to kill them, trying to destroy them, burn them at the stake, all this stuff, right? And people still kept believing, people still kept turning to the faith. So they had to do the art of war thing and deception. So they usurped it, lied to it. Then you get, like what Hank Hill said, the Reformation. Then they had to play another game, another deception, another art of war trick, right? And they had to do this. Oh, by the way, you're spinning. So all of this is to get you back to the truth, because the truth is that the earth is flat. And when you see that, it's a lot easier and a lot more clear to see, and guess what? This place was created, and he created it a certain way according to how he said it, not how anyone else said it. And then that'll bring you to Messiah as well. So just a little flip back to the script,
I gotcha. Anybody else?
I don't know. I think that there's so many other opportunities where if God was just trying to make himself self-evident, like you could go back and say, okay, we're going to, have the Garden of Eden still be a place on earth, and you are going to see the the guardian of the Garden of Eden, be able to smite pretty much anything you put in front of it. Like, you would have that kind of evidence alongside of it, and we don't see that. So I don't know.
Well, in my opinion, the evidence of God. I mean, I don't really need evidence of God, but it's pretty much there. If you look at our DNA, it's very, very, very complex, and the chances of it even being that complex without a God is literally, according to scientists, 100 or 1 in 400 million to like the 400 millionth to the power or whatever. And 1 in 50th to the power, where the fuck it is, 1 in 50th million or where the fuck to the power is literally impossible. So in my own opinion, I think that there's definitely a creator, and I believe it's in Christianity, in my opinion.
No, I would just say look at the Old Testament, and every single thing it ended up getting right. Like it has nations constantly being called out and saying, these are going to be, basically this. They are going to carry on, and you have just, basically them, their destiny being set in stone, their lineages being set up, and you have places that are destroyed end up being, found today. Just constant examples of basically, the Bible is completely referencing reality despite it being written, however many thousands of years ago. So,
completely agree.
The referencing it with science and saying, what's the likelihood is nice and all that, but like that doesn't do anything for me because it just ends up being basically magic. And
because what I interpreted from you is like I don't know how to explain it. Like I was just interpreting it from. I thought you were approaching it from a scientific perspective, and scientifically, it makes no sense that we're here whatsoever. Like it makes no sense that any of us are here in this call. Scientifically, like mathematically, scientifically, it makes zero sense in terms of science. Is what I'm trying to say. But clearly, you're wrong. The probability, as far as probability goes, as science goes, 1 to the 50th power is considered literally impossible, but probably possible. The probability.
What does science have to do with statistics?
Exactly. That's literally what I'm trying to prove. It doesn't make any sense that we're here. Is what I'm saying.
No, but I don't.
Well, statistics
I'm asking you why.
Science is what his point is.
What?
The statistics prove a cause and effect relationship through the method, brother.
The laws of causality is a real thing, and it's a human construct made up by.
Well, I was asking Elijah.
The law of causality, literally.
Elijah.
Yeah.
Is cause and effect a statistical thing?
No.
Does it stem from statistics, or can you find cause through statistics?
No, not at all.
Anyway, what I'm trying to say is, scientists pretty much call 1 to the 50th power literally impossible. Like it's.
Yeah, but it doesn't really matter, right?
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
How does that apply here? So you want to say by the law of probability? Excuse me. What you're saying by the law of probability is we shouldn't be here. What in your mind does this prove or demonstrate? Oh my God, dude! What is wrong with you letting me talk? Fucking shut up, yeah.
So yeah, you literally shouldn't be here by probability in terms of science.
Yeah, but do you realize that that's just a nonsense statement? Because you're here, right?
Exactly, that's what I mean.
Yeah, so bringing probability into something is absolutely retarded.
No,
it's not an insult to one's intellect. It's the literal meaning of retarded, because you're here right now, right? If you then go and talk about probabilities to try and understand that you're here right now, you're going backwards away from reality. That's what I mean. It's fundamentally nonsense to even bring it up in a conversation.
I know exactly what you mean. I understand, but what I'm trying to say is you are here because of literal 1 in 400 to the trillionth power.
No, I'm not here because of probability. I am here.
Okay, you were born out of
no. Don't you're conflating things that cannot be conflated, right? The reason
not conflated. Dormant matter. You are born out of dormant matter in terms of evolution. Dormant matter.
There isn't any evolution.
Listen, what is the point? What is the point? Hold up, Elijah. Well, what's the point of that thinking or reasoning? What's your point?
My I don't know. I mean, like God's real. I'm not trying to prove anything. I'm just stating my opinion. That's all. That's it. I don't think
Against all odds, I'm here, and that proves what?
you cannot be born out of dormant matter. You are planned. Like you are you.
So you have no direct point, is what you're saying?
Okay, so you were born out of dormant matter. You were literally descended out of dormant matter that somehow formed into consciousness. Is what you're trying to do.
No, we're getting at the way you're thinking, right? Because we're not here saying that God isn't real. Because I mean, if you didn't hear me talk earlier, that was pretty clear. I gave you a little wax lyrical. But what? No. But listen, try and listen. Try and listen carefully.
Systematic function of reality is his point. Get him to say that. Because I already believe that everything here is created and it's not a happenstance. I don't believe in coincidence. So all that bullshit you're spitting right now, it's not a reality to me.
That's not the point he's trying to make. If I can just rephrase it for a moment.
I'm not here by statistic or chance.
Okay,
So
if there was no God, the likelihood of something going from nothing to a very small organism that would eventually be able to become conscious.
That's what I just said. The systematic nature of creation.
I'm saying there are so many things that are unlikely. Correct me if I'm wrong. You would say God is self-evident in the fact that you just exist.
I already say that.
Yeah,
So
but it's
that's
the
why I was
the
asking
reasoning
what his
is
point
faulty,
is.
though.
So
We're all
listen.
on the same page then.
The shorter way to say it is if anything, one thing wasn't perfect in the entire system of man's existence, we wouldn't be here. That gives your point and your premise all at once. And it's
Like
not
eclectic Wiccans believe
it's
the
not
same
just
thing.
a bunch of redundant babble. Because we've said the same thing 4 different ways. So the point is,
No, there's no different way to say it. There's a literal
a
0%
creator.
that any of us are here right now.
Oh, no, there is a different way to say it. There's no abs. You believe in absolutes?
If you believe in science, you believe in absolutes, and 1 to the 50th power and above is literally impossible, and we are all here right now.
That's
Never
that's
straight edge,
ridiculous.
right?
We're trying to get you to address the way you're thinking, right? Because the way you're thinking is faulty. It's built on a faulty premise.
Okay, can you
You're
explain?
not going to. Here, the way I end up seeing it, and this is probably more in line with the way other people in chat. Nothing happens without the will of God. If anything is to happen, it's designated by God. We are living in reality. Things are happening around us, and there's no chance for anything else to happen. Would I be correct in saying that?
I would agree.
Okay, yeah.
I'll explain to you. I'm going to explain to you why bringing up probability is faulty reasoning and
Go ahead.
It's like the premise is
but
broken.
isn't that about
Hold up,
isn't that about the 5th different way it's the same thing's been explained?
Yeah, but I want him to understand
Everybody
why
said
what
the
he's
same
bringing
thing
up.
over and over again in different terms.
But it's the thought process that I'm trying to address
Hey,
here.
Alicia.
So one second.
This real quick.
No, 1 second. It'll be really quick, right? So when you're bringing up probabilities and talking about probabilities, the only time it's ever going to be applicable to try and understand something is about something that hasn't happened yet. So, for instance, you're going to roll a dice, and you can do all the calculations and all the things to determine what's the likelihood of a certain outcome. But that's about something that has yet to happen within a certain framework of its limitations within the probability, right? But we're not talking about something that has yet to happen. We're talking about what has already happened and what is. So to bring up probability about the here and now, the reality, is fundamentally faulty. So you have to remove that way of thinking because it's what's the word? Not redundant, but It's backwards. So don't think backwards, because it will get you in trouble in other things.
I do
So that's what I'm addressing. So when you're talking about something that is already here, to try and then impose a probability and understand it from a probability perspective is ridiculous.
Okay, brother.
Because
we're already here. We're already here in this Discord. That's the probability. There's no.
No, there is no probability. No. Listen. And I'll do it even better, right? We are here. That's it. End of story. Probability never has to come into it. And the same thing happens with the dice, right? There is a probability of me rolling 2 and 6, right? With the die, sorry.
Oh, there's literally none. We're all here.
But no, listen. Don't take the piss. Just listen. There is a probability amount. I don't know what it is, and I don't care right now. But there is a certain probability for these two die when I roll them for it to be 2 and 6. But once I've rolled 2 and 6, there is no probability question about that 2 and 6, because now that 2 and 6 is right. The only time probability ever comes into account is when you're trying to think and trying to analyze what's going to happen in the future. Do you understand?
I do understand.
You cannot backwards engineer probability into understanding the past. That is wrong. That is wrong way of thinking. That's what I'm talking about.
I'm not
probability starts from here ahead. You can't do probability backwards. It's always about the forwards.
I'm not backwards. I'm saying is what
I've explained it well enough. I'm trying to address the flaw in your thinking. If you don't want to understand it, that's as good as I'm gonna do it. Yeah, I noticed, but I did it as well.
Argument was expressed 5 different ways, and they don't agree that it was even the same argument. He's not going to get it. What probability got to do with what is?
He does get it.
I understand how probability works.
Exactly. Thanks for proving my point.
I'm gonna go take a piss, brother. Holy fuck.
Hey, bro, have you played the game called Sparkle?
We still misunderstand, Elijah. We don't get it.
No, I understood entirely. Reality is what it is. There's no such thing as looking to the past for a probability of what has already happened.
Yeah, but he doesn't seem to understand.
Oh yeah, I didn't say you didn't get it.
No, we're all on the same page, because I understand within what he was saying that he was accepting that meaning. He's making an argument from a different mindset as well, saying for the people who who say the likelihood of a god is
evidence for a creator through probability, bro. We can just look at the systematic nature, the perfection of creation, the systematic nature of it, the design of it. We look at it from many different aspects and see that it absolutely has to have a creator, because it not only is a system, it shows signs of intelligence, engineering, and programming, self-replication, data inherit cells, data inherit DNA. DNA doesn't get programming without a programmer. Okay?
So, yeah.
It's the same argument. It's redundant. And no offense, but you're preaching it to the frickin' choir. We're over here singing hallelujah, and you're trying to tell us, no, you don't get it. There's a creator. Well, hallelujah, amen. That's my response, but then the argument continues.
Brother,
I'm saying we're all on the same page. But there's two different people.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the page that we're on. I'm talking about the thought process, because what Horizon has been doing.
Done with the page that we were all.
Yes, there's an impossibility that we are all here right now.
In the beginning.
It is mathematically impossible that we are all here right now. Literally.
That's a stupid way of thinking. I'm not gonna be kind anymore. It's retarded.
We're here.
It's not retarded though.
It
is retarded.
It's impossible. It is to say there's an impossibility that we're here. That is fundamentally retarded. That means you've slowed your thinking process. It's not working properly. You're not firing on all 8 cylinders accurately.
I don't know about that, but I mean,
there is no impossibility that we're here.
I don't think that's an impossibility, but I don't know about firing all 8 cylinders. But I think there's definitely brother. There's mathematical evidence that we should not be
fire on all 8 cylinders, or if you backfire on a couple.
Dude, you are right now. You're being a product of all the nonsense in society, because this is a product of how they've manipulated people, that they can think and try and make reasoning from that point of view. That is a faulty point of reasoning, because when you're talking about mathematically impossible, you're talking absolute trash, because mathematics comes from the creator.
No, it doesn't.
So mathematics comes from the creator. So to try and say mathematically impossible and then attribute it to what we are right now, that's dumb. Like, really dumb. No, and it's not necessarily your fault. But right now, the way you're thinking is a product of society.
It isn't, though.
And I'm trying to address that, because if you continue to say the same thing again and again, right, you're being stubborn in the face of reproof and of education.
Brother, Elijah, you can think of things
and you have another apple. If you have one apple and you have another apple, how many apples do you have? Elijah, one apple and you have another apple. How many apples do you have?
What's that got to do with anything?
Mathematical is a universal. It's inevitable. Mathematics is always going to hit. It's every single time.
Isn't that what he just said?
Dude,
no, it's not what I just said.
You need to pay attention.
Elijah.
That is what I just said.
He agreed with that.
Mathematics always
is God universal creator? Is God universal creator? Is God the universal creator? Is math of God? Is that not in a sense saying the same thing?
All right, okay, I got a better one. But everyone has to chill their role.
It grows.
Yeah, watch this, Bell.
Inversely squared, proportionate from the distance to the origin.
yeah, Battle Mode. Watch this for a second. So, Horizon, you said this statement, roughly speaking, that it's mathematically impossible for such and such. How did you determine that?
I determined it from a modern day scientist that said 1 to the 50th power is literally impossible. And
okay, stop there. That's enough. That's enough, right? So from your own words, you determined it from a modern day scientist who said this thing is impossible. Do you realize how stupid it is to determine something from what someone says and a claim that they made that they haven't even determined themselves?
Brother, what are we debating on then?
I'm not debating on anything. I'm trying to get you to understand that the way you're thinking is not helpful.
No, I'm not thinking in terms of science. I'm thinking in terms of what, brother. I am thinking in terms of what scientists are thinking. And what the probability
they're not thinking.
I'm aware,
they're just saying shit, right?
So why are we even like debating this topic? If we
because you're trying to understand it from that point of view. I'm telling you that point of view doesn't have any ground. It is foundationless, right? So to even bring it up,
no, I'm very aware.
To even bring it up is not even necessary. You can dismiss it out of hand.
It's very necessary.
If somebody says this thing is this probability, first of all, how did you determine that probability? They didn't. Secondly, how did you determine it was impossible? Because they can't determine that. Therefore, it's nonsense, and you can dismiss it.
They cannot.
So we don't even need to bring it up in the conversation, right?
No, but it is important. It is very important, the conversation, because not everybody's a Christian, are they?
You're not getting it, are you?
No, I'm Elijah. I'm not getting what you're saying at all.
I really don't. I don't understand.
Hold on. Why should he not be able to think like this? Why do they have to, like, everyone has to think exactly the way you're thinking?
Let me try.
Because it's faulty.
Are we here?
Thinking is
here and now? Do we exist?
Yes.
do we exist here and now? So what sense does it to make to say it's mathematically impossible that we are here and now?
Because people think forever. There are people who think for every eventual reality,
What
there is
productive,
another reality.
what productive thing could we take from that?
Okay, it's.
I mean, we're saying scientifically, so empirically speaking, what rational thought could we produce from this?
Well, nothing at this point because we're going around in circles.
No, not the going around in circles. The fact that it's mathematically impossible for us to be here, but we are here. This thinking, this line of thinking is productive.
That's all I'm trying
Why?
to say.
Fill in the why.
No, it's just evident of a creator.
That's all I'm trying to say is prove it. I'm not trying to prove. I'm not trying to like fucking.
That's been said how many different ways now.
Yeah.
And agreement hasn't been accepted.
I'm trying to say
how many times can a person say they agree? Do you want me to write it in red, yellow, blue, and black? Agreed? Did that cover the spectrum? Would it fulfill your desire and your lust or your pride? We agree there is a creator. And there are more logical ways to assert that, though, through creation.
More logical ways, and if
than statistical probability.
If you
that's the thing you don't want
modern science, if you literally go into modern science, the probability, if you go in terms of modern science, the probability that we are here is literally zero.
Listen,
literally zero.
We already covered this.
I'm aware.
Statistics are not part of the scientific method. They make no cause and effect relationship. You are trying to establish a cause and effect relationship for the here and now to creation and a creator. Are
The
you
law of
with
causality
me?
is a real thing. God established it.
It is. So is the law of two witnesses. Right, Elijah?
Right, yeah, it's even more fundamentally broken than that, right? This thing of zero probability, you can't even determine that. Show me the way that anyone can even determine zero probability for what we are right now.
Okay, no offense. Are you listening to me whatsoever? I'm saying in terms of modern day science, they literally cannot conceptualize or probably.
Yeah, they're stupid. They're talking trash. So why bring it up?
Okay, so what are we talking about for the past fucking 30 minutes, brother?
No, but you're bringing up right what they're saying, and then trying to use that to make a point. But what they're saying is actually a false statement.
Okay,
because they have no way of determining the probability of what we are right now because they don't have the parameters. They don't have the variables. They don't have anything. They're talking nonsense.
They can conceptualize a way to determine it. I'm arguing.
Yeah, and I can, and if I so choose, I can conceptualize how cheese is made of rocks, right? But it doesn't matter because cheese is not made of rocks.
Okay, sitting here and automatically discouraging or discrediting your opposition is not a very healthy argument whatsoever.
Oh, we're not trying to discourage or discredit you because we already agreed with your premise.
I'm talking to Alicia.
We just said there. I know that. We just said, but we're in agreement. We're the two is against your premise in rebuction.
I'm not trying to rally a fucking force.
We agree with your premise. We just believe there's
literally.
I'm sorry. Are you in control of the conversation?
Control, bro. Yeah, bro.
Nobody else can speak right now. I'm not allowed to speak.
Yeah, bro. You're allowed to speak, bro.
Or did you want to repeat that modern science scheme again and see if maybe it holds more weight this time?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Okay, I'm just trying to say there's a more logical way to reach people because, in my opinion, you take an atheist and trying to prove the Bible to them with the Bible. So when modern science can't explain this, you need faith, go to the book. But you need a logical reason for them to find their own way to the book. Then you can only hope for the best. It's like condemnation is not the way to bring people to Christianity. You can't tell them they're going to go to hell unless they choose yours. You got to give them the good news, not the bad news.
And give them the bad news.
So it's a tainting of the well, if you will. And if we all drink from the well and the well is tainted, right, then we're definitely not giving our brothers or our communion or community living waters now, are we? It's a good argument, though. Don't get me wrong.
Kind of point. I was arguing it in a point of modern day science. I'm not saying modern day science is true. All I was saying is in terms of modern day science, it is literally, if they're using modern day science, it is impossible that we are here. That's all I was saying. It is literally impossible
that is quite literally stupid. So I quite literally don't care. Do you understand?
It is, but they don't have an answer for it, bro. I think
but
that's
it's literally
more of his
impossible.
point. In a better.
Do you know why it's impossible for them? It's impossible for them because they've been lying to themselves and to everyone for centuries.
Talking about it.
It might make more sense.
Modern day science.
Yeah, modern day science says there was a big bang for which they have no evidence. Modern day science, quote unquote, which is just pseudoscience, says that people came from rocks. So why do we have to give it any credence? We don't.
I'm literally saying it's a lie. I'm literally saying it's a lie. Literally is what my argument is saying. It's a lie.
Evolution.
Yes, but you're giving it credence. You're allowing it to enter.
I'm not your credence. No, I'm not.
You're allowing it to enter the way you're thinking.
Okay,
and
no.
If that's how you're trying to argue your position, you're not helping yourself.
Wait, no, it's not. It's not.
Elijah, why are you thinking? Elijah, why are you thinking?
What if you just said?
Hold on. I want to explain something
Everybody at the panel had the same.
I argued position of opposition. Right? That's all I did.
Will one of you guys respect the other one, please, and let them finish? Two people you heard at once.
I was just going to ask him if you were to say something like, "Hey, if everybody here on this panel had the same birthday, that would be statistically unlikely. Not just that everybody being here is mathematically impossible. It's too open. It's just like, well, what do you mean? What's the possibility of anything? What's the possibility of us?" being on a spinning ball and going in several different directions without feeling it. What are the possibilities? It could be so smooth that we wouldn't feel it.
You want to know my problem with those arguments? Many engineers and Christians have made the same argument against evolution when they said it's tantamount to statistical probability, tantamount to a hurricane going through a junkyard and popping out a hot rod, right? Right, but that argument didn't bring us 10 million new members to Christianity or Christendom or even to the Creator now, did it?
Christianity is the fastest growing religion in the entire world.
So
except for heliocentrism.
It's a simple answer, yes or no. Did it win it for us? More people to the faith. I'm not talking about Islam. I'm just asking. Did this bring people back to the realization that there must be a creator? The answer is no. Not in droves, not in numbers, not in herds.
Because they got their own religion, heliocentrism, scientism.
No, it's because that wasn't it's just not the type of logic they're using, and it's not going to lead them to a faith. Because we say hurricanes don't build hot rods, but they say, well, Earth brought life, and they just continue in their belief. So for me, it's a revision. It's no different than the King James Bible. It's a vision of an old, worn-out, trans-obliterated version of the truth. Mm-hmm. And it's so convoluted that the point is lost. And
I
I'm
would
sorry
say-
for any that thinks their King James Version Bible is the only true Word of God, when Scripture actually existed before the Bible.
Obviously, it did, Battlemod. What do you think the true word of God is? Can you tell me what what God wants us to do?
I think what you have to do, for me, for people who take in scientific terms, is first you have to destroy their scientific reality and hope that leads them back to
And
the
then
ideal of a creator.
what are
That's
like
my
the main
hope here.
sin- What are like the main
That's
sins?
why I don't. This is why I don't argue from creation or religion. I'm trying to lead them there by destroying the Satan they have. That is their scientific reality. That isn't concrete. It's abstract. It's no good.
You keep cutting in and out, by the way, Battlemed.
It becomes a Bible verse. You put your faith in God or faith in men, right?
I mean, faith in man's a direct sin, so I would never.
Well, we can lead them there. All you got to do is destroy. It's closer to. Oh, well. Thanks for letting me know, bro. Shit, you probably only heard half of what I was saying.
Yo, Battlemod.
I just think when you have the argument, you can't look at it from your reasoning perspective. You have to look at it from the perspective of the people where you're trying to read.
Brother, I'm
You
not
have
trying to
talk
sit
to
here
them,
and prove religion.
not Adam.
I'm not sitting here. I'm literally left
I am.
of the middle of. I'm not trying to prove religion. I'm literally trying
Not
to.
religious. No.
I mean, it's already been said 1,000 times. I already
I'm
said
not
how unlikely
religious.
even is
Yeah.
to come true like this, as it has. It's literally impossible that we're all here. That's all I have to say on the subject. So let's move on to the
I'm
next.
not religious either. I'm not trying to teach people religion. I'm trying to get them to turn back around and accept the fact there is a creator.
Well, the
I believe
creator-
in God.
The creator's
I believe in a creator. I don't believe in religion. I have no faith in religion or doctrines of men or demons.
I kind of came in late, but is your point that because it seems mathematically impossible that somehow this could occur, whatever significance that is?
No.
That wait, hold on. Is it? Are you saying that the mathematically impossible, so it must be God that did it?
No, that's not my. Are you trying to ask if that's my faith?
I wonder if you're trying to say that. 'Cause
No,
I think it's being taken as either
okay, so
an
I've been
affirmation or a negation of God.
I've been like you could call it a lukewarm, like a quote unquote lukewarm Christian for a while. Like I've like been like you could call it indoctrinated by my parents, but like my parents are all
Sure.
Christians. But I like because most Christians that go to Sunday school don't ever actually read the Bible. You know, they don't ever
Okay.
actually read it. So I read.
So
So
when you-
I've started reading the Bible.
What's your point? about
Depends on
mathematical
what
impossibility? I don't get your point about the
denomination.
mathematical impossibility.
Yeah, it depends on what denomination you are.
I can't hear you. Would you ask new perspective?
Well, I don't get your point about it, but what's the statement of it's mathematically impossible that we're all here? Like, what's the
No, I was just okay. So before I was already modern, I have full faith in God and Jesus Christ. First of all, but I was
Well, then
taking
why is math
aside.
a problem?
No,
Why is
brother.
math complete-
Okay,
you have
taking aside of
full
an
faith in
argument
why
does not mean you agree with that argument.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, so I was taking
I'm not
aside of an
arguing, I'm just trying to
argument
figure out what you're saying.
that mathematically in our modern day world, if a scientist was to have that take, which most of them do, most mathematicists take the take of evolution, right? Evolution, like we just evolved from dormant cells that had no consciousness, and all of a sudden we had consciousness, and we just made the entire world. Apparently, is what happened, and I just refuse to believe in that. And according to scientists, the probability of something being impossible is 1 to the 50th power, and the probability of like any human, me, you, fucking fucking somebody who doesn't talk Enoch fucking being here is literally 1 to the 400 millionth power. Like, of
So
you
what's the
actually
point?
being
What's your
born.
Yeah, you know that's a lie, right? Because they have no way of determining that number.
Not a lie. It's actually not a lie.
I'm just wondering.
No,
before
you know why? You know why it's a lie? You know why it's a lie and just straight up bullshit coming out of their mouth is because they have no way to determine that. And when they make that claim, they are trying to make that claim on the assumption that the world came from a big bang and evolution and all that bullshit.
Math is not fake, brother.
So everything they're saying is based on faulty premise. So therefore, nothing they're saying has any value. That's the point. That's the point. And I really suggest that you get that into your head to understand that everything they're saying is bullshit. So their numbers mean nothing.
I'm trying to figure out, is this guy saying that he has faith
No,
in mathematics?
math can be manipulated, right? Just because I tell you that there's 99 bottles of beer on the wall, and I took one down, and now there's 98, right?
Yes, there's literally 98 better.
Yeah, but guess what? Shut up and listen. Shut up and listen real quick before you get too heated, right? This is the point. There is actually no bottles of beer on my wall. All I did is I presented you a calculation, but in reality, there are no beers on my wall. So therefore, the whole statement I made with the numbers is bullshit. That's
in reality,
the point.
1, 2, 3, 4, 98 matter of on your wall. What are you talking about?
Right.
Math is universal.
Dude, you're being stupid.
Let me do it all. Right, hold up.
Go ahead.
It's not the math. Horizons.
The idea of what you're trying to say. It's the
Please
better
let me talk. It's not the math. It's the variables used to equate the statistical probability. There's nowhere for these values to come from.
You can use whatever word you want. It's still 2 fucking bottles, brother.
It's not the math. It's the values you base the calculation on. They're assumed values.
You can make it sound as deep as you want. I'm sorry, but math will never change. Math is a...
And that's not deep, bro. Show me where... Listen. It is a universal law, but show me where the statistical values come from to equate the probability of existence. I'll wait.
I just told you.
No, you didn't.
1 to the 400 trillionth power. It's impossible.
Yeah, that's just a number. That's just a number. Where did you pull that number from?
Listen,
modern day scientists.
What is that considered?
So you just heard it from some random on the street?
Doesn't know how to do math. Listen, you don't know how to do math.
Do you guys understand? I'm a Christian, right? Okay, hold on.
Where the fuck did you get the 400
Christians can be confused as well. It doesn't matter.
I'm not confused. I know. Oh my fucking dude. I am arguing.
Listen, where do you get the 400 trillion value from?
I don't know, bro.
How did you get that value?
I guess I get it from fucking thin air.
That's the point.
I'm just trying
Where
to
did they get the value from? Fuck, you got so much.
Who knows? Exactly, that's what I'm arguing. That's literally what I'm arguing, bro.
Hey, Horizon, real quick, the example he was given about the beers, just so you understand what kind of a
fucking idiot, man.
If you have 5 apples, right? Like you were talking about apples. If you have 5 apples, can you give me 10 apples?
No.
No.
Because I don't have 10 apples.
Right, because in math you could say it's a negative.
No,
5.
you can't.
Yeah, in math you can write down negative 5.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, that's what it is in math.
No, in modern day math, that's
5 minus 10 in math. What is 5 minus 10 in math?
I don't give you insurance in math and negative in literal.
Trying to explain to you there's
modern
reality in math.
Listen,
in math,
if I have 3 apples and I give you 2, how much do I have, brother? That's literally what math is.
I don't think you know.
No, that would be a reality thing, right? That would be an exchange in reality.
Out of reality, you're speaking out of reality terms, and then speaking and then putting it down.
Yeah, it's called false equivocation, right?
No,
because
it's
when can you listen really carefully, please, and everyone else, just do me a favor, right? So when one presents physically, I have 5 apples. I'm going to give you 2. Now I have 3 left. And if that's a physical interaction that actually happens, yes, that's correct. But what you're doing is you're using that and doing a false equivocation to say because mathematics says something, therefore it's reality. No, because if you pick up any, don't interrupt, please. If you pick up any mathematical book, right, any school book, any whatever, right, all the problems that are in there, yeah, they are just numbers on a page. They are not real. There is no physical representation for anything that they're talking about. All they are is just problems. They're not real. They're not real. The only way they're real is when you physically go up to someone and knock them on the head 3 times. Until you do that, the mathematics has no value. If it's based on something that isn't real, then it isn't real. Do you understand?
I think mathematics is real.
Dude.
It's intrinsically real.
Dude, this is dumb.
Mathematics is real because it's
you hit someone in the head 3 times.
No, listen. Mathematics is what when you look at it in a book, it's a formula. When you look at a formula,
it's not.
You have it's not
2
a formula.
banana.
What is trigonometry?
I take 1 banana. You have 1 banana left.
Subtraction?
That's literally what it is.
It's called language, right? It's language. So when I write a fiction book, just because I wrote the book and it's on paper and I told you the whole story, it doesn't mean that the story actually happened. It's the same thing with the mathematics. Just because I wrote the numbers down or said the numbers out loud, it doesn't mean that those numbers have any value in reality. If you can't get that into your cranium and you don't want to get that into your cranium, that's your own problem. That's your own problem. It's going to cause you issues.
I learned how to add in the 1st grade, brother. I don't know what they told you, but I know 1 + 1 = 2, and I don't know if this is like a flat Earth thing.
Pretty impressive.
But
so what?
Hey, you know what?
So what? Yeah. So what it is?
1 + 1 of what though?
Hey, listen.
1 + 1 = fucking 2.
He's saying he doesn't.
Yeah, but 1 + 1 of what?
It always equals 2 every single time. It equals 2 every single time.
Okay, so
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you call it.
You have to give me the 1 first.
Yeah, can you guys listen to me? Can you guys listen to me?
What I'm saying it's called a formula. What you guys are describing is called a formula, guys.
If you have 2 things, you could call it whatever you want. You still have 2 fucking things. It does not matter. You still have 2 pieces of fucking matter, whatever the fuck you want to call it.
In math, you can give 3 away when you only have 2. Because
you have 3 away. You have fucking You have interest, bro.
-1 is a thing in math.
If your values in your formula or equation
I didn't go to high school, bro.
In reality, that's obvious.
What are we now doing? Negative?
Listen,
okay. So wait. Wait. Hold on.
Fuck, I'll mute you, motherfucker.
Okay, yeah, fuck you.
No, shut up. Yeah, fuck you, bitch. The fact that you don't understand the values that make up your equation have no physical representation or truth in reality, and this is what he's talking about, implies you are totally ignorant to modern math, ancient math, conceptual math, theoretical math, quantitative science, or even an education past the 3rd grade level. I would like to debate you. My premise is that you do not have an education in math past the 3rd grade level, and I can prove it. All that screaming you do doesn't add value to your argument, just like you have no physical representation of the values you use to equate the statistics you use for physical truth in reality.
Hey,
you can't understand that.
Battlemod, can I ask something? Can I ask something real quick?
Sure.
Not of him. I don't think he's going to get it. Can we just move on with some? I want to present a mathematical riddle for everybody.
I've been trying to do this since he did it, and somebody came in and revisited it.
Yeah. He doesn't get it, but he might.
It's literally, it's dead, dude.
He's talking
We're beating a dead pony. That motherfucker had a heart attack in the stall last night during a thunderstorm that wasn't real. We just equated it. But the horse is dead, and we're still beating it.
Hey, but Horizon,
I'm just trying to get someone to think
Horizon,
properly because
Horizon,
it annoys me.
riddles?
It annoys me as a human
present a
to see
riddle.
people thinking incorrectly when they're capable of thinking correctly.
He doesn't get that there's -5. He can't get that there's a -5.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I get it. We can move on.
You wasn't meeting him on his level, bro. You're up here on your level. He's down there on his. And there's a gap in between.
This might be. Hey, this might. Like
Attenuation killed you. You tell me to shut up again, bitch.
Said I'm shutting up. I'm shutting up.
What?
I
said I am shutting up.
No, you're not.
Don't mistake what I was saying as an implication that I'm not the one and you shouldn't fuck with me. Don't miss that. Be swift enough to pick that up.
All right, you guys want to hear this? I got a riddle for you.
Yes,
before
please,
I go
but
real quick.
speak a little
It's
louder,
good
maybe.
mathematical riddle. All right, everybody, can you hear me? Am I loud or not loud?
You're just a little quiet.
Okay. Well,
Sound far away.
I do. Okay, hold on. Okay, can you hear me now? Or is it still far away?
Yeah, you sound closer.
Yeah, much better.
Okay, here's the riddle, all right? 3 guys are going to a hotel, and the room, they're all going to share a room, and the room costs $30, right? Each guy gives the clerk $10, right? So it's a $30 room for 3 guys. So then the clerk tells the bellboy, hey, actually, they got a $5 discount, and could you take these five ones back up to the room and give it back to those guys? I'm like, okay. So he goes up, and then on the way up, he's like, you know what? I'm just gonna give them. I'm gonna keep 2 for myself and give them 3. So they each got $1 back, right? So if they each got $1 back, that means they all paid $9 for the room, right? And 9 times 3 is 27, right? And then the bellhop still has $2, right? So that makes 29. Where'd the extra $1 go?
I know this one already, bro.
The bellhop is a magician. He just finessed you lot.
Well, think about it. Where's the math? They paid 30, right? Each of them paid 10. They each got $1 back, right? So they each paid 9. 9 times 3 is 27. The bellhop only has $2. So it's 29. Where's the extra $1? They each paid 10 to begin with.
Hey, I can give the American answer. Taxes. I can give the biblical answer. Caesar. Somebody rendered to Caesar his $1.
Right. But what's the real answer? Because the math works. They paid 10, $5 back. They each got 1. He kept 2.
I know.
The extra $1.
I've been waiting to hear
Guys,
the real answer.
it's the
to this
fact
thing,
that
damn it. Are any of you gonna...
when you were explaining the equation, the number I can't see. I don't want to answer because it's me cheating. I already know the answer, but the fact that you're changing the equation as you're explaining the equation, right? The numbers don't add up.
What's the answer? Give the answer.
Because in reality, everything was there and accounted for, but the bellboy took their $2 is what he did. You know, in harsh reality, he stole their $2.
3 times 9 is 27, though, and that's $1 short of 30.
Yeah,
it is
$2, and it's $1 short of 30. So the $5 back. How
they got $5. They got $5 back out of 30, right? Which leaves 25. He kept 2.
Yeah,
that's 27.
Yeah, that's why there is no missing $1. There is no missing.
Each got $1 back.
That means that they each paid 9.
They each got 9.
27.
And that's 27. It's all.
You cut out. Did anybody else figure it out?
So 3 of them got 8. That's 24 plus 5. That's.
I didn't hear. My headphones cut out. Did you get the answer? Anybody?
Right, because if you take the $5 back, right? They all paid $10 a piece, right?
Right.
and you got $5, and they got $5 back, so they paid $25, which is actually not $8. There's the problem. 25 divided by 3 is an 8. That equals 24. It's like 8.333.
Right. So is that what's the answer then? How does it work? I mean, yeah, it's just a conundrum, is what it is.
Yeah, the answer is that there is no missing dollar.
No. Yeah, because they all got 9.333.
Right. Can't break the extra dollar, but they didn't actually get that because I mean,
Which made it 9. That's mathematically incorrect.
Precisely, they didn't. Precisely, they didn't get the extra dollar. The bellboy took the $2, so they didn't get an
They had
$8.
$8.33.
$9.
No. They got
Technically,
$5
there's
back.
$2 missing.
They each paid. They split $25. It's 8.333. You give them $1 back, they got 9.333, which equals 28, and the bellhop's got $2.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. The bellhop he
You
took
rate them on percentage.
$2. So there's $2 that is missing.
No, it's not
$2
that.
is missing. They didn't.
$2 in at the end. It's not about the $2 missing.
Still on the way you word it.
Yeah, it's not like there's an impossible answer.
Oh no.
Physically, it's a conundrum. You know, it's not like there's all of a sudden magically $1 missing, but it just seems like it at first, right?
Yeah, no, correct. I am totally agreeing with you.
That's cool. Are you Horizons answering that? It's an interesting.
No, I'm getting. Hey, can you guys hear me?
Are you Glober Horizon?
I'm getting harassed by a mod right now that's saying that I'm saying all these crazy fucking things. He's probably gonna ban me soon. So.
Hey, did you hear what I said?
I'm getting told by a mod right now. I'm getting told by a mod right now. When did Lost Troll? What the fuck does this sentence mean? I said SS screenshot question mark. That never happened. This kid said, "When did Lost Troll? What the fuck does this sentence even mean?"
Dude, relax. Who's actually DMing you this?
What's up?
their name?
What's up? Is a fish emoji.
He's not. He's not a mod. He's just a clown.
I'm getting trolled, GG. I'm a literal low IQ individual.
Fuck is this guy?
Yeah, go back to being silent.
Yeah, that'll probably help me.
Who's the mod?
You actually brain dead on problematic stuff.
Just this nonsense. Carry on.
It's not problematic.
Basically, someone's finessing $1. Who finessed $1?
I can overdo what any mod does here, bro. It takes an admin to over Trump me. I'm.
That was funny. You said over Trump him.
Yo, where did Mr. Riddle go?
Deuces, baby. You know.
He dropped.
I know. I still want the answer. What the hell?
The answer is somebody's lying.
Hey, Alicia. Are you a Christian, Matt?
Alicia.
You a Christian, Matt?
Oh my God!
What's a Matt?
Hey, so you resorted to attack? Well, what is your role?
I'm just asking, bro.
What do you listen? Let's go a different route.
Never mind, dude. I don't want to.
The earth.
Yeah, who knows?
Ain't
bro.
no never mind now, bro.
Yeah.
There's two ways here.
It's fucking flat.
In or out.
Yeah, I'm half flat, half
That's
round.
what she said.
Yeah, wait. Can you guys flat pill me? Flat pill me now in my DMs. They're open.
No, I would like you to give me your 3 best proofs of a flat Earth since you said it's flat.
No, I didn't. I said I was. I can't really make a decision.
I can mute everybody in the lobby so me and you and I can do this.
Dude, I would honestly love that. But I feel like everybody in the lobby has a right to talk, so let's just keep that open.
Yeah, I'm not gonna mute them. Like I was gonna say, I respect all them. It's you I'm having a problem with.
Why do you have a problem with me? I'm a Christian.
Oh,
That's not a qualifier for problem or versus no problem. It's a false equivalency.
I guess that's true.
Yeah, because you could be a lukewarm Christian who participates in condemnation. In my opinion, not be a Christian at all.
What do you participate
Christ didn't condemn people.
Hey, what do you not like?
To be a Christian, you have to walk in the way of Yeshua Messiah. Is it Christ or Yeshua?
What's the sins of a Christian?
Which one? What's what?
I don't know. Sins of a Christian.
What is sin to a Christian?
Like, what
sin
do you,
is the
what do you think the main
transgression
ones are?
of God's law. Sin is the transgression of God's law. Do I think one is greater than another? No, so there would be no main sin. All sin is the transgression of God's law. The wage of sin is death. You have more questions? Cue the soundboard. Who's got that? Who's this human Shepo guy? Why are we not berating him? I don't like that name, human. Oh, you're a flat earther, bro. You really shouldn't use that name. You should change that.
It's Ravenous Brad. He's just having fun.
Yeah, it's Brad.
He's always doing names like that, dude.
Well, I could have still accidentally banned Brad. You know, he's rolled under mine. So. I could have did a not look ban. You know, oops, swipe left. Damn you, Brad, with them damn names.
Is Battle Mod a fucking mod?
But it's actually a statement. It's not a name. He's actually
yes,
saying
I am
human.
a mod.
Battle Mod has power in here. Better treat him with a little bit.
Well, obviously, but anyway, just for clarification, Mod, his name is actually a statement. He's saying human sheeple is a bitch.
Actually, I want to clarify that, bro. I'm actually equal to everybody in the room except Horizon.
Yeah, just more equal than others. Right?
If they tell me to ban you, I'm going to ban you.
Really, really sad that you actually did that though.
It's their community too.
You gotta look at what's up. He said that Horizon, you said earlier you had a Christian upbringing. Why are you asking what is Christian sin to a Christian? What did he?
Well, that is a good, valid point. Christians do know what sin is.
Asking what is a sin to a Christian? Obviously, I know what the fuck a sin to a Christian is. I was trying to get it from you.
Was it something other than what I said to you?
Sinning in general, what you said, yeah.
Yeah, I reckon your buddy had it right, man. He went to sleep.
Think so?
Yeah, because humans don't operate well on lack of sleep.
Did he go to sleep or did he pass out, bro, from inebriation?
Inebriation?
Yes, inebriation.
Did my friend go to sleep on inebriation? I mean, he might have. I mean, he smokes a lot of weed.
No, that's not sleeping. That's passing out. I clearly define that.
No, but I have definitely not went to sleep on inebriation, and you definitely still can't answer the mathematical question that is universal. So.
You can't even determine or define what you're talking about.
Doesn't make the values in your statistical equation a physical reality.
I'm arguing in terms of the societal construct that is math.
I'm talking in reference to the numbers used to come up with your statistics. How are they physical in reality?
Because numbers are physical in reality.
No, that's not even an approximation.
Yes, it is.
See, listen, you're being general about a specific term. So there's an absolute number and a non-absolute number, right? There's an absolute measurement and a non-absolute measurement. You referred to modern math, and I'm only trying to define you within the context of modern math. And English, of course. We're using English to describe
what are you getting at?
Unit of quantification. What am I getting at?
Yes.
I was specific. What made your values absolute that were used in these equations?
Nothing. I don't believe in modern math. I'm arguing on the side of it.
You know, math.
Why would we all be here?
Listen, bro. You know, math isn't modern, right? You really. I hope,
Math is the universal. It's literally a universal law.
no, I hope if you're gonna preach it like this, that you know it's not a modern concept.
It's not a modern what?
What? Is it me?
Yeah, it is.
It's
Yeah,
not a modern concept. Calculus was created how long ago with fucking stones?
I'm very, very aware that math 1 + 2 was created long, long ago.
1 + 2 is not.
It's a very, very, very simple.
That's not an accurate description of what math
So
is.
now we're going with accurate description of math was fucking thousands of years ago. I'm giving.
What is math? Math is a language with which we describe things.
No, it's not. Math is literally 1 + 1
it is. Yes, no.
It literally is.
Listen, do you know what 1 + 1 = 2 describes? The act of having two separate things, two individual things, described in the mathematical fucking context. Dude, are you really this dumb?
If you have one thing and you have another thing,
Yes
how many
or
things
no?
do you have?
I ask a fucking question.
Yes, bro. Yes. If you have one thing and you have another thing, how many things do you have?
Then there's no reason for us to keep going. Sheppel, what do you think? All right, guys, I give the lobby back to you. I'm gonna mute. I did that for you, brother. Let them be mad at me.
It's funny though because it's just a severe lack of understanding. I mean, the original language, the letters and the numbers and the denotations and the pictorials, they were always associated with numerical. So language is intrinsically both numbers and letters, if you want to simplify it from the get-go. But basically, this can be answered with, you know, if you don't know what you're talking about, hold your peace. Anyway, anyone else in the room? The only one unmuted. Right, I'm gonna have to see what the lobby's got to offer.
Oh, I already beat you up there. We got Retarded Toast, Master Cookie, Makwasu.
Bring him in.
Makusu. Please interview me. No. You want to interview him, bro? Your name is Retarded Toast. You're like an 8-year-old kid, and there's no way in hell you're getting NBC. Or heaven. Well, unless it be his will. I can't say that. Unless it be his will, you might get in heaven. If it's not my will. Right?
I don't remember Toast making it into the kingdom. Wouldn't it get burnt up in the judgment?
He got buttered first, though. Maybe that's where he got toasted.
Oh, dude.
Oh, this kid probably just sent me a dude. That's how you know they're kids. First they address you, then they send you a friend's request. Like, hey, buddy. Come on, guy, let's be friends so I can troll at your flat earth flur server, please. Come on. You're a funny colored mod.
The answer is no.
Like, look, kid, I'm already triggered, or I'd let you.
The answer would be my legal representation advises me not to comment.
Yeah. So as not to taint the well, huh? Sometimes I gotta do that. I gotta be quiet and just swipe left. This guy arguing with himself? How's he quoting his own messages and then answering? I can't do that to mine. Has he got two different profiles? Hmm. No, well, this time. Christ, Brad's only gonna talk in text. Damn it! Now you're looking like a Glober, Brad. Are you first our Globe believer mod? I'm in the VC, but I'm only gonna talk to you in text, Mike. Boomer. It's the new style, Boomer. Oh no, kid, you messed up when you DM'd me. They don't know. I guess I should make that status. Make that my status on. DM me and get an instant ban. Then these kids will quit messaging. I don't know if it's because I'm the first mod's name on the list or what. I took it down from there and they still DM me. Do I look like a nice guy? My PFP guy, should I change that? Is that the problem? Do I look too nice?
No idea.
Too nice in my.
But do you know why?
Yes.
I was thinking about this in the background. You know why that riddle is confusing? It's because you're trying to put together two things that cannot be put together, right? So once they've given the 30 out, they don't have anything.
Right.
It's gone. So that's boom. That's another thing. Then they get the 5, or the kid gets the 5, or the bellboy gets the 5, and then he gives them the 3. So they're two separate equations that they can't be put together. Because if you put them together, then you're confused.
Yeah, because all they don't have the $10. They don't have $9. They spent that money. It was spent on the room. They don't have $9. They spent $9. And if you look at it as in, okay, they got $5 back. They spent $25, and you divide it right then and there. They all three spent $8.33 and 0.3 cents. So it breaks down equally and mathematically. Because then when they get the dollar back, they've all got 9,333. But they don't have 9. That's the part that's messed up. They didn't have anything. They spent $10. They got $5 back. They each got 9 into the room. No, it's just not true.
Yeah. So if you were to do it on the books from the desk, from the hotel desk or whatever, yeah, the hotel desk charged $25.
Right, so they got $8.33 into it.
Right, so that's the desk's books, and that's what they put in their books. We charge $25, or they would put it as we charge $50 and gave a £5 discount or $5 discount.
Yeah.
And that's what they would put in their books. So their books is one thing. Then the books of the clients or the patrons, whatever you call them, right? Their book was we spent 30 and we got back 3.
Yeah, so they're
but really, if you were going to do it properly to make sure that you understand that both sides are still balanced, is we paid 30, we got back 5, and then we gave him 2. so as a group, they actually paid 25, but they gave the little boy 2. So that's still balanced. The books are still balanced, but it's when you look at it from the wrong perspective, then it looks like there's a missing dollar. But it's because you can't look at it like that. That's why accountancy is it's the business. Have you ever heard Robert Kiyosaki? Is that like accountancy is actually what it's about?
Yeah, the CPA girl earlier, she kept saying, "I'm qualified to give financial advice." Well, this is too general and disingenuous. You're qualified to give accounting financial advice. You're not qualified to give business financial advice or investment financial advice, because these are things you have to be licensed for. That's why I asked. She just wanted to glorify her position and say, I can give you financial advice. Well, no, not if I'm an investor. Yes, if you're my fucking accountant, you can, on how to balance my books. But you can't give me investment advice because you're not a licensed investor or broker.
When did that happen? Did someone actually come in and talk about that?
Yeah, this girl earlier. It was